She said she keep it fine, I know she said she love me, yeah. I ain't stupid, I'm a savage, best to wise up like a match. She been wanna pull up on me, fucking came about to pay. Look, when she used to do that, I pull bags like shorty itching. Now I was finna dump her money, yo, she said she wanna stay. I was about to do it, she know that I've been on her every day. She just on that need some money, I'ma calling up my bank. Look, that's a flex that I'm on a host taste, so flex, that's dope. That's dope, I she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope, I she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. Way too flame, now come taste this, ay. So much bag, I can't waste this, ay. Peep the chain, now come take this, ay. Way too flame, now come taste this, ay. I said you always feeling down, now you winning. And I ask you if you used to stacking bins, man. That girl changed my mind. I said she want me, but she could do me out, it got me and my family. If you flex, you want it bad, best play all the time. But you know I'm stacking racks here all around. When she ain't all about me, say she be gone. When she step to me, that's no fun at all. So flex, that's dope, I she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex. That's dope, ay, she cashing all my checks. She got it down by the dose and I'm perplexed. She told me, oh, you ain't my baby unless you got the grind. That's right, so flex.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep. If you didn't know that, well, it's nice to meet you. Hope you guys are having a good day. Oh, by the way, we were listening to a little WPEP before we started the show here. Yeah, that was our boy Kirk. Kirk Official Music. Go follow him at Kirk Official Music on YouTube. Yeah, just a pretty killer musician, and you know what? He's definitely he's done a lot to contribute to this show. If you guys also didn't know that he does my my intro and my outro, so didn't get the notification at all. Oh, that's wonderful. Great news to start the day. Well, that sucks. If you guys can at least join through your subscription, your subscription page, that'd be great. Honestly, I think it's working. It's working out pretty well. Also, if you guys are filing in here, please do me the solid and double tap. Yeah, that's right. Double tap the screen and hit that like button. I'm pretty sure that we do not have a horizontal stream today. Because unfortunately, yes, unfortunately, vertical only today. Wait, horizontal only today. You just mixed that up, right? Because I was about to say I think there's only the one stream. Either way, you have no life, says the guy that is in my stream right as I start. Which, okay, yes. You met vertical. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Nah, yeah, I think we only got the one today, which it's okay. If you guys want the horizontal experience, then you guys can head on over to Twitch, which I do think you guys should do that. Just in case we have any issues with stream, because I was having issues yesterday. I think that we are, I think we're good, but we'll see. Brandon, who hurt you? Hey, all right, so shout out time. What's up, Muni? It's always good to see you in chat. Everybody say hello to my lovely wife. She is chilling upstairs, doing some stuff, listening to the stream, chilling with the dog right by her. So, yeah, apparently anytime that the bubbler noise on on stream goes off, my dog knows that he's like, oh, I'm gonna shoot downstairs real quick. So anytime that we see that happen, and like I kind of just pieced this together, I was just like, oh, that's sneaky little, isn't that funny? But let's see, Natch, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Etch, how you doing? Pinkerbell, man, it's always good to see you guys. I always I have like this instant relief in my day where like we get the stream going and just, all right. We are doing a little bit more news heavy stuff, so we're probably only gonna do like a half hour chill instead of the full hour. Hopefully I will be able to end the show on a chill note and just kind of get to talk. But yeah, we got a lot of news to get to. I mean, if you guys didn't already see in the title, Trump restarted the war, and he did it very nonchalantly. Like, he's over there, like, talking to NATO, and he's just like, it's over. You know what? Peace is over. Which makes me think that somebody in NATO committed to something where he's just like, you know what? We might as well. So we'll get some more details on that. I really don't have any past just the, it was like the breaking news title this morning where it was just like, oh, we're back at war. Oh, okay. Fun times. There is more Platner stuff. We're not going to spend the whole show on it, okay? Despite the fact that the Anna Kasparian angle, now this is the one that I didn't put in the title. Man, Anna Kasparian, is she like actively trying to make everybody hate her? Because it seems like she's pissing off everybody lately, whether you're on the right or the left. She is just going for it, and I know like exactly what she'd say. There's one here that's just being a pain in the ass, but China's going to make GPU, homie. Oh, okay. How's it? Amcar. Hey, how's it going, man? I don't know what you're even talking about, but welcome to stream. I appreciate you popping on by. If this is your first time, we kind of talk politics, do some news, all that kind of stuff, but it's mostly chill vibes, and I like to also kind of just talk some normie shit, you know? But isn't news technically normie shit now? Like, I would say it is. Also, yeah, dude, we have a few updates from the Charlie Kirk thing, which I was not paying attention to it at all. And then Valhalla VFT, who apparently has been, I guess, doing live streams, and it's like kind of like 90% of his content right now. He put out a pretty good summary video of everything from day 1 and 2, where it doesn't seem like there's a lot of evidence against this kid, dude. So if I had to warrant a guess, I think that he might not get off, but I mean, it's a possibility. It is actually like I never thought I'd say this about this specific subject, because, man, you'd think the media darling of the right wing, like, dude, they mishandled this so bad. What up, Some Dumb Beats? How's it going, man? Good to see you. Apologies if you guys are expecting a horizontal stream. Again, I was only able to do the one today. I don't know what's going on. I think it ties into what happened yesterday. So hopefully tomorrow we will be able to be up and running again. So until then, yeah, we chill. Also tomorrow, let's see, it was Thursday. Okay, then all right, the 9th. I should be good. I should be good to stream. Man, I have so many appointments tomorrow. I have to go see a dermatologist. Yay! Yay, gotta go get my skin checked because, yeah, I'm hitting that age and I've already... Oh, have I talked about this? That I've already had skin cancer once? I really don't... It's not like a big deal. It wasn't a big deal. But yeah, I was 32 years old when I had my first little cancer scare where they found it was a raised mole on my foot. And like it was, actually, let's see, can you see it? I think you can kind of see it. They had to take off like a, all right, yeah, not doing that. So yeah, I had a little melanoma on my foot. Oh, jeez. What the hell? And my chair just took my headphones. That was fun. But yeah, I had melanoma on my foot, and yeah, they took it off. Not the foot. They took the melanoma. Yeah, it was actually the first time I ever had anything like that, where yeah, they took the mole off. And that was kind of the scarier part, was the fact that they came back and they were just like, oh, hey, by the way, this one did come back cancerous. So what we're going to do, they did a little bit of surgery. I mean, this was all in one day. So that's why I don't even wasn't a big deal. So yeah, they just went and, I guess, cored out the area around it. I got myself a nice little scar on the side of my foot, but ever since then I've had to go and get my dermatologist, or I have to go get cleared by my dermatologist once a year. So it's cool now. Yeah. No, what sucks is because they already found it, that they're like, again, every year now I do get at least like one mole removed. Let's see. Got this one removed. See it. This one actually came back. That was last year. I had one on my forearm here also removed. I think that one didn't even come back. That one just turned into a scar. Where are you? Oh, there it is. I feel like it's like, look at my boo-boo. Yeah, no, it sucks. Like, it does suck when, you know, melanoma is even a possibility, because... Dude, yeah, skin cancer is the one, like, I don't think people even understand it, like, just how prevalent it is. And, dude, the scariest one is up here, because a lot of people don't put sunscreen on their head, so if they're walking around all day, dude, like, sometimes you're getting irradiated, and then you'll have a nice little, yeah, you'll have a little problem. That's what happened to my dad's best friend. My dad's best friend, he golfed every day. He was like, you know, he had like a receding hairline, but he wasn't like fully bald. This was underneath his hair where when they found it, kind of same thing. It was just like a raised mole. Didn't think much of it. Turned out it was stage 4 cancer. Turned out it had already spread to his brain, and that he only had a little bit to live, and he only lasted a few months. And it was, I don't know, that one kind of did it. That's what got me to even go to a dermatologist, really, where I was just like, okay, well, that was scary as hell. So there's sunscreen conspiracy theorists out there. I have seen that. Yeah, dude, I have, I actually think I might know somebody in my life that is kind of like that, because I hope it's not the case, but I hope they just have like kind of like a skin condition. But they kind of mentioned that, where they're just like, oh, you don't know what's in that stuff. It's just like, Sure. But yeah, I could see there being conspiracy theories about that stuff. Oh, by the way, happy comic book day. Got the new issue of Absolute Batman today. Wasn't able to read it. It says on the label. Oh, it does. Wait, it says on the label that it could cause skin cancer? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, is this like a... Oh, I didn't know. Oh, no. Wait a minute. I mean... Oh, this sucks. Like, if that's the case, that'd be really bad. Damn. I hope that's not the case. Let's do it over. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I had to set a timer. No, not what I meant. Oh, wait. I mean, the ingredients are on the fucking label. Oh. I'm sitting here like, wait, they've been worrying about us about this, and it's just, we're sitting here putting it on our skin, just like, oh, well, you know, that might give me cancer, but this might give me cancer too. Might as well, I mean, it's going to do the, hey, one's going to do it. Might as well just pick the one that is, less frequent? Oh, fuck, man. Okay, I'm glad that was a misunderstanding, and I'm glad that, yeah. I just kind of took that and ran with it. That was close. It's like, dude, you scared me. Oh, man. By the way, guys, I am, kind of feeling like crap today. I think that I'm having, like, an allergy attack from just, like, a system that has been kind of moving through Illinois. Like, dude, today's humidity is insane. It's miserable. It's freaking miserable. And yeah, I feel like ass. Like my voice even sounds a little deeper. And if, yeah, fun. I hope it is the allergies. Let's just say that. Hermit, what's up? How's it going, man? Ken, also, thank you for holding it down over on the Twitch. Always appreciate that, guys. Excuse me. One more? Okay, because I don't feel like burping in the middle of a sentence. There's nothing worse. Dude, there's nothing worse when you're having a serious conversation with somebody and that happens to you, where you're just like, well, I think that we should probably raise the... Radio voice is in. Yeah, that was always the joke in radio, was like a DJ would get sick and all of a sudden sound like better on air. And you're just kind of like, huh, that interesting. But it's going all right. Ah, well, you know what? All right is all right. Ew. Here. I will punish myself for that one. God. You know what my punishment usually is? I talk too long in the beginning of the show and then my coffee gets cold. It sucks. But, yep. Back to what I was originally talking about, if you guys even remember. Anna Kasparian, or as we call her here, Anna Crapsparian. She is in deep water, apparently, with the TYT audience over her Graham Platner takes. Like, there's a part of me that is still convinced that she's trying to get a job over on Fox News, and she, like, part of that is gearing herself up to just leave TYT, to just be like, they have no place for me. Honestly, I have no place in, a political party. I mean, dude, I wouldn't doubt that she becomes like a mouthpiece for MTG and Tucker's party. Like, dude, the fact is, that really is where, like, the winds are shifting. Winds are shifting. Yeah, I guess that works. Because isn't it winds are blowing? I hate when I do that, where it's just like, I think I have this term of phrase correct, but we're gonna take a chance. But yeah, we are going to go over the video. I was sent the video earlier today. Or somebody had mentioned... No, I think you sent it to me. It's the Breaking Points update from Dropsite News about what the mainstream media was hiding about the text messages with Graham Platner. Now, it doesn't change much. I'm going to just preface with that. It really doesn't change much, but it definitely... I think it would have cushioned the blow a little bit. I don't know. We'll talk about it. I just saw fuck cancer. Yes, definitely, like 1000% fuck cancer. Like I caught that out of the corner of my eye, and I had already seen your comment, Natch. But man, when you deal with it, it is. There's a special like it's so weird to have like just a definitive hatred for like a single cell organism. Is it single cell? I don't know. It's a parasite. Fuck it. All right, and then we got some. Oh, dude. Okay, so I got the Janine Pirro press conference about the Olympian that was cutting up. He was vandalizing the pool. I wanted to watch that. I think on Monday, and I just wasn't able to. So yeah, we're definitely getting to that. Also, yeah, 420. Pep MD? No. Don't take any medical advice or legal advice for that matter, or financial advice. Like, don't come to me for that. I am not your guy. I'll talk to you about that stuff, but yeah, do not follow my lead on any of that shit. Algae is now my favorite single cell. Yeah, well, you know, I now have that love-hate relationship with algae. Because I actually had a little bit of an algae bloom in my pool. Did the thing where it made it a little cloudy, which is a telltale sign that, yes, you got a algae bloom. So took care of that, nipped it in the bud, did a little shuck. That always sucks, though, like, especially if you want to swim. It's just like, damn. But slime mold is cool. Ew, dude. We used to go swimming in a lake when I was a kid that just, it had such bad algae. And had I, like, known that, like, you know, the algae in my skin was, like, it was causing problems, and I was too dumb to recognize the causation and correlation between I go swimming in this lake and all of a sudden I get these very itchy rashes all over my body. Yeah, so also, to be fair, you know, my dad being the adult in this situation probably should have seen that and been like, well, maybe don't go in the lake, or maybe, you know, make sure that you go and hit the shower right after you swim. No, none of that. So, yeah, we went to a doctor for the doctor to literally look at my dad and, in so many words, call him an idiot. Pools sound so high maintenance. They are. The thing is, they are. I wouldn't recommend necessarily, like, unless you know chemistry and you know, like, what you're doing, I really wouldn't recommend it for your average, like, homeowner, unless you have the money to, like, pay somebody to care for your pool. Now, me, I kind of did the thing where I got, like, just short of certifications in this, so, which I have been thinking about, like, maybe I should. I kind of brought that up. I mean, especially with the jobs market being what it is. Ugh, God. Not going there. Yeah, hot tub is a PETA. Oh, dude, it is. Yeah, I would actually prefer doing maintenance on a pool than a spa. Dude, spa maintenance sucks. You gotta, and also, like, yeah, you gotta keep those things fucking perfectly balanced, like, throughout, you know, the extreme heat. Like, damn. Man. Also, wait. Because I do not have a hot tub. Yeah, because I think that you have to essentially run it, like, at least once a day. Cut to Pev dealing with the reflecting pool. Guys, I have a special announcement. This is why I was even talking about it. I am now the official new contractor of the reflecting pool. Brr, 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 brr. Don DeMarco. No, I am just kidding. This is satire, guys. This is satire. Every Airbnb has a hot tub. I don't understand it. Really? Ew. I'm not sure if I would use an Airbnb hot tub, to be completely honest. That's, yeah, no. Polka dots. Hey. Appreciate the, oh, hey, Ida, thank you for the gifted membership. And I guess Polka Dot received a gifted membership. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Here, let's update our tally here. We're getting there. Oh shit, it was already there. Yeah, crap. Never mind. So wait, now it actually works? Huh. Okay. Oh wait, no. No, it didn't add it. Whatever, I'll figure it out here in a minute. Ida, but I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. New York or LA comedy scene? New York all day. What up, James? How's it going, man? Yeah, like 90% of my favorite comedians came out of New York. So, not that I don't hate the LA scene. It is definitely different. You know, I think it's maybe because, like, it's gonna sound so lame, but New York is so, like, it's like cutthroat, but it's also easier to break through because you can get more spots, because there's technically, you know, more comedy clubs, like, within, you know, a certain radius. So, so yeah. I think that's why, like, New York can cut their teeth a little bit better than the guys in LA. Actually, funny enough, like, LA and Chicago are very similar in the way that, like, they're so spread out. Like, you have the Comedy Store, and then you have, like, maybe 2 spots that are within, like, a 5-mile radius, but everybody else, yeah, like, you got bars and, like, these little places, like, kind of up the coast. At least with Cali, you got, like, more opportunities. It's just way more spread out. But I was just about to say, like, in Chicago, we have a similar situation where it's just, like, we have a few clubs within, like, a mile of each other, and then just nothing. It sucks. I can't stand Rogan's group in Austin. Yeah, I'm not exactly the biggest fan. Because it's weird. Like, some of the New York guys became Austin comics. Like, Shane Gillis is still a New York comic. Actually, he's a Philly comic, but if you want to be technical. But he's always a New York guy. Him, Dan Soder, Jay Okerson. You know, those 3 were always, like, my top 3. But let's see. Who's my favorite LA comic? Fuck. Who's even, like, technically an organic LA comic? Shit. Because I used to would've, like, I would have said Rogan. Like, God, I don't think I've even thought about this since Rogan kind of went off his rocker and moved to Austin. Huh. Interesting. They're such bootlickers. Yeah, the O&A bunch. That's pretty much where I got, like, yeah. Patrice O'Neal, Bill Burr, like, before he was, you know, ostracized, and rightfully so. Louis C.K. Yeah, because Bill Burr is technically an LA comic now. Wait, oh yeah, Mark Maron, All right, now it's coming to me. Well, Franny, like Franny Fio, Francesca Fiorentini. She's LA, so yeah. Austin comedy scene is a group of men huffing each other's farts. It really is. It really is. And that's the kind of like that really is like the saddest part of like about the guys going from either LA or New York to Austin. Just watching them deteriorate. It's driving me nuts. I hate to think that I'd have to take tomorrow off just to rest my voice, but yesterday I think I might have actually done some damage with my little rant there, which shout out to the crew over at This Space for cutting that up. It was funny. I was eating breakfast with my wife and I just go, uh-oh. It's like, what? And then I just like, I flip the phone to her. She's like, oh, oh boy. Yeah, she's awesome. Francesca's awesome. My wife is awesome too, but yeah, I think Mark Maron's like the main guy, I would say, like from the store, like cuz yeah, fucking Segura, any of those guys, they're not in LA anymore. Like half of the LA scene moved. So I would like to actually go to LA for like a week to kind of, you know, attend some comedy and possibly do it. I don't know. I've been getting the itch. Same thing with playing hockey, where I'm just like, oh, other than Canane. Who else from Chicago can you recommend? Josh Johnson, I consider him a Chicago comic because he came up in Chicago. Let's see. Good Chicago comic. Oh God, I feel like I'm on the spot. Did y'all talk about the Platner updates yet? Not yet. I just kind of gave the breakdown on what we're going to be covering today, so we'll be going right to that. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's start with something funny. Let's do this first, and then we'll get to the news because I need some levity. And I forgot how much I love this clip. This is an oldie but a goodie. Oh shit! I just realized I forgot to start my. Shit! Yeah, no, I totally left this up from yesterday. Give me a sec. I gotta fix this. Sorry, anybody that's over on Twitch is watching me just like move my Windows stuff around. It's oh man. There we go. Okay, so now this was, I think, during the peak of COVID. So this is when people were doing the challenges at home and stuff. But I always thought that her acting at the beginning here, because like she knew it was gonna happen, don't make it any less funny. So we got two of these. We have the Coke, the one with the Coca-Cola.
You know, I've seen this done a couple of times on a couple of different videos, and I'm not quite sure this is real, and I just want to see what's up.
You know what's up.
Ooh.
Oh, I always love that. Oh. Ah! the noise that Now, this leads me to the next one. It's even better. It's fucking hilarious. Here.
You know, I found out the hard way the last time that I tried this.
10 out of 10
and I
acting.
haven't seen this done with any other sodas.
Again, it's the noises that this lady makes where you're just like, oh, that's a
before, and I just don't
that's a soundboard clip.
think it's going to be as crazy.
I love how she angles. Yeah, I know. She's just like, bah. Here we go. Also, Pepsi staying clean. Look at this. No foam, no not. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Same chair though. sounds like a fucking rooster.
Oh, not again!
It's literally the rooster noise. It's this part. Dude, she legit sounds like a fucking rooster. As I said, I wanted a little bit of levity. I for some reason I've been getting recommended these like clips that were my favorite, like from like 5-10 years ago. So yeah, man, I figured why not, dude. I want to pick like the perfect way to react to that is when she goes the like you do the like picture of the rooster, boom, right there. I feel bad. Yeah, right. Like so that looks like a nice lazy boy. Like that looks, yeah, how sticky that is now. For real. Unless like she has like she has plastic pretty much all like draped across it, like just out of the camera view. Then maybe, but that's classic funny. Oh yeah. That's why I was just like, I remember watching the sequence of both of those because I think she did them like 3 years apart even. Again, 10 out of 10 acting, like you said. Also, who hasn't tried that? Like realistically, my favorite one. It was like, God, I feel like this was a Vine video where somebody puts the like they do it sideways and the thing rockets to like right to the dude's nuts. It's like, oh, wait a minute, I gotta find that clip. That freaking, it is so fucking funny. Wait. Coke bottle rockets and guns. I think this is it.
You missed the top.
All right, this one's not the one that hits him in the nuts, but this one's pretty good. It's fucking. I don't know how I got on like the cola and Mentos mix thing here. Like, again, thank you YouTube for recommending me videos that I have loved for a while. Here we go.
You missed the top.
Oh, shit! That's just, you missed the top. Oh! Oh, dude. Oh, man. Poop fart. Yeah, you are right about that. You are right about that. Hey, can we, instead of doing all the Trump 2028 and all the politics right out the gate here, can we just enjoy this? Like this, what I found here, just like this little bit of joy. Like, oh my, like, it's so fucking funny. Where is it? Where's the one that hits the guy in the nads? Man, I feel like it might be on TikTok. I think it is. All right, well, too bad. We got another one out of it, so that was still fun. All righty. Also, Anna, I'm not sure if you heard about Anna Kasparian. She is trending on Twitter because of her very bad takes on the Platner stuff. So we're gonna go through that. I think that's actually how we're gonna start the show today. Yeah, I think we're good on watching people get hit by Coke bottles. Literally, ow, my balls. Dude, one Some of the funniest videos, and this goes back to like the America's Funniest Home Video days, are where it's like it's just a dude and his kid, and they're playing baseball, and it's the classic just dang. I could watch those compilations for hours. Man. I hate sharing a name with her. Hey, I have to share a name with fucking Charlie Kirk. Can we? I don't know. I don't know. I think that as far as these ones go, not the worst one, you know? Because, wait, there's cool Annas out there, right? That happened to me at racquetball. It just got, oh! There really is nothing like it. That just like, go. Oh, hey, CM Punk ODF. Yeah, you delivered. That's right. I was gonna wear the pink one. Yeah, forgot. I still have to do my laundry. Which, yeah. God. I hang all of my sweaters, so laundry takes forever. Cause yeah, I don't want to shrink any of it. I did that one time to one of my favorite hoodies. Never again. Never again. Pitcher on the baseball team threw it against the wall and it bounced off and wham! Oh, yeah. I had one in kickball that was pretty legendary. Where I was pitching for kickball. And this this girl, dude, the insult to injury was the way that she did it. Because, like, she did like a cartoon wind-up where she's like, whoop, 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 and, like, did the kick. Dude, the way that it just rocketed right back to me, I mean, watching my gym teacher, like, laugh at it, yeah, that was, it was pretty bad. I'm just sitting there keeled over. Like, that was one of the ones where you kind of felt it leave your lungs, where you felt like you literally, all the air in your lungs just go. No. We're not going to tell the Chuck-a-Puck story unless you're on stream, because that one, yeah, I think that one requires you at least like laughing in the background for it. Like I said, guys, sorry, I'm feel like I am getting sick, and I hope that's not the case. Uni, spill the tea. Uh-oh. No, I'd rather she doesn't. This is one of the more embarrassing stories of my life. Yeah, oh my god, Chuck-a-Puck. Yeah, it was at a... We went to a lot of hockey games, and yes, there was these things called Chuck-a-Pucks where you could spend, $5. It was like a raffle. And yeah, you like threw them at targets and whatever it landed on. If you landed in the center target, I think it was like 5K or something like that. Yeah. There. Let's just say that a little enthusiastically had something happen. You'll be good. All right, good. All right. Well, then. I thought I had to like beat you to it, or it's just like I might as well just tell her. I just might as well tell the story. No, but for real, having my wife here, like, to react to that makes it, because, yeah, she saw it happen in real time. Like, I experienced it, which... And now you guys get to have a mystery. Yay! All right. Shit. All right, yeah. I think I'm getting sick. This sucks. This isn't just allergies. There's no way. I can't make it without cry laughing through it. Oh, yeah. Prayers for your wife to get better and stay in remission for the rest of her life. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, she's doing well right now in her recovery. She is actually the one right above you in chat. So, really appreciate the sentiment, though. Thank you. All right, guys. I need something to drink that isn't coffee, because I think that this is also making me a little bit more mucusy. Ew. Which, yeah. Members only stream. Ooh, yeah, actually. Might not be a bad idea. Oh, yeah, members only. I forgot about that. That's not technically public. Yep. Next time Pep gets drunk, we'll ask him. That's probably a good way to get that out of me. I really would be like the worst spy, where it's just like, I'll never tell you nothing. It's just like, oh yeah? Would you like a shot? Yeah, you know what? Why not? I mean, I ain't gotta drive nowhere. Would you like another? Were you were hoarding Gatorade? Do you need a Gatorade? Yes, I was. I did squirrel some Gatorade down here. Yeah. Uh-oh, Pep. I'm sorry. Uni, I hear the betrayal. Oh, now I feel bad. Because I wasn't aware that she needed Gatorade. Yeah, why don't you... Yeah, just here. Come get one. I'll toss you one. Then I think I'm gonna put my coffee away here. You're fine. You didn't know we had more. Well, then, yeah, now you do. Yeah. Hey, you don't remember we got these? You didn't wonder where they went? Now, whose fault is that? As I try to, you know, kind of Homer Simpson it back into the bushes here, just like, huh? Oh yeah. All right, guilty as charged. I hid the Gatorades down here because we didn't have fridge space anywhere else. So, and also, yeah, what's the point of having a fridge? I'm not going to have some beverages to grab from the fridge. That's like solid logic right there. Like, you know it. Also, what's up, Jeff? How's it going, man? Pet pans the camera to reveal box of Gatorade. What flavor is that? Looks like swamp water. I mean, it... wait, is this a... Yeah, it's lime cucumber. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, the cucumber and lime, because, you know, makes me feel like, me and my wife, like, we stayed at, like, a, well, kind of fancy hotel. It was fancy enough to where they put cucumber in water, and that was the first time I ever had it, where she was just like, you've never had cucumber in water? I was like, no, this is, like, rich people shit that I've never experienced, and I have had, like, cucumber sandwiches and shit like that, but no. And I like that. And I've done it ever since. And, yeah, this Gatorade kind of tastes like, you know, very close to that. All right, you want one? Now that you're actually talking about it, I will. You're welcome. She came for the toll. Oh, man. She was just like, yeah, you were talking about it. Now I really want one. How is that even expensive? It's not expensive. It's just something, I don't know. I never thought to do it. And like I said, I mean, maybe it was the setting because it was just like one of those like fancy brunches where I was just like, ooh, what's that? Man, okay, this chair has progressively been getting worse. So there's like a back pad on it that's just like breaking. It's what, like, anytime you see me shifting, that's me essentially trying to get my my back to not feel like I have something stabbing it. I didn't even know Gatorade came with a cucumber flavor. Yeah. Like I said, cucumber lime. It's freaking delicious. Bougie, haha, must have been a Laquita. Joke's on you, it was a Best Western, bro. Yeah, see? I was living the high life. No, actually, it was one of those, we talked about it. It was the Palmer House. In downtown Chicago. Went there for one of our anniversaries. Should rim a cup with tahine and pour... Ooh, that Gatorade over ice? Oh, shit. You know what? Okay. I like where you're going with this. Someone that loves him some tahine. Ooh, dude, tahine and watermelon. Oh. 2 thumbs up. Perfect. Oh, dude. That is something that, like, festivals, they're like, just, you put that on a stick. Just tahine, dipped watermelon, cuts on a stick. There you go. That's a business right there. That's my idea. So you, at least, if you're gonna franchise, at least like call it like the Pep's tahine watermelon. Wait, tahine is technically copywritten. How does this work? What do we call it? Spiced watermelon? Watermelon with cucumber lime Gatorade? Yes. No, I'm telling you. Like, if you are sweltering in this summer heat, yeah, this is definitely... This is the way to go. Peptide cooler. Ooh. Hey, yeah, you know what? I could actually make my own version of Ecto Cooler. I've done it before. I mean, I got so close. This is weird. It's kind of like when we talk about food and I start getting hungry. Because we're talking about this, I'm just like, oh, it is so good. It's that hint of cucumber. It's just like, oh, delicious. Anyway. Let's talk about the Anna Kasparian thing. As you guys do file in here, if you have not already hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, we are so close to getting to the 3K that, yeah, guys, we got to do this. We got to do this. So, little subscription push if you guys are enjoying this content. Because I don't want to tell you what to do otherwise. If you are, it really does help me out a lot. So, Peptide water looks like low tide, but damn delicious. Well, it was funny when Tinkerbell said that. I'm just like, oh yeah, it's actually from the reflecting pool. Yeah. That joke was murky. Get it? It's like watching paint peel. Just gonna keep going. Breaking news: Teresa Caputo, the Long Island media, made contact with Mitch McConnell. All right. Valiant Thor coming in with one of the better comments today. That was definitely runner-up for comment of the day. Hey, Pep and all who are cooked like me. Hey, what's up, Robert? How's it going, man? Yeah, I'm actually, feeling all right today. Let's just say I started the day with a wake and a bake sesh where I baked some breakfast. You know what I mean? Bacon breakfast. Dude. The code that I have to use. Bacon breakfast, man. Yeah. All right, now I am stalling for time because it's happening again. Let's I'm gonna mention what it is. There it goes. All right. I promise that we will get to the news here. Look at that! I almost made it to the full hour where it was just a chill hang. Perhaps you should have more Mitch McConnell on stream. Maybe he comes on for like 20 minutes. Wait. I'm happy to be here on Pet Talks, but I don't even know who I am or where I am. Do I have a wife? Wait, you said she went to China. Why would she do that? I'm married to an American. I would never marry one of those. You know, we had internment camps in my time for a reason. Wait, are you telling me that I'm married to one of those? Oh, no. This whole time? Oh, fuck. Fucking Mitch McConnell just goes fucking full-blown racist against his wife. And scene. I think that might be like one of my harder impressions to pull off, specifically because, yeah, that is like a full like contortion. Oh, man. Trump's not too... I mean, dude, I've been saying this for a few months now, but for real, he ain't looking good. Wow. Mitch McConnell sold. He was there when the Chinese Exclusion Act was signed. I mean, that was kind of the joke, so... you know what? I'm just gonna say it. I think I don't think that he is currently like with us as far as his brain capacity. You know what I'm saying? But I was kind of, I don't know. I went kind of hard at Keith Edwards yesterday about his coverage and like the thumbnail and all that stuff. And then somebody pointed out that this is Mitch McConnell we're talking about. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Oh boy, it's hard to give a fuck. It's hard to give a fuck about decency when this guy, like, he has gone way too far out of his way to make, like, our lives miserable. So, yeah. Yeah, I kind of get it. I get where y'all were coming with that. Also, oh, man. We shouldn't insult the dead. Well, he ain't, according to the Republicans, he ain't dead yet, so I get to insult all I want, unless they are in the Senate. Hey, you know what? That's a fair exemption there. I like that. Also, Jonathan, how's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Meat puppet. Dude, he's been dead for like the last 3 years. I mean, realistically, it's kind of how I feel. Jonathan Swift, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I thought you followed, you followed me 2 days ago. How does that work? Wait, you unfollowed me? Oh, shit. That's like that, awkward moment where you see one of, the people you thought you were friends with and your, people you might know, and it says add friend. You're just like, what? I've had that. Hello from Mississippi. Oh, man, how's it there? Politically and just, is it hot as, Satan's asshole there? I could only imagine how it feels in the rest of this country right now. Damn. I didn't do it deliberately, I swear. I was surprised myself. Well, if you also have not subbed to my channel over on YouTube, I have one simple request from you. That you go to this link provided below here, and you go follow over on YouTube. Because if you subscribe over on YouTube, you are getting me so much closer to my goal of 3,000 subscribers. And full disclosure, you guys are getting me that much closer to being able to not have to worry about getting another gig, and I can maintain my my schedule here. So I hope you guys hope you guys are down to go on this journey with me. But also just sorry to hear about your wife. My wife's cancer. Hope your wife gets better soon. Thank you, I appreciate that. She is in, I hate using the term remission because technically she's cancer free. We haven't gotten the remission word thrown our way by the powers that be, so we're just gonna say that she's cancer free. You know, she's post surgery, so she has to she got to rest up. You know, dude, her words were, they just kind of, you know, took a whole bunch of her insides out. So she's definitely got a little ways to go to recover, but recover. Yeah, that's the R word you want. Natch. Oh, way too hot in Texas. Is it? Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, they say it's 87 here in Chicago, but it's freaking way hotter. It feels way hotter than that. Oh, yeah, you called yourself the human pinata. My favorite thing to watch was one of her nurses. She said that. She's like in the middle of it. She's like, yeah, I feel like a human pinata. I just watched her nurse go. It's happened a few times. Because she just does not, like, that's my wife. You know, she doesn't have the, she doesn't have a care in the world when it comes to that stuff. If you feel a little uncomfortable, that's your problem. I love you, baby. I thought that was you. That was just the notification. All right, so now we are past the hour. I do appreciate you guys hanging out, and also if you did follow and like, subscribe, all that stuff, I appreciate that. Oh, really? Lame. I watched somebody get mad at me in real time, I guess. Alrighty. Oh, shit, it's flooding? It's raining here, and it's flooding. Damn, dude. Well, stay safe. Please. I meant it was all caused by ass cancer. Or you mean it was all caused by ass cancer? Yeah? Jesus. You can tell that you're starting to feel a little bit better because you are just like, yeah, you know what? This is what I was dealt. This is what this is what I was dealing with. This is what I'm dealing with now. I don't care. That's the other thing that I really do appreciate. What, you know, the way that she's handling this is because, yeah, she ain't gonna let this break her stride. She ain't nothing gonna hold her down. Oh no, she's got to keep on moving. Oh shit, I hate this chair. This actually might be it. Like, damn it, I might have to swap chairs like midstream here because thank God got one back there at least I can use. See you guys tonight. Oh, Robert, take it off. All right, bud. Well, I will catch you a little bit later. Inspiring singing. What have I done? I don't know. You can put me into the goofy mood now. This is what you get. Oh, yuck. We were just about to cover news. This is your monster. All right. No, we're actually going to cover the news here. I was kind of delaying it specifically because, yeah, I lost all of my saved stuff. So I had to refresh, and we are back in the game. damn, Pep, please don't sing. I'm not that. Hey, listen, that one was on purpose, by the way. That was bad singing on purpose. Or you could just believe what you want to believe, but I don't know. You guys, I dropped pretty much the entire Canadian national anthem yesterday, so take that for what you will. Nah, Pep has the voice of an angel. Thanks. My monster's gone. I used to I used to live in my poop chute. My wife, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus Christ. Wow. All right, Uni. God, you pretty much just took over the show. That's my monster. The fact that you used the emote on it too, it just made it that much better. Okay, folks. Well, with that being said, oh wow. Let's do this. There we go. Poop talks, let's go. I mean, if there's anybody that can initiate the poop talks, like just out of nowhere, yep. That's Mrs. Pep right there. Dude. Is Uni Moogle my wife? Yeah. Yes, Uni Moogle is my wife. Hanging in chat with us. It's called ear pollution. Yeah, she's hilarious. This is what we do. Like we laugh. Like this is how we've gotten through a lot of this, is just we laugh at it. Like, dude, one of the most inspiring things, I'm not trying to be corny here, but right after she got the diagnosis, the way she handled it was you were packing she was annoyingly unpacking her stuff at the hospital, and just well, it is what it is. I have ass cancer. It was just just, and again, seeing the faces of the doctors just go huh? Wow. Kind of just, yeah. As I said, take it in stride. It's your monster. It's your poop shit. Oh, man. He really did just derail stream. Good job. Love you. Yes, check the meme Discord. Oh, shoot. Really? Oh, thank you, Etch, for the McConnell impression. Oh, God. I'll have to watch that one back. Yeah, I'm actually afraid to watch the video that came out on this space. The thing is, I feel like I need to issue a retraction video. Oh shit, I have primetime Pepaganda tonight. Ooh. Oh crap. Wondering how I'm gonna break that. Okay, so I'll figure that one out in a little bit. There we go. We got it working now. So Anna Crapsparian from the Young Turks is in hot water with the internet, and realistically, this is something that I don't see her digging her way out of all of this, because it's every time that she gets close to kind of being hey, I'm kind of sorry. I do kind of, maybe I went a little hard at the left, and then all of a sudden just, nope, I'm gonna double down now. So this is fucked up. Anna Kasparian criticizes alleged rape victim for allowing accused perpetrator Platner to remain in her home. I have to say, like, this is a very bad take. This is like, because I mean, as somebody who was being interpreted as, like, you know, the way that I was, and I could totally see how that was the case. This one's like blatant. Like, this one is, and this is like, it's like, okay, yikes, yeah, this is bad. Yeah, this is bad. Holy shit, what's wrong with this woman? And this is another thing, because right here, this is the tweet that I pulled up from Emma. Didn't this lady leave the left because she felt people on the internet didn't take her sexual assault seriously? Like, yeah, here.
Because it places us in this unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law if this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not allow the individual who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right, to remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did. She alleges that he was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops, or more importantly, get the hell out of the house. But she did neither one of those things. Neither one of those things.
Yeah.
Because it.
Oh, wait. I actually kind of wanted to hear what Jenk had to say about it. It's amazing that these people manage to be consistently awful, all while pretending to be morally superior. Just truly awful people. Shame on anyone who tries to pretend that they have anything valuable to end, or anything valuable to add. Well, ain't that a bitch? Because I actually have one video about their coverage from the Iran thing, but now I kind of want to find the clip where, like, this. What does Jake say to her? Like, that's what I want to. I don't even want to, like, impose or imply that, like, he gives her an out. Because I don't know, man. Did he, like, agree with her? Like, that was bad, dude. Like, that was bad. Let's see. This is another one she's gonna have to address. Because again, this one made her go viral, man. TYT. I don't think that she addressed it. Oh, wait. So, hour 2. Members only. Shit. Alright, well, I guess I can't get it anyway.
There's not a police report, correct?
Wait. All right, here's the full segment from her. We might as well check it out.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and there's not a legal case playing out.
By the way, let me know if the audio is a little loud or too low, because I was having some audio issues earlier today.
For due process to see itself through. So my question to you, given the very high standards Politico has before they write something like this and publish it, what aspects of this story brought it to the level of publishable?
We looked at messages that she had sent to others in the months after this happened through social media.
But you were able to see those DMs?
She tried to recover those DMs. We did not. We were not able to review those DMs, but she described them to us.
Wait, Mika? That was. Wait a minute. I'm actually genuinely surprised that she was pressing him.
What in the
I thought she didn't even like Platner.
world is happening? Mika Brzezinski
What the fuck?
grilling the Political reporter that reported the allegation against Graham Platner. A shocking source.
Audio good is a bit fuzzy. Oh, shit. All right, give me a second. All right. If this is too compressed, let me know.
Some skepticism from there.
Where's Sylvie when I need
She
her?
actually did a brilliant job. We'll show you more about that in a second. And she was tougher on the political reporting and the establishment reporting than a lot of progressive activists have been.
100%.
So is Graham Platner going to drop out? We've certainly got
Mika's audio was fuzzy. Okay, that's probably what it is.
details for you on that. If he does, who might be the next person in line? And was he targeted? So a lot to discuss here. Anna's got the facts.
So before we give you the details, I just want to say Graham Platner's candidacy was treated very differently from the typical centrist /
Oh, here we go.
establishment types in the Democratic
Again, guys, we're getting the full context from what we just saw over on Twitter.
Party. As you just saw, Mika Brzezinski seems very skeptical of the latest reporting, which we're going to get back to in just a second. James Carville, who is, part and parcel of the Democratic establishment, defended Graham Platner prior to the latest allegations. So the establishment wasn't just flat out rejecting him. So I want you to keep that in mind as I give you the details of what's going on here. Now, the latest allegations have to do with a 41-year-old Maine resident who used to date Graham Platner on again, off again for about 2 years. Her name is Jenny Rassicott, and she claims that in late 2021, he allegedly entered her home when the door was unlocked. He was deeply intoxicated, by her telling, and forced himself on her while she told him to stop repeatedly. So her allegation, let's be very...
All right, we have the update on all that too from Dropsite News, where there is a bombshell on this one where they hid certain details that would have helped Platner.
Very clear is that Graham Platner entered her home when he wasn't invited and forcibly raped her. She says to Politico, quote...
Not sure how much though. Like, realistically, I think that this was.
I remember.
No matter what, this was going to end his career.
I remember him grabbing my pelvis and being really forceful of me. I remember the specific moment where I thought to myself, like, this is no longer my choice. Now,
what happened to the therapist notes? That's the biggest one.
Obviously, just
the therapist notes apparently were not a thing.
Described reckless and unsettling behavior by Platner in a New York Times article, but she didn't go into the details. She refused to elaborate, and she said she didn't want to do it, specifically because she didn't want to be known as a rape victim, okay? But she decided to do it a week before an incredibly important electoral deadline in this Senate race in Maine. Now, Platner flat out denies.
I mean, I was saying pretty much the same thing here, so.
Denies the allegations, but
But this is also the same time. At the same time, I had a discussion pretty close after I had this take where I was just like, okay.
Clearly looks like he is
not the best.
Is going to
also, what up, Charlie? What up, Bob? How's it going, guys?
Eventually drop out of this race because every person who endorsed him has now turned on him. Further, this is a statement from Graham Platner's campaign. They say these allegations are very serious, and Graham vigorously denies them. They are also coached and coordinated by out-of-state establishment operatives. For a year, opponents of this campaign
I can't see her as anything but a far-right shill now. I wouldn't call her far-right. I would call her, like, wannabe right.
Thrown everything they can at Graham,
That's not
calling
fair.
him a Nazi, a war criminal, and a communist. None of
Never
it
go full, Anna.
has been true, and this is no different. It's not.
Good rule
It is
of thumb.
not a coincidence, they say, that this story comes a week
You went full Anna. Never go full Anna or Jank.
before the ballot deadline, just as the previous false allegations came a week before the primary. Graham began his campaign to fight.
The party we thought was at least aligned, or at least has aligned goals. Used our empathy to take out our candidate. Yeah.
For a Maine where everyone is treated with dignity.
That's how I felt about this, like right off the get go, and I think that's why I kind of had like almost like a wait, what? Because it felt like we were being just worked.
And where Mainers are put first, and no amount of desperate smears will stop this movement from.
But this does kind of bring into the whole, like, yeah, you know what? He is too fucking problematic. Yes, and this should have never been a thing.
Seeing that vision through. Now, I want to just quickly get into what type of evidence Politico relied on in order to publish this story, because these are serious allegations. So, Rassicott told Politico that she had exchanged text messages with Platner that night, telling him not to come over before he did come over, right? Now, she said that she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said that she realized when she heard a sound at the stairs or on the stairs that he had let himself in. She left the door unlocked, which allowed for him to let himself in. Platner came up the stairs, she said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. She said she smelled alcohol in his breath and believed he was almost blackout drunk because Platner ignored her protests and continued to grab her after knocking over an antique sewing kit, spilling small needles everywhere. Now, she was apparently unable to produce the text messages or the direct messages that she allegedly sent to Platner, which Mika Brzezinski drilled the political.
I'm gonna be honest. The only thing weird about that is the fact that it's like, dude, I mean, maybe this is just a me thing. I have most of my messages specifically just in case, there's ever a need to go back, mostly because of like, was my data sold or anything? Like, trust me, guys, those like class action lawsuits, if you have the proof that they had correspondence with you, oh boy,
Politico
that does help.
Reporter on. So let's take a quick look at that.
What do you have that actually connects?
Yeah, if you guys get like an email about the Facebook one, yeah, look into that one, because if you have a Facebook account, yeah, you're like almost guaranteed eligible for payment, and it's like close to $500.
This literally, Graham Platner to raping this victim.
Yeah, she reached out to him the day after via Instagram, and essentially, told him that
top law tip of the day.
She didn't want to hear from him again. She told him that morning as well, and we looked at messages that she had sent to others in the months after this happened through social media.
But you were able to see those DMs?
She tried to recover those DMs. We did not.
Dan, does this guy not give political operative fucking vibes just based in the way that he's presenting this?
We were not able to review those DMs, but she
just voice. It's good to see him.
Described them to us. We also, long before he was a political candidate, we saw.
She only text through Insta, not traditional text. Yeah, but isn't all like meta text message? Like, isn't that something that they could technically go back and find through metadata?
Her essentially explain.
I mean, I'm genuinely asking this. I don't know.
To others that he was, quote, in her words, consensually careless, end quote. And
right, but were you able to see the interactions between Graham Platner and this alleged victim? Did you actually physically see them?
It really does just look like a human otter.
Did she produce them for you?
She attempted to uncover them. But was unable to.
Willie?
Okay, so let me give you some more detail into the political reporting, and then I'll go to you, Cenk. So they write that Rasicot had said that she waited several weeks until she got her period to ensure she wasn't pregnant, then sent Platner a private message on Instagram saying that the encounter was not consensual and she did not want to hear from him ever again. She said she later deleted all texts and social media correspondence with Platner as she tried to move on from the assault, and said she has not been able to recover Instagram messages she sent him about the incident. Now, what is the evidence then? Well, the strongest evidence that Politico was able to provide to justify their reporting, where they're essentially accusing him of rape, is the following. So there was an exchange between Rasicot and an acquaintance on Facebook, and I'm gonna read you the relevant portions of their exchange. So the acquaintance says, "What's his deal? Should I not fix up my friend, assuming he's single?" Rasicot responds with, "He can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times." Okay.
That's legitimately a fucking crazy way to put that.
The acquaintance says, She responds, "When drunk plus PTSD." Acquaintance says,
"Oh, wait a minute though. That could actually be her trying to be safe with her language on there, because I mean that does kind of have like the allegedly kind of vibe.
I knew about the PTSD, and then she says he also lies. And then
But this was before she knew he was even going to be into politics, so.
acquaintance says forces.
And also, this kind of plays back to why doesn't she have the correspondence between the two of them screenshotted and saved?
Himself on people, I guess that's what she's trying to say. And then Rassicot later says, one thing that grossed me out after him and I had dated was that I saw his profile on OkCupid, and that site asks a lot of questions. And one of the questions was, if your partner told you they had over 100 sexual partners, what would your response be? And his response was, that's not that many. So that super grossed me out, thinking he's probably slept with a ton of people. Doesn't listen to you when drunk. Okay, that is the most significant evidence. And personally, as a woman, if someone raped me, I wouldn't call them consensually challenged. But maybe that's just the way she communicates. I don't know.
Consensually challenged that's a hell of a way to put that.
Further, there was a therapist that she spoke to recently about this alleged rape from all the way back in 2021. So she didn't tell her therapist about it at the time.
No.
She didn't file a police
No, and that's the thing is, this was being misreported right out the fucking gate.
report. She apparently told an ex-boyfriend who she started dating in 2022 about the incident, although she was very vague about it. The man, who was granted anonymity out of concern for his personal privacy, told Politico that she had told him bits and pieces about a bad experience with Platner before confiding the full details of what happened in 2023. That's the other piece of evidence that maybe you can point to. But I don't know. Everyone has withdrawn their endorsement of Platner. And I think the allegations are suspicious. I'm just going to say it. I think Platner's tattoo and his explanation of how he handled the tattoo after realizing it was a Nazi tattoo was way more problematic than these claims. That's my thought.
Okay, there are two different issues here. Was he targeted? What does it mean to be targeted?
I get what he meant about the body count thing. She was worried about him doing it to others. The way that I interpret the body count thing is that he didn't want to put off, possibly having a partner that had more than 100. I don't know.
And then did he actually do this specific
Listen, as a non-kink shamer, I don't really care how many partners anybody's had. None of my fucking business.
So you've got to separate those two things out, and they're both relevant. So first of all, the media never talks about this thing that everyone in politics knows about, because it would make them kind of complicit in some of the games.
Plus, let's be fucking real here. Dudes have been talking about that shit since since they turned fucking 16, 17 is when they start talking body count bullshit and all that. Fucking A, man. No.
Games that are played. It's called Oppo research.
That right there is kind of like just looking for something else to find a problem with.
Opposition research. So
yeah, and exaggerating too, where it's just like, yeah, man. Yeah, my body count's closer to 200, 300. Isn't that normal? What's up?
There are different groups that do opposition research, and then they hand it over to the media. So the groups that are doing it clearly have an agenda, and this is now.
No, I'm saying that's why she was alone. Oh.
Bipartisan.
Oh, got you now.
It's not
okay.
like Democrats don't do opposition research. Progressives do it, but super weak, in my opinion. Almost never do they actually put any oomph behind it. And besides which, when establishment
they're bombing Iran again, yes,
figures give Oppo research to the mainstream media, they love it. The media loves it.
This time was Trump actually formally declared the ceasefire over, so
it and immediately prints it, and that's relevant to this case. If progressives give it to them, they don't print it, and they look it over 1 billion times and say it didn't meet their standards. That's why Mika Brzezinski's questions there were really interesting. She's like, this met your standards? Your evidentiary standards? So let's start with, now when you move over, we'll come back to who might have targeted him. But was he targeted? Oh, there's no question. I mean, you'd have to be brain dead. You'd have to be Mitch McConnell not to see that he was targeted. It was one thing after another. His tattoos, his Reddit posts, his every girlfriend is contacted by the New York Times. Why? And then one woman comes out who's basically does Oppo research for the Republicans, and she says he did something for me.
And who defended Brett Kavanaugh when Christine Blasey Ford came forward with, I think, far more credible allegations against Kavanaugh, because there were several people she spoke to at the time of the alleged rape attempt by Kavanaugh.
So this is the media's like 7th attempt or something to end Graham Platner's campaign. If you think these are just, oh, well, he's so problematic, they're just organically popping up. That's not true at all. That is definitively not correct. There are groups who try to take out candidates. It is relatively normal, although it's never talked about in the press, because remember the press.
No, this is literally like, yeah, there are firms that do this, like,
doesn't do,
and this is their entire existence.
Their own job. These groups.
He is right about that.
Do.
I'm kind of glad we watch this.
And then the question is, who does the press?
Doesn't make her, like, honestly, the part. Did it already happen? Because I'm kind of mixing what we already watched on Twitter. But God, yeah, it doesn't make her take about like why was like just leave him in the house. Like, although the one part that she did ask about like why not take that opportunity to maybe call it like, but this is where on again, off again relationship. I don't know, like. This is where questioning the trauma response. That's where bridge too far.
Choose to target? Who do they choose to write the stories about? Who do they choose to not write the stories about? But we're going to come back to the essence of this case in a second. Anna.
I just have so many thoughts.
I don't understand if the first time didn't work, why the second time? The weird part is how they didn't lead with this, and now we are finding out that they could have led with this.
About this, so bear with me as I go through them all, okay? I loathe horse race politics specifically because of this reason. Because it places us in this unbearable position of having to adjudicate something that should have been adjudicated in a court of law if this actually took place. If someone entered my home and forcibly raped me, I would not allow the individual
here's the take where it's like,
who forcibly raped me, that's violent, right? To remain in my home and sleep it off. But that is what she did. She alleges that he was so drunk that she didn't want to tell him to leave because he might harm someone on the road. He just forcibly raped you, right? Call the cops, or more importantly, get the hell out of the house. But she did neither one of those things. Neither one of those things.
Yeah, so look.
Okay, here we go. Here's what I wanted to hear from Jank, because that was the clip that we saw out of, I hate to say out of context, but it is true. Like, it was taken out of the context of the full clip. That's just how it is.
Again, I hate the situation we're in.
This might lose the Young Turks a lot of, I mean, dude, they already had, they were leaking just so many fucking supporters because of just take after take after take. I don't even know who watches the Young Turks anymore, to be completely real, because are you a centrist watching the Young Turks? Are you a right winger? Are you a left wing? Like, is there still lefties that just can't let go? I'm genuinely kind of wondering who the fuck their audience is.
Where we have to try to adjudicate this with not enough.
Sorry, had a meeting. Nah, don't apologize.
Evidence.
Just glad you're back now.
Could it be that she's telling the truth? Of course it could be. Now, guys, if it's true. I'm
so frustrated because good faith people on the left are not questioning her experience. We are questioning the political framing of her experience, and the distinction matters. Thank you. Yes, Pinkerbell. Fucking well stated.
Then it's a huge problem, right? But we don't know for sure that it's true. But in a situation like this, even if you say you're not sure that it's
men enamored with Anna,
it's true, that's it. People come and take your head off because they.
I don't think that Simps can keep that network going.
Say once we made an allegation, it's over. You're not allowed to object to that.
I mean, realistically, they still hit almost 100,000 per like clip now. Like they're not falling off the way that you would think.
Allegation. But wait a minute.
Which I'm not trying to stand up for them. I just was surprised by their view count, where I was like, oh shit, they're actually not doing as poorly as I thought.
That caught my attention here. And again, Mika Brzezinski also saying this doesn't look right at all. This is not enough to publish a piece. Gives you a sense of, we're not making this up, guys. And we're not doing it because we're biased. Look at the fact pattern here. So the thing that caught my eye, Anna, was on the therapist.
Yeah.
Because
yes, the therapist didn't want to talk to the press, by the way.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I guess I'm gonna just bury the lead here. The therapist literally said, just like pretty much the believe, like, hey, you are entitled to be believed because this is how we feel about this movement. And
Politico
she literally didn't say, like, she didn't substantiate her at all.
Kept saying, well, she says she talked to the therapist, and the therapist does not acknowledge it, but says that they do have a relationship. No, wait.
No. Let's be totally accurate, okay?
Yeah.
The therapist acknowledged that she spoke to her recently.
Once I found out that the therapist didn't actually corroborate the story, I was shocked. It definitely changes things. Like, again, that's the reason that Hassan and everybody initially freaked out, because it was like, this leads to the credibility of the accusation itself. Now it all falls on just the victim itself or herself, and it does still make it a little murky, but this is where it definitely would not have caught fire the way that it did. That little extra detail did push it into the fucking, whoa, there's no way you could deny this now.
About what alleged.
This is why I was saying, like, there was so much shady shit about this where I was just like, the timing and all of it, like, no, this has ops written all over it, man. And again, the fact that they were screaming from the top of the mountains how that this guy cannot win. We cannot allow him to win. It's like, why? Because then he would help the left. It's like,
allegedly happened, but did not want to issue a statement to Politico.
Well,
yeah, so the therapist is not confirming it.
Right.
I mean, there's a very
I'm janking off. Ew.
easy way to confirm it. Say, hey, I don't want to talk about it, but yes, I confirm that she said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Platner didn't help himself, though. No, he really didn't.
Give some context, give a statement, and then look, the therapist is in a tough spot too. It doesn't mean that.
But he still hasn't dropped out. I mean, the thing is, not with this new information, this is what kind of sucks, is the fact that we didn't give it time.
That she thinks.
And it's all because everybody fell into they did exactly what they knew was going to happen. Panic mode to try and force a safe candidate, which I don't know if you guys know this, but this is going to be a milquetoast Dem. It's not going to be Mills. It's going to be somebody else. But even if it's Troy Jackson, they are saying there's just no way that, like, Collins doesn't get the nomination or doesn't win.
This is skeptical, and we have no idea. But that's the thing. In order to print a story, you're supposed to have two excellent sources, right? So here, the only thing that's a little bit persuasive is those text messages that Anna read to you guys. And so then you guys make up your own mind on whether you think calling someone consensually careless is the same as saying he raped me.
It isn't. It just isn't. Again, the fact that she used that term consensually careless kind of made my brain just go, what the fuck? Why would you, like, no, because you do understand that she's essentially whitewashing and just being like, nah, if you want to go and fuck him, go ahead. Like, she wasn't protecting this woman. The thing is, guys, I brought this up about how I know in my life, I know somebody that had they gone to the authorities with the accusation against, like, the guy that SA'd her, he would have been picked up. It would have been on his record. But it ended up happening again. And this is where, I hate to say it, it does kind of fall on, like, okay, if she had gone and reported it, would this have changed that outcome? Similar situation here.
So, and by the way, in all of these stories, it's barely ever mentioned that they were in a.
The Democrat leaders are behind this. If the smoke leads to them, there will be demands for new leadership from top to bottom. There already is. That's why they're freaking out.
Relationship at the time.
She spent more time elaborating how disgusted she was that he might have slept with a lot of women than she did about the alleged rape. When she's talking to an acquaintance who's asking her about Graham Platner because she's thinking about fixing a friend up with him.
The thing is, this wouldn't, like, if I heard this, like, just outside of, like, the crunch time here, I would have just been like, all right, let's see what happens here, man. But it's because it's crunch time, and we're all feeling it.
Person that they go to, the current boyfriend, the therapist, the other folks.
I mean, they tried to do this with his wife.
People that normally in a story.
And then his wife told them to shut the fuck up and stay out of their relationship.
Like this go, yes, at the time she told me this, and this is a text message we have, or etc. None of that is here other than the two texts that Anna read you. One of them is barely relevant. The other one is the one that has the careless comment, right? So if you think that's definitive, I'm 100% positive, no problem. Because it's we all make a different choice on how we view it. So look, for me, this is not about whether Graham Platner did it or not. At this point, that question is almost irrelevant because
it's over. It's over for him.
Yeah, everybody pulled their endorsement. It's considered toxic. You can't support him. Blah blah blah. So we're not trying to fight that battle, guys. We're trying to tell you how politics works and what to be on the lookout for. And how does this process work?
Everyone who's ever dated an alcoholic knows what consensually careless means. I don't doubt he did bad things and that she felt violated and froze as the trauma response.
Because were there all
the thing about, and this is one of two, I'm assuming,
all these different opposition research groups targeting Susan Collins and calling all of her ex-boyfriends and looking through her text messages, asking about therapists? None, zero. Is there any about establishment candidates, Democrat or Republican? Almost never. It has to fall right into your lap, right? Yep. And again, it's Oppo research, usually by other Democrats, right?
Yep.
But do they get targeted? No, the establishment never gets targeted.
Yeah.
Never.
I mean, honestly, no matter what, we're gonna look back at this and just be like, fuck.
But when you have an outsider, Bernie Sanders, Graham Platner, but a lot of right-wing outsiders.
And like I also was saying before all of this, and this new information,
there's two.
And now that we have this information, because I was speculating about this even going back to when we first found out about this.
They rev up the machine. Let's go.
And that was the whole point. Was they knew that if you were going to speculate about that it's just like, well, hold on.
Destroy. What's interesting about something that Anna mentioned is that in this case, not all the establishment Democrats are united.
No, they're not.
Sonny Hosen also defended Graham Platner today.
Today?
Oh, really?
Today.
Really? I didn't know that.
On The View.
That's so shocking. So I mean, look, the reason why I bring up the establishment figures who are defending him is because this isn't a typical progressive candidate that has the
Democrats are so talented at finding new creative ways to lose on principles.
Establishment.
Well said.
Digging in to see what kind of Oppo research they can find to destroy him. I'm sure there are some. But I didn't feel the same treatment toward Platner that I noticed with other progressive candidates in earlier races or even during, this election cycle. So look, I think that, after he won the primary, all he needed to do was see who was outraged by his win. It wasn't members of the Democratic establishment. It tended to be people who didn't like his stance on foreign policy. I'll just leave it at that.
AIPAC.
So I don't know who dug up the Oppo research.
AIPAC.
All I know is there's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to this issue, when we literally have a sitting president who played a massive role in the cover-up of the Epstein files, who has been found civilly liable for sexual abuse in the E. Jean Carroll's case, who has been credibly accused of all sorts of things, including sexual assault and rape by dozens of women. I mean, so are we going to allow this kind of stuff or not? Because it seems like when it comes to certain political figures, it's totally okay, even if in a court of law, civilly, they are found liable of sexual abuse. Even though they are found liable, of engaging in a cover-up of one of the biggest sex trafficking scandals involving minors that we know of in American history. So I don't know, this whole thing is trash. And look, I hate being put in this position because I've been skeptical of Platner since the tattoo thing. And you know that because we had it out on the show on that issue.
Which is crazy because I remember that Emma was criticizing Anna for criticizing the tattoo thing. God, this does get exhausting sometimes.
How do you realize you have a Nazi tattoo and wait until you're running for a congressional or for a Senate seat to remove it? I just don't get it. I don't understand that. So Platner wasn't my favorite. I'm not going out of my way to defend him because, he's someone that I desperately want to win. The reason why I'm doing this right now is because I'm looking at the facts we have in front of us right now, and I'm sorry. I just don't think
I agree with Anna on this part,
evidence rises to the occasion of Politico publishing this as if he's already proven guilty as a rapist.
This was,
Jake Tapper was ready with a segment on this as soon as the story broke, so that means that they had some advance notice that it was going to break, and you go to Jake Tapper, put it out there. Okay, so guys.
What up, Brian? Good to see you, man.
Look, we definitely don't know exactly who did it. So now we have to look at the puzzle and the context clues, etc. So I said right after it happened, what'll happen is now establishment media will find a new target, and they'll start to attack him over and over and over and over again, and it'll probably be someone who's opposed to Israel and corporate PACs and the establishment overall. And guess who's up today? Actually, there's two people. One is Abdul El-Sayed. They have now tried a great number of attacks against him. So before, Hassan Piker was on a campaign with him. That's it. That's disqualified. That didn't work. That actually increases numbers. Today they're going with, this Israel stuff isn't working. He once was in favor of defund the police. Okay, so that's a new line of attack against Graham Platner. So far, 0 lines of attack against Haley Stevens, his opponent. She is an enormous supporter of Israel, has taken an enormous amount of money from the AIPAC. No investigations, no attacks, no targeting, nothing, right? Never in the news in a negative way. Abdul, one after another. Tonight, another one. Oliver Larkin, a candidate we featured here just last week. He's running against Jared Moskowitz.
I mean, they are going hard at fucking Abdul Al-Sayed like the way that I thought they would.
In Florida, an establishment Democrat, very pro-Israel. Okay, Oliver Larkin is not. He wants to
Good to be here. Got to be honest. Hard day for me. Long time for. Oh Jesus, dude. I'm so fucking sorry to hear that.
Funding to Israel.
Brian. So your company is very appreciated. Hey, we're here for you, man. I mean, in the context of what you're going through, this is just silly daily bullshit. But hopefully, this is a good distraction. Fuck.
Now, Hassan Piker talked to Oliver Larkin, and Oliver Larkin is not part of it's a problem. Attack, attack, attack. So who do I think it is? Well, normally I would say it's probably someone related to the establishment Democrats like Schumer, but the establishment Democrats are split. So that leaves the one PAC that is what? The largest contributor to members of Congress in the last election cycle, AIPAC. The Israeli lobby.
Don't worry about it, man. I appreciate you letting us know, and it just you know that you're in a safe space here. So
wanted Graham Platner in this Senate, causing trouble for them, saying that we should pull funding of Israel. And you think that they might spend $18 million against Jamal Bowman and at least $16 million against Tom Massey, but they wouldn't do Oppo research.
Never.
No, that's a line too far. Everybody does Oppo research. You think?
Okay, so I'll just start with the first one. Everyone who has ever dated an alcoholic knows what consensually careless is. I don't doubt he did bad things. You guys keep taking this away from me. So she felt violated and frozen. The trauma response, a thing, or the myth of needing a perfect victim in order for accusations to be taken seriously. And 2, it gives them ammunition to people who are already primed to discount women for being like, see females lie, and dismiss the whole thing and learn the wrong lesson. Okay, yeah.
AIPAC doesn't do it?
No.
So my guess is...
That is the whole reason that we kind of react that way in general to, like, the idea.
Based on...
Of, like, yeah, okay, so we would... Giving women in society a free, a safe space to do this shit, and this is why I hate the fact that even the word safe space has been kind of relegated to just like, well, you need safe space. It's like, yeah, some people actually, like, they do in situations like this.
On these context clues, but it's just a guess. I don't know, but I do know it was definitely targeting. So is that
the one thing we're really bad at is calling out the fact that, like, now if they're going to disingenuously throw this shit at us, then it's like, okay, then this means that you're going to have systematic police reform. We're also going to have a whole bunch of new investigations into the Epstein, victims. Like, the fact that they are failing so hard at even playing the Uno reverse card in a way that doesn't necessarily, like, played even Platner. But the fact is, they are letting Republicans clutch their pearls and just lead with this fucking this false outrage again, not recognizing the fucking just blatant hypocrisy that's at foot.
That it was people that are part of the Israeli lobby that marked him for destruction, and that is why.
Hey, shout out Terrence, man. He was brilliant and a little younger than you, man. Yeah.
Mainstream media.
Shout out Terrence. Terry.
It's like, oh, uncorroborated. The last New York Times piece. We talked to every single.
We got bad Terry, good Terry, and he was awesome, Terrence.
Girlfriend didn't get a single thing other than a GOP operative. We'll print it. We don't care about two sources. Our rules go out the window when we're ordered to attack. And now Politico. Oh, our normal rules, as Mika just showed you, out the window because we've been ordered to attack. So we have to attack and destroy Graham Platner. So now, and by the way, their last piece of that trick is twofold. After they destroy their target, they then say, who supported him earlier? Yeah, you're all guilty. Now you smear Bernie Sanders and you smear Ro Khanna, you smear our revolution, you smear.
Please, for anyone who's engaging in that, choke on it. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Choke on it all night long.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel.
I hate to say it, but that segment with the additional context, it made it a little less bad. All right, let's get the full story. Thanks, Anna, for bringing this to my attention, by the way.
Politico and CNN omitted a key detail from its
this is crazy, by the way.
reporting around the Graham Platner sexual assault allegations we have learned. Let's take a listen to how Jenny Rasicot, the accuser of Graham Platner, described how the evening began in her interview with Jake Tapper on CNN.
It was a night where him and I were texting back and forth, and he had taken something that I said as an invitation, and that's not how I meant it, and I quickly clarified, and he sent a message back indicating...
Which the omission, I hate to say, is kind of fucking bad. Where it is like, okay, yeah, I would have been a little confused myself.
He would come over, and I said, no, don't come over. Like, I'm not in the mood, don't come over. And I was more stern with that message. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I thought that that meant he got the message or gave up on it or whatnot.
Okay, Sagar, so there was no follow-up from Jake Tapper. If you listen closely there, that she said, we were texting back and forth, and he took something that I said as an invitation to come over. This is, they'd been dating off and on for about 2 years at this point. The follow-up from a normal person at that point is,
what did you say?
What'd you say?
Right.
Like, what was the thing that you said to?
Yeah, what'd you say?
To him that he misunderstood. Now let's take a look at how Politico reported this. This is deep.
This is where I say, like, the fact that this Politico piece was so fucking politically motivated, huh?
This is how Politico first reported. So Rasicot told Politico.
You do understand that in any other context, this would mean that they need to not only issue a retraction, but like they could technically get sued for this shit.
She connected with Platner on the dating app Bumble in 2019.
Will they? We'll see.
Relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized...
Wait, can I use that drop? No, I don't think so.
She heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Damn. Platner came up the stairs, Rasicot said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to
So is my skepticism warranted? Yeah.
Stop, and that she wasn't interested.
Yeah.
So, Sagar, you read that, and most people in Washington who read that, they're like, that sounds like he broke in to the house.
I honestly hate how much time and energy has been wasted on this, and we get fucking Collins anyway. Yep.
Uninvited.
But that just shows you where it's like they planned on this. And this is where it does cut, like, it almost feels more insulting that they were just expecting us to all react this way, and then everybody that would like even question it to be like, nope, you're a grape apologist at this point. You can't even, like, they were banking on this.
and then
Like, God damn it.
began a
That's what feels like. That's where I was going at it with this like idea that I feel like we have been not just duped by like Grand Plat, but dude, they are weaponizing the way we react to things, which holy fuck. That's a problem, guys, that we really need to address.
violent assault of her. Nowhere.
We can't let these shitheads fucking dictate how we feel about these things, especially when it comes to politics like this. Because god damn it, that means that AIPAC, they could just view like I hate the fact that we've also overused the term psyop, but this is literally psyop shit.
Does Politico mention
Let this play.
what she mentioned to CNN there, that she had said something in the text message exchanges that he mistook as an invitation. They just say, and elsewhere in the article, they say he was, quote, uninvited. It turns out, and we have learned, that Politico definitively, at the time of publication, knew precisely what Jenny had texted to Graham that he, according to her, mistook as an invitation to come over. And we know this because the Washington Post also interviewed Jenny Rassicot. And Jenny told the Washington Post, because she's being honest. She's laying out all of the details.
Wait, don't forget the two Rebeccas?
Which is how it should be. You lay out all the details, and then you let the readers, the public,
Wait,
the voters,
where are the two Rebeccas?
say, okay, here, we have all the different facts. Here's how we interpret
Rebecca's in
this
chat?
scenario. So good for her for being
I
transparent.
totally agree with you, and I want to say that up at the top.
Yes.
This is in no way
I'd feel bad if I missed it.
an
So
attack on her. This
Right.
is about how I believe that the media has handled this story.
She was, she was
and dude, I mean, this is what I was saying about them just like latching onto it, and then there was just no changing the narrative at all or questioning the narrative because they were just like, we don't have time to question the narrative. We need a new candidate now. You need to resign, Platner. Do what we told you
from the beginning
about this. She doesn't. She doesn't have the text messages anymore. Plattner apparently doesn't have the text messages anymore. So we're going by her memory of what they are. And to her credit, she divulged the details of the text messages.
Jonathan on motorcycles
that evening, and to the she divulged it to the Washington
they are
Post.
both sickos.
The Washington Post reaches out to the Plattner campaign for comment. Good for the Washington Post. And in their request for comment, they mention that Jenny had been texting him talking about a massage earlier. And so the Plattner campaign sees this, and they go back to Politico, and they say, apparently there's some more context here.
How do both these men manage to make outfits with those ties boring as fuck? It's because of the shirt choices underneath.
About like the back and
like with that tie, you want a brighter color. So either like if he's gonna like even a lighter gray or just go white.
Fourth, like, do you know about these text messages?
Not that I'm necessarily a suit expert by any means, because I hate suits, but because I hate suits, I also have a very like when I wear one, it has to be very like it. I'm very particular, and it has to be. Yeah, I got to be styling.
The reporter then exchanges messages with the Plattner campaign. Those messages have been now
High contrast, that's a key.
Circulating in Maine politics.
They need to talk to
in
Kyle.
Maine political circles. I obtained a copy of those. I was able to authenticate them with sources with knowledge of them. And here is what the Politico reporter said to the campaign. Jenny Rassicot had been, quote, texting Plattner about needing her glute massaged. That detail didn't make our story.
Right.
Glute massage. So within about a half an hour of getting this glute massage text, Plattner is in the house. Now, she says
she followed up.
No, don't come.
And don't come.
Because he texted back. So he's wasted, clearly. He gets this message. I need my glute massaged.
Right.
He comes over, he's texts back, I'm coming over. And she's like, wait, don't come over. She says, don't come over, don't come over. This is Maine, he's not taking the subway. Like, so he's drunkenly driving over there.
Yes.
Comes into the house, and then it gives, she says he's grabbing her on the couch. Well, where is
She's saying no.
Right. Where's he grabbing her? Like, is he like immediately starting like the glute massage or whatever?
Right.
Anyway, The Washington Post, to its credit, included a version of the detail. We could put up Washington Post at D7. One night in November or December 2021, she said she texted him to say that she could use a massage. She said she did not intend it as an invitation, but he interpreted it that way, immediately replying to say he would come right over. She said she wrote back twice, telling him not to. The Post was not able to review the alleged messages or independently verify them. Rassico said she later deleted them soon after the incident. So Post didn't include the glue part, but did mention the massage to their credit. But because the Politico published first, nobody. I
mean, the weird part is, outside the accusations, this we can focus on the fact that this was blatantly irresponsible of Politico, and as I said, like the scandal is the fact that they were hiding any parts of this.
I didn't even know the Washington Post reported this.
Exactly, and I think that's why this is important. So there's the most important part, and let's just zoom out, because this does potentially explain why a drunken Platner enters the home.
Right.
It stops there because that's where the rest of the evening and her account of the evening, it no longer accounts for. But it does explain a detail. And I think what was key to the understanding generally that all of us had was that it did genuinely appear as if Platner had been told explicitly not to come over there, understood that to be the case, broke into the home effectively. Right. Entering a home unannounced, and which just whether it's unlocked or not, is a full-blown crime. I mean, and I do think that that's part of why we need to assess this very seriously. The very definition of what Jenny has alleged here is a full-blown gross sexual assault, Class A felony in the state of Maine, with a statute of limitations for 20 years. That's what she is alleging, which carries a significant prison sentence for like decades potentially in prison. And that is my understanding of how I need to evaluate what is being alleged here. I want to make that clear. Now, if I were then to submit to due process or something like that in a trial, and I saw something like that, it would significantly change, again, my understanding of how the event were to begin. This does not in any way say that she is lying about what then transcribed. Also,
they should stick to the media critique. That's kind of where I was going at it. From
agency from Platner, who is
like I was saying, no matter what, it's like, dude, Politico and fucking New York Times, you got some splaining to do.
Wasted out of his mind 5 years,
especially because we all kind of saw this as being oppy as it was.
Years ago, mind, not.
But the therapist one, I have to be real. The way that they misappropriated what the therapist said and reported on it, where they were just like, no, she talked to her therapist and corroborate. And also the brother. The thing is, they kept saying her brother was part of the corroborating witnesses, and there hasn't been shit about this guy.
20 years ago.
And again, fuck you for fucking asking any of these questions.
5 years ago, absolutely blacked out drunk, and then clearly...
I didn't see the therapist stuff. What? Yeah, Sylvie, it's bad. It's bad.
In a position.
The therapist came out and said, I have a relationship with her, but no, she did not confide this in me. And the explanation that she gave was that she essentially gave her the breakdown on what she can do within the Me Too movement and the expectations that every woman should be listened to. It's bad. Like I said, it's so bad because of the way that they fucking misappropriated it.
He had been
like, this is, you want to talk about irresponsible? Like, this is shit when I was in media training, this shit was exactly what they told us not to do, because this shit is not only a career ender, this could get you, like, you could be sued into the ground and just never get out of it.
In several of these types of encounters, which have been described from...
This is why we have the laws we do. Like, this is why, like, the fake news accusations, like, just slipping by everybody was so fucking dangerous. And the fact that the press wasn't constantly pushing back saying, you know what, sue us, or we'll take you to court.
Fifield, to others, women or ex-girlfriends who have talked to the media.
This is why I believe women, but we need to investigate to make sure.
He put himself...
Well, that's why I said, in a perfect world, this would have been something where we could have, waited, but because it's crunch time, Rebecca, thank you for the $20 donation and officially sending us $5 over the goal.
And had terrible judgment, terrible behavior and put himself in a situation where something like this
Australians
could happen.
it's gonna convert. All right, so it's probably gonna take us to either 105. No, so it's gonna go to the one,
which
the
was
100.
obviously very
Here, let's see.
traumatizing to Jenny herself in terms
It
of her
rounds up
understanding
or
the
down.
Facebook messages about consensually careless. That's why I think this is a media story, because I think that the irresponsibility of not reporting that led
what's
to
100?
an understanding of how the event transpired, which is not fulsome with the general reality. And maybe it seems like you and I are splitting hairs, but the reason why I think it's really important, and when you learn this, it really struck me, is it really reminded me of how a lot of the Me Too cases in 2017 and 2018 transpired, in which it was very obvious it was purely on the word of one person. You could have contravening evidence of what obviously was a complicated encounter, or something where, look, there's genuine, misunderstanding, or a different takeaway, and in which people's lives got totally ruined.
There we go.
And I do think that in this
that damn
case,
conversion rate.
like with Platner, look, it looks like he's on the
You
track
watch it
to
every
resign,
night now.
and when he does, from
It's
what we
just
know
funny the way that it does automatically go up or down, and I've watched it do both now.
about his finances, if his rich parents don't bail him out, he has no money, and he will be branded, let's call it what it is.
Right, and this is where I was kind of saying about the defamation part of this too, because God forbid this was fake. So his career, his life get ruined based on an accusation that then was proved false. Then what? This is why I do kind of take that step back and go yo, dude, we do need to kind of we need to go through this, especially in this situation with such high stakes. This wasn't your average 2017 bad tweets fucking Me Too, or having the full fucking receipts, because goddamn, man,
a rapist.
And this isn't like I said yesterday, this isn't like the Johnny Depp and fucking Amber Heard thing, but that's where a lot of this fucking comes from.
For all time. And that is kind of what we're talking about, beyond the political implications, but the character of the person. I don't think he has particularly good character, personally, in terms of the way that he's acting.
I remember when Amber Heard lost that trial.
Politics is not a
everybody hated her
character context. Were this really then? If it was, it wouldn't be good.
I would call for an extension on the campaign to investigate. The thing is, they can't, because this is why they did it, and this is why I call it suspicious from the get-go. The fact is, they could have, I feel like they could have done this a few weeks ago, but the crunch time and getting up to that July 13th deadline, that was the whole point. Because they saw this as being no matter what, they're going to force him out and replace him. Because this is too much. This is a bridge too far, because we know how they're going to react to it. That's where I was going with that, where I was just and that's them weaponizing our reactions against us, and I'm not too fucking keen on that.
We wouldn't have Trump as president.
Yeah, I say all of this only to...
A special session could have been called, couldn't it? I don't think so. I think that this one was enshrined in Maine's Constitution, and that's the reason that they can't even revisit this right now.
Say that the way that CNN did not follow up that question and Politico did not include that detail, that is willful in trying to craft a narrative. That's not what we're supposed to do.
Right.
That's why, and that's part of why I appreciate the show. We talk back and forth, we add different context, detail, understanding, and for them, by printing it the way they did, I mean, as a journalist, I think the ultimate job is to always include as much understanding in an event as possible, especially one. There's just something like this. Jenny is alleging a full-blown felony, punishable by a decade or plus or whatever in prison. That merits a serious understanding of how we're gonna put in all the detail as much as possible, as if then we're go to trial, since they knew the direct implications of their story at the time that they wrote it. Yeah. They knew exactly how it would unfold.
And what's so interesting is that, like we were saying earlier, credit to Jenny for volunteering this information.
I totally agree.
Perhaps she thought that maybe Platner still had the text messages, but either way, she
did not hide anything.
She did not hide this at all. It is the media that decided that this was not a relevant detail to share. And like you said, none of what we're saying here is intended to say, oh, well, everything afterwards is justified. No, of course not. The question is it a relevant detail that should have been shared with readers so that as they are analyzing
Oh,
how
John,
they
by the way, yeah, welcome to Pep Talks. Interesting how we all have various opinions. It's kind of what I do here.
feel about this.
I don't get rid of people just because they have contrary opinions. The only time that we ban people is when they're just bad faith assholes or just disrupting the entire vibe.
Situation, they can take it all into context.
Exactly.
Does it give you
We need
any
socialism
clues
worldwide
into how Graham
yeah.
Platner was interpreting whether or not there was consent, whether or not he
no notes
was invited over? I don't.
Ayo Dub, first time chatter. Thank you for being here. Also, it's terrific.
Politico.
No, they are not Russian propaganda.
Affirmatively wrote in its article that he was uninvited.
Right.
It's actually
You
kind
could say he was
of why they broke from the Hill.
Disinvited by the subsequent text messages. Uninvited is false.
Yeah.
Like it is just
But
flat out.
Nice to meet you, John. Thanks for being here. Hit that subscribe button if you have not already. It does help me out a lot. And yeah, you know what? We got a kick-ass crew of people here that watch my streams. So.
False. There was an invitation.
Yeah. And that
also, if you haven't hit the follow button, Ayo B-Dub,
is the key.
Consider
and
doing
it
so.
adds even more to this interview, which never thought I would say this. A
Still
decent
catching
job
up to the
of
vibe.
questioning here.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
Mika Brzezinski and Adam Wren, who's one of the reporters.
Real quick before we get to that.
Oh, it's no mystery. I'll just give you the details. I'm a leftist YouTuber that likes to cover politics, news, and more importantly, try to make people laugh. So I guess you could call me a leftist comedian. There we go. But I also have this pretty strict rule where I try to not be in a bubble. So
I asked Jake Tapper if he's aware, if he knew.
Yeah.
I asked, why didn't you do a follow-up on that? But more importantly,
they're carpet bombing the south coast of Iran. That actually tracks with the information that we got from CENTCOM.
For off camera, did you know that she had said, I need my glute massaged in the text message, that was the thing that he, quote unquote, mistook as an invitation.
They couldn't get Crystal and Emily on this segment. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Dropsite News and I'm pretty sure Grimm himself were the ones that broke this story.
He did not respond.
Okay.
I asked Politico for comment.
Yeah.
They are saying that they're working on a response. When that response comes in, we'll put it in the newsletter and we'll put
Jaybird, thank you for the follow.
Put it in the notes underneath here. If it comes in before we finish taping the program, we'll put it up. But anyway, you were saying with Mika
Yes. Let's get to Mika Brzezinski here talking pressing Adam Wren, one of the reporters who was on this story. Let's take a listen.
What aspects of this story brought it to the level of publishable?
I mean, we already saw this, but we'll play it again.
Yeah, you're correct here, Mika. There is no police report in this case. We spent a lot of time talking to Jenny, asking her for corroborating evidence. She shared that she had confided into a number of people, including her therapist, in almost real time. And we reviewed email.
I don't have tiny Trump hands. I have tiny Hobbit hands.
Exchanges between she and her therapist, referring to what she called this sexual assault, and her therapist sort of acknowledging that this had happened to her. We talked to people who she confided in the months after this happened. We asked her why she didn't file a police report, and she described sort of the insular nature of where she lives and her corner of Maine that she shares with Graham Platner. And she, debated sort of how to handle this. And we found ultimately the number of corroborating pieces of evidence to support her story in a way that we could report it.
So what are some of those corroborating pieces of evidence? So you've got conversations with her therapist and people who she confided in.
There we go.
Any conversations with Graham Platner at the time of it where she said, because apparently as part of this story, she says she even confirmed to him that this was not consent. Do you have that? What do you have that actually connects this literally? Graham Platner to raping this victim?
Yeah, she reached out to him the day after via Instagram, and essentially, told him that she didn't want to hear from him again.
He can't see my
she
hands.
told him that morning as well.
Wait here.
We looked at messages that she had sent to others in the months after this happened through social media.
But you were able to see those DMs?
She tried to recover those DMs. We did not. We were not able to review those DMs, but she described them to us. We also,
such tiny
long
hands.
before he was before he was a political candidate,
I had to go get props.
We saw her essentially explain to others that he was, quote, in her words, consensually careless.
So I do think that interview is important because
I'm pretty sure that we disagree on a lot of stuff. I am old and I understand your position. I hope for us to agree to disagree rather than throwing rocks and bottle. I mean, hey, sometimes things get heated. Sometimes there's passion, but yeah, it should, for the most part, we're very respectful here.
Cut me off if I'm sharing too much, but when you shared before the story came out, one of the key details where I was like, wow, this is devastating, is you told me the therapist verified her comments. And that didn't happen.
Right.
That wasn't in the story.
Right.
That's pretty
That was
important.
That was the rumor.
That was the rumor
the
that was
story
going
came
around.
out.
Actually do
was that
belong
the
to CM
therapist
Punk.
could verify that at a time before he ran for office that she
So I was like, wait a minute, I think I have
her
like,
allegation, and that's not what happened. And they reviewed emails, between her telling the therapist that it happened
In
later
June.
on in June.
June of this year.
In June of this year.
After she started working with
They
Shane
did
Hunt.
talk to a
Right.
friend, ex-boyfriend, who backed up her
Those are
story.
tiny hands you got
that's
there.
there, and the Facebook message is there too. But I don't know. I mean, the therapist detail was kind of important.
And I can read from the Politico article. So this is about this is the Politico describing the therapist. Rasico showed Politico recent emails with her therapist. They say recent. My understanding is that this is June, weeks
hey.
ago, in which Rasico explained.
I forgot. We hit the goal. I got to do the thing.
She was talking to the media about her relationship with Platner and the.
Okay, I'm out of here. I don't want to get you wound up. Who's getting wound up, man?
Say. /R,
Dude,
using an abbreviation
what?
for.
Why are you acting like, oh, you're going to get so mad at me? Like, dude, we don't care. If you're a Trump supporter, we got a dude that hate watches me daily. His name's Jerry. We call him Bob. I know it's confusing, but he changed his name.
In the message, Rasico was not ready to go public and was seeking help corroborating her account in conversations she was having with reporters on condition of anonymity. Her therapist responded that Rasico shouldn't have to speak publicly about a traumatic incident in order to be believed without referencing details of any particular incident.
This idea that,
The therapist, who Politico agreed not to name at her request,
we also got
declined
Terry.
to comment when reached on Monday. So if
cool.
you hear Adam Wren from Politico discussing it, the
Okay,
therapist
agree to
confirmed
disagree.
Right.
that they
On
discussed
what?
That's not what they wrote.
but they should have written that in
We're
there.
not even talking about anything that is agree to disagree. What? Agree to disagree that we agree to disagree? This is weird.
So he is saying something which did not appear
got
in the
meta
story. Which
real
is why I think,
fast.
again, this is where the rumor mill actually got past what was written. Because when I read that, and I'm assuming the editors, something like this,
can
you go
flip
through with
me
a
off.
fine-tooth comb because
Right.
your ass is getting sued if you get a single detail wrong.
So she wrote. So she wrote basically. Do you remember me sharing these
Kirk's
details with
conservative
you? And the therapist wrote back with a general comment on how women should be believed and she should be believed and she.
Okay,
she should be,
later.
Applauded
Right,
for
but
her
that's not the
courage.
same thing.
Okay.
That's not
Yeah, that's not the
confirming.
same
That was weird.
And they don't report it in their article as confirming, but then they say in interviews that they did, which is again,
Dude, what the hell? Yeah, that was weird.
We're in an
That
era
was
where
weird
people
as
are
hell.
losing trust in media,
Yes.
and what are we doing?
That's why I finally want to do D5. Let's do D5 here and put it up here on the screen. This is from Lindsay Fifield, who you'll recall, she was the conservative activist who originally was one of the people in the New York Times story. And I actually think it's very worth reading what she says here. She
Like and
says,
subscribe
I
before
actually
you go.
understand
Yeah, then you'll
why
never find my
Democratic
channel
leaders didn't
again.
take our story seriously when the
Oh,
Times
don't you wanna
reported
have
them in
fun?
June, but are taking them seriously
us and
now.
stuff?
It was by design. The
whatever.
line most shared from my piece was the claim that Times could, quote, not corroborate the
Whatever.
story, despite talking to 2 of my friends. I gave them contact information for 5 friends. They called the 2 who I clarified not to know about the abuse.
You didn't know
but
what
they
you
would be
walked
able
into?
to affirm
Okay,
our relationship, timeline,
That
events,
works.
etc. They simply did not call the other
Said it
3.
pretty chill here,
I
man.
also gave the names of all my former roommates who remembered him stalking our row house, which was 5 row houses down from his, and waiting for me to return. I gave them screenshots of messages between these roommates and I discussing it. I gave them the names of other men
gonna
I dated
leave
who
the,
might have remembered
clip
him
playing
following
here.
us
I
around
gotta
the hills, showing up on my stoop where we walked home
turn
from
my
the basement
camera
in
off
front
here
of us.
for a
I gave them
second.
emails to
It's
my
gonna be audio
landlord
only.
urgently ending my lease and moving to an apartment across town,
here.
and diary entries talking about it, all time marked. I told them during premarital counseling I'd spoken to my ex-fiance about the abuse because I had to explain to him why I reacted with terror anytime he lost his temper. They said, oh no, we don't need to bother him or my priest. Besides, I had written about it in my diary. As the weeks dragged on, I stopped trying to give them evidence because the amount I'd already given them seemed to overwhelm them, and I thought it meant that they had clearly more enough to verify my every claim. My friends might not have known the details, but they affirmed that yes, I had told them he was abusive. Besides, they assured my part in the reporting would be small. I thought my details would only serve to affirm Jenny and the other anonymous woman. Jenny and I, having never met or spoken, both shared with these reporters terrifyingly similar details of intimate partner violence, coercive control, and cycles of abuse. The third unnamed woman did as well. But tell me again how they could not
we're
corroborate.
literally 2
So
minutes
there are
away?
2 things that actually happen here. Is it's very
hold on.
clear they told her she would be a small part of the story. She ends up being, in my opinion, the flagship part of the story, right?
I didn't realize that we're like literally 2 minutes away.
Similarly,
so
she
yeah.
actually did provide them a decent amount of evidence.
You walked into an internet stoner circle, pretty much.
And this is speculation on my part. If by telling her that she's going to be a small part of the story, they probably did the same thing to Jenny. And Jenny...
Most libs think I'm weird. Have a good one. Well, now you're doing the thing where you're like, I'm out.
Is her...
Dude, we're not even libs. Whatever.
Entire reason
I ain't trying to
for
fucking
coming
force you to
forward
stay
with
here.
this
I don't care
allegation
anymore.
now is that
You wanna
she
go, you
says
wanna
she was
go.
furious
Being
at the
weird.
way the reaction happened to the New York Times story, which elevated Lindsay Fifield's allegation and the dismissal generally of her
There
because
we
of her
go.
previous role as a conservative activist.
Everybody pack up your apparatuses, get them torches out. We're about to cheers.
And so the spiral here is that if the Times had just done its job, if they had reported what she says here, by the way, Jenny also says, I told the Times all of this off the record. And if they had gotten her to expound on that
And get her on the record,
and properly get her on the record and put all of this in a fulsome story, this could have all been done before the primary. And then none of this
Thank you. Thank you. Fucking Sagar is making sense for once.
would be happening in some weird, extra democratic way where he's got to drop out and then they're going to have to put him in. This could happen before the primary, right? And the voters would have had the information, new candidates, Troy or whatever, could have declared. People would have actually had a chance to vote. And so I think that the 2 primary villains here, New York Times for the way they handled this, and then CNN and Politico, all 3 of those, because they did not present.
And Graham for being a dog.
Well, oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
So sorry, when I say
Yes.
primary villain, I'm talking about the process. I'm not
Right. Yes,
Graham
I know.
at all. Yeah, Graham. I mean, again, I said it before in our previous blog. Take it as a lesson, guys. Clean living will get you a clean life. And if you want to run for office,
According to him, if you ever smoke weed, then you're never going to be able to do the politics.
you shouldn't be acting like this. And that's final thing. I said it yesterday. That's why I think he's loathsome, because he told people
Only
nothing
this was
else is
Twitch?
coming.
Yeah, I know.
And you were rolling around like this 4 or 5 years ago, maybe even 10, 15 years ago, like Lindsay Fifield
So there
says.
could be more that we don't
And
know
there could
about.
be more that we didn't talk about. And people stuck their necks out for you. How many millions of dollars did he raise? Millions.
Wait, I forgot to do my
people
test.
donated their
Damn it.
hard-earned money to you, and you fucked them
Well,
over,
let's
man.
see.
You really did.
I think I've done this once, like post.
And he's got to live
Let's
with
see
that.
if I'm okay.
Not with just what he did to these women. He betrayed all these supporters' trust.
And I don't know if he even remembers this text message exchange. And I reached out to him for comment, haven't heard back. So I don't even know. And as far as people I've talked to on the campaign, he may not even know about the existence of these text messages, the glute thing, because he was. Seems like he was blacked out. According.
At the very end there, I did have this little gap that just went, oh, can I make it? Can I make it? And I was just like, final pull.
And Jenny, the next morning, he rolled over and put his arm around her. And she's like, what are you doing? Like, do you not remember what happened last night? And he's like, no. She's like, get out.
And yeah, I mean, his handling of all of it is awful. He never responded. Allegedly, according to her, he never responded to her message, being like, "Dude, you raped me."
That was the thing.
Come on.
That was the thing that he's knocked for over and over. Is this ghosting.
He ghosts these women. He's drunk. He's totally out of control, manic depressive.
Which and he acknowledges that even 5 years ago he was gradually trying.
And that's my final thing, where people are like, "How could you have known?" And you couldn't have known. So I'm not blaming you or anybody, but the tattoo.
Shout out to Uni. Hell yeah. Shout out to Uni. Oh, Rebecca, I think that you missed her in chat earlier. She was being hilarious.
The adrenaline junkie behavior.
She's definitely in a unique
Blackwater
mood.
and all of that. It's a type. It's an archetype, which anybody who's ever interacted with people in the military, they know. They know well. Some people liked him for that.
The thing is, have we ever fucking tackled that as a problem? Like the idea that our soldiers are inherently just kind of problematic. The fact that we have just come to accept that they have toxic ass personalities, but then we do this thing where we also simultaneously try to show them as like these perfect heroes that, they learned how to be gentlemen and they learned how to be honorable in the military. But then I'll say this for the ones I know. That's not the case. He's got a point here. Most of the soldiers I know, man, they got this weird fucking complex.
And I understand that, but it does come with a significant downside for anybody who,
very entitled,
who is like this. And then look, if you want to be a public servant, part of that is you not only have to withstand scrutiny, but you need good character, you need good judgment. And I don't think I would have said that 5 years ago. I don't think that character and judgment, character especially, was all that important to judgment. But I've actually changed my opinion quite a bit on that.
And as Mamdani showed, if you're going to take on the man,
you got to be squeaky clean
and
completely no skeletons or any of that in the closet. Because you're right. If you're the man, you can have plenty of skeletons in there. They don't care. But if you're not, look, and that's not an endorsement of the way that the situation is. It is kind of unfair, considering how many disgusting cretins are here in Washington, probably who have done the exact same thing.
Yeah, the Epstein class cannot countenance such behavior.
Yeah. Great point. Great point. All right, let's get to Arizona. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
All right. I think that pretty much does it for the Platner coverage tonight. It does look like I'm going to be able to do my Pepaganda show tonight, so. Carl! What's up, Carl? How's it going, man? They are soldiers, not gentlemen. Yep. This is one of the things that we were actually scared could happen. Manic depressive is Platner. Yeah, he is. No, he's not talking out of his ass. No, he's got BPD and PTSD. BPD. Wait, I feel like I have one more story about Platner. Give me one sec. Just making sure that I don't. Yep, no, we're good. Okay. Well, let's get the rest of the headlines coming up. Oh shit! Actually, hold on. I just realized I've been on for a minute here. Okay, how's my wife doing? She's doing good. She's doing really good. Despite everything. It's because, yeah, the surgery went well, but not the way we wanted it to. So, she currently has a colostomy bag, which was not the ideal turnout. So, it turned out that the tumor did perforate, which, if you guys know, like, it's kind of like it explodes. But the thing is, it's all dead tissue. So, yeah, but it left a hole in her intestine, so they had to reroute it, do all that stuff. They took out she called herself the human piñata. So, but yeah, she is technically, we can say that she is cancer free. We do not use the remission word yet because we have not been told by the powers that be that is something we can do. So we tend to listen to the doctors on this one, which I for everybody that's come in here and tried to do the alternate medicine thing, I've had people try to tell me that the doctors can't be trusted. I'm going to just tell you right now that my wife would not be here without the team that she had. So I'm lucky. I am lucky to live in an area that I think I told you guys this, but we legit would have been sent to the hospital that is technically our local hospital, because the specialist, like one of the best specialists that take out that type of tumor, that he was here. So that was fucking crazy, man. When they were saying like where all these specialists were, they were saying that there was one in Minnesota. They actually said that there was one in Canada, but they even said like that's, you know, there's some workarounds there. But the coolest one was that you're literally in the network and in the area of the #1 surgeon in this field. So please don't jinx her. I will not. Thank you. My wife went through the same thing. Carl, fuck, solidarity, bro. Watching your wife go through shit like this is, yeah, I mean, I can only say, obviously, like, I don't understand. Because just watching her go through it was fucking painful, but fuck. When you follow anecdotes, you become a statistic. Yeah, that is true. Doctor saved my grandmother from cancer, and she's still with us 30 years later. Yep, my dad had an experimental treatment done 15 years ago, and he is still with us. And he's been in remission since then. We're just waiting for the go-ahead on that one. All right, so here's what's gonna happen. I gotta pee. So let's see. What can I do about this? Fuck it. I'm just gonna. Oh, we got no stand today, though. Fuck. Tough. Yep. That's great to hear. Unlisted World. Yes, dude. I mean, those are my favorite stories, is talking to the survivors and also the family of the survivors, because stop hiding the gator. Man. All right, guys. I get it. Damn. Yeah. No, it was so funny. She came down and got one. Also reminded me I was thirsty. All right. But being thirsty is what has led to this predicament that I am in. I must go and use the bathroom. So give me a moment. I'm going to play this music. Ooh, there we go. Actually. That's what I'll do. I'll play a song. Put that up. I'll put a music video up as well. You guys will hear Stan in the background. All right. Here we go. This is from Kirk Official Music. There is the his link. Please go follow him. Seriously. He's getting close to he's close to 1,000 subs. So let's get him there. Alrighty. This is Sopo by Kirk. That was wait a minute. Hold on. That was an ass intro. All right, everybody. Welcome to WPP. And we have a new oldie here from one of our own here named Kirk. Coming in with Sopo, we have some music. Now I gotta go pee.
Yeah, got my eyes made out of soap. My whip drop like a pole. Might seem a little low. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to think. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I'm rich, but I'm a broke. me no dough. Driving around in my Camry, photo. Yeah, all the people in my city call me Joe Schmo. Yeah, got my necklace from the thrift store. Jacket say Gucci, but it's stitched though. My Yeezys really just Oswego. I bring my girls to Papagenos. My wrist so cold from my new Fitbit, staying healthy is key. Ain't got no money for that Prada, so I rock plain white tees. My wallet fatter than my homies from the bus or receipts. You know I'm fly. Got so much room in my Levi's. Got girlies dropping like they flies. Cause I smell like a homeless guy. Got my eyes made out in Sopo. My whip dry like a polo. Might seem a little loco. Drop bands like I'm Wells Fargo. Not coming home without a couple racks missing from the bank. I see a bag and I'ma buy it, don't even have to thank. You need a one, I'm here to make sure you got all you can take. The bag you want in Cali, fly you out, you ain't gotta wait. You know I'm grand. I wipe my ass with 100 bands. Can't help but notice I'm the man. You wanna be me, but you can't. Act like I ain't rich, but I'm a broke. Ain't got a dollar to my name, they call me no dough. Driving around in my Camry, photo. Yeah, all the people in my city call me Joe Schmo. Yeah, Schmo.
And that was Kirk. As I said, Kirk. Follow him at Kirk Official Music over on YouTube if you have not already. And chill music. There we go. All right, where are we going from here? Let's see. One World. Chill song. Oh, I love that song. No, for real. All bits aside, you guys should really check out his music. Uni is a big fan of his music. It's kind of funny. Like just our main playlist, I think he's got like at least 13 songs on there. So Kirk knows his shit. Yes, he does. And he also sings, it's not for everybody because it is very, very intense lyrics. And yeah. But yeah. The guy knows how to throw a beat together, that's for sure. Okay. We can do the headlines. My favorite bit of the show where we watch some Democracy Now! And we kind of break this down. I've been enjoying doing this, by the way. We should share our playlist one day. Yes. That would be awesome, actually. One of these... Yeah, you know what? Oh, by the way, Sylvie, I saw that you were in the Discord earlier. What's going on? What were you doing? I was just like, oh, are you guys having, like, little chats and little hangouts? And I didn't even know that you guys were using the Pepper Palace, which... for anybody that does not know, I do have a Discord, and we do have an open chat forum there. Chilling, waiting. Oh, cool. Awesome. Huh, next time I'll pop in. Oh, seeing if anyone would join. Yeah, well, next time I will. I was just in the middle of doing some errands, and I was going through the Discord. I do check your suggestions daily. Also try to go through the general to see if anybody, dropped a fun video or anything like that. I always appreciate the contributions. Also, if you guys want to join the Discord, consider doing so. You know what? Here. I'm going to drop the link right now, and it will only be open for about a half hour. So... you want to join, you can do so now. Oh, is that a public room? Yeah, the Pepper Palace is the public room. The green room is not a public room. Well, public, I mean, like, you have to be a member of the Discord. The green room is the one for guests. I have tried to stipulate that, where I'm just like, no, don't cross over into that one, because, yeah. We had somebody accidentally do that once. I was just like, oh, no. Dude, that was awkward. I hate to say. Because, yeah, I was in the middle of doing, like, an interview. The guy just popped in, and I'm just like, oh, that's not great. Are pants required in the Pepper Palace? I mean, it depends. Like, if you're just like, I don't know, nuts out, I'd prefer no. Like, no, we got like couches and shit in there, dude. Like, I don't need that like hearing the butt squeaks on the leather, you know, and also, you know. I mean, come on, man. Have you ever sat on your nuts on a leather couch? Not fun. Bro. Welcome to Pep Talks. Whoa, the details. Well, like I said, welcome to Pep Talks. Mental image is bad. Oh, man. He's just rocking the Winnie. The worst part is it's like, nope, not even like full nude or anything like that. Nope. You're just going like Winnie the Pooh. You got your t-shirt on and nothing else. Oh, I see that somebody else is being a very naughty bear. It seems that somebody got the itinerary. Well, welcome to Pooh's house. This is where the dress code is, where we wear our favorite t-shirts and we do not wear pants. The 100 Acre Wood is just a no pants party. No. Oh, that's why I had Donald Duck here the other day. He's a bit of a freak, I have to say. He brought his Uncle Scrooge, too. We know who he was throwing his coins at. Let's just say that Kanga didn't have Roo that night. Oh, man. I'm sorry that I ruined Winnie the Pooh for everybody. God, on this show specifically, it's just, I made him into such a degenerate. What is going on in here? Oh, close the door. We're in here doing uppers. And don't get me started on the honey. We had to put it in cartridge form just to get it through customs. It's just like, wait, what did I just walk into? That's what the 100 Acre Wood is. It's the fucking black market fucking dab ring. Oh, man. Okay. Moving on, so I don't continue to ruin everybody's childhood. Not that I already haven't with stupid Winnie the Pooh bits. Oh, God. You can blame Dan Soder for that one. Seriously. Dan Soder, he did, like, just a dirty Winnie the Pooh bit. And it led to me figuring out that I can do Winnie the Pooh, and then I was just like, okay, yeah, right-wing Winnie the Pooh turning into I guess, a different version of, you know, dirty Winnie the Pooh. I mean, definitely an inspired version, but don't use that tree. That's don't use that tree. That's the tree that I got stuck in. It's not like I did that on purpose or anything. Uh-oh, you just hear fucking Pooh again. Uh-oh, someone's been a naughty bear. I'm stuck in the honey tree again. Would be a shame if someone were to take advantage of this situation. Bro. doing the little. Oh, dear. Pooh seem to have gotten stuck. Get out of here, Piglet. You're going to fuck up my cock time. Fucking Piglet. He's the ultimate cock blocker, I swear to God. I've told him multiple times just to leave me alone. When he sees that I'm stuck in the tree, just to fuck off already. Go hang out with Eeyore. You know exactly where Eeyore is. He's not moving from that place. And he's never gonna do it. Bro. Dude. Oh my God. I have ruined the 100-acre wood. Just not you're catching strays. Not like that. Not like I'm that lucky. All right. Woo. Oh shit. Dude. I hate the fact that this bit did it, where it's just like, no. I would love to see that animated, though. That would be so fucking funny. Anyway. Is what? Well, oh wait, yeah, that's right. We should probably get to the headlines. Sorry, I was too busy ruining people's childhoods through this stupid Winnie the Pooh. That's a funny way of saying that. Yeah. Gotta go. Be back soon. All right, Etch. We'll see you in a little bit. Like I said, I'm likely gonna be doing my live Pepaganda tonight. It is looking increasingly like that is going to be the case. Oh shit, she asked me if I want food. All right. Here we go. Let's get to the headlines. Back to politics mode. That was a nice little break we had there, but yep, we're getting back into the politics. Also, if this is your first time on the channel, consider hitting that like button, double tapping the screen. If you haven't already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. We're trying to get to 3K. We're so close. Also, it happened randomly last night. I wasn't even on stream. We actually hit the other goal, where I officially hit 625. I'm actually at 626 right now over on Twitch. So thank you for all the support, guys. Seriously. The stream is picking up over on Twitch, believe it or not. You know? I say believe it or not because, oh boy, it took a little bit to get there. So that's really cool. 3K. Yeah, I'm getting close. If it's your first time on the channel, believe it or not, there's a believe it or not, it's a politics show. Oh yeah. If you walked in during the Winnie the Pooh bit, oh boy, it's kind of hard to be like, oh, it's like I was coming here because of the title, you know, Trump. It's over, so over. Meanwhile, this guy's out there doing Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. I tried to talk to Winnie the Pooh, and he ended up insulting me. And I have to say that I ended up coming back, and I wanted to just impose 100% tariffs on all of the honey from the 100-acre wood because I can't be disrespected like that. Oh, shut the fuck up, you orange idiot! Nobody likes you. See, he's so rude to me. This little bear. He doesn't even wear pants. You would think that he would You having little balls as he does because you can't even see him. I don't even know where his genitalia is. He's just got his big he got a big old round belly, and then I get a little upset because then it reminds me that in reality this is exactly how I look when I look in the mirror. I can't see it. I just can't see it. I just see a big round belly. Pooh Bear, actually, Pooh, buddy. Maybe I've been a little too harsh on you. Damn right. Come to the 100-acre wood party. It's kind of fucked up that the terror plan was created by a person who created the expert that they used to substantiate their terror plan. I mean, are you telling me that just in general that, Trump just kind of does things on a whim? Because he's just kind of like, I don't like it. You know what? Fuck it. Dude, he really has been increasingly unhinged, but all right, let's do this. I have stun locked enough. Just don't invite Elon next time. Yes, I came into this 100-acre wood with a chainsaw, and then all of a sudden I saw everybody freaking out. I don't get it. I just, hold on. Whoa. Oh wait, what is it? When you're on K? Whoa. Oh, I'm in a hole. Oh what? Oh wow, I'm in a hole. That's fucking South Park, dude. Nailing. All right, headline time. Let's go.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
Oh, yes.
the War and Peace
Let's
Report.
hit this like button. And yes, we're doing it on 1.25 speed, sorry.
The United States has renewed its attacks on Iran with multiple explosions reported in southern regions, including the port city of Sirte, Keshem Island, Bandar Abbas, and Kharag Island. U.S. Central Command said the strikes were in response to Iranian attacks on 3 commercial vessels that were transiting the Strait of Hormuz. In response, Iran's military pledged a crushing response soon after.
You do understand that this is going to lead to us having almost $6 a gallon of gas because our fucking reserves were already depleted, dude. Man, whatever. Live in whatever world. Live in whatever reality you guys have to convince yourself of, while the rest of us kind of look at this and go, "Oh, this isn't good," and this is. Yeah, I guess the experts were kind of onto something.
Air raid sirens sounded in Bahrain and Kuwait as U.S. military sites came under Iranian drone and missile fire. The U.S. strikes came hours after the Treasury Department revoked a temporary sanctions waiver that allowed Iran to sell oil on the open market. That led...
Do you understand that would devastate the world economy, you fucking moron?
...to a surge in oil prices.
You people are fucking children. You literally are toddler brain little fucking morons.
...and a steep decline in...
Nuclear. Uh-huh. Okay, so... What's that thing? What's that radiation stuff? And the fact that it's in a major thoroughway of transit, and just the fact that it has a lot of neighboring countries. Whatever, dude. Yeah, okay.
An Asian stock market.
So fucking smart you are.
Which shed more than $700 billion in value during a broad sell-off. President Trump has declared the ceasefire deal with Iran over, condemning Iran's leaders as scum and declaring negotiations with them as a waste of time.
What?
Trump was responding to a reporter's question at the NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey.
Is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question.
That's a very interesting question.
To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people.
NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte praised the most recent U.S. attacks on Iran, calling them absolutely necessary, while telling Trump, quote, "I'm with you." Rutte's attempts at flattery came after Trump castigated NATO allies for refusing to aid the U.S. and Israel in attacks on Iran. Trump also lashed out at NATO leaders for rejecting his efforts to claim Greenland. And he refused to rule out additional U.S. troop
reductions. That's right, he's going after Greenland again. I want it. I just want it.
In Europe.
We need it.
Meanwhile, Trump announced he would lift U.S. sanctions on Turkey that were imposed in 2020 over its purchase of a Russian air defense system. Trump made the announcement ahead of a lavish state dinner hosted by the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, whom Trump praised as a great leader and Turkey's biggest asset. This comes as the mayor of Istanbul and other Turkish politicians, civil society figures, and journalists remain jailed on politically motivated charges. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has canceled plans to visit Israel for
post the
talks
Discord,
with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and
link
Defense
again.
Minister
In a
Israel
minute.
Katz. The Pentagon
Daddy Low,
cited
I
the
will,
renewed U.S. attacks on Iran as the reason for Hegseth's change of plans. He'd been scheduled to discuss Israel's objections to President Trump's plans to supply Turkey with F-35 fighter jets. Ahead of the NATO summit, Netanyahu made the rounds on U.S. media outlets to criticize President Trump's friendship with Turkish President Erdogan.
Turkey is a great country, but it's governed by a man who calls openly for the annihilation of Israel. He occupies half of Cyprus, a NATO country. He's threatening Greece, another NATO country, and he talks openly about conquering Jerusalem.
Meanwhile, the Wall Street Journal reports U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, is considering abandoning military bases in Gulf nations, including Bahrain, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, to be replaced with new bases in Israel. This comes after Iranian attacks earlier this year caused damage to at least 20 U.S. bases across the Gulf. This is former CENTCOM commander, retired General Frank McKenzie, speaking in a recent webinar.
No one in their right mind would ever put the CENTCOM forward headquarters, 100 miles away from Iran. Yet that's where it is.
In Gaza City, an Israeli strike on the Sabra neighborhood Tuesday evening killed Palestinian aid official Mohammed al-Wahidi, along with a taxi driver and 2 children, 10-year-old Hamza al-Deri and his 8-year-old brother Fadi. Al-Wahidi was director of public relations for the Egyptian Relief Committee in Gaza and had just organized a public screening of the Egypt-Argentina World Cup match. Israel killed him less than an hour before kickoff. Since October, when Israel agreed to a so-called ceasefire, it's killed at least 1,027 people in Gaza, including 258 children.
It's daily.
Here in New York, pro-Palestine activists rallied outside the United Nations on Tuesday to celebrate the cancellation of a planned visit by Israel's far-right National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir. He'd been scheduled to lead an Israeli delegation to the UN Chiefs of Police.
It is troubling when I'm hearing about Ben-Gvir, kind of taking a lead in the polls as far as replacing Netanyahu.
But pulled out under
that
pressure
happens,
from human rights groups who urge an investigation.
If you think it's bad now,
into Ben-Gvir's crimes against New Yorkers, among other demands.
wait for that fucking
Democracy
ghoul to
Now!
get in there.
Spoke with Nasisa, a member of the New York City branch of the Palestinian Youth Movement.
So when we heard Ben-Gvir was planning to come to the city, a variety of organizations came together to mount a campaign to pressure both UN officials and the New York Attorney General, alongside other New York officials, to investigate and prosecute him for war crimes should he come to New York City. And we were able to mount a grassroots campaign that garnered a petition with 7,000 signatures, alongside filings to the Department of Justice and legal complaints to the New York Attorney General's office. And the culmination of this pressure was that we found out that Ben-Gvir decided to cancel his planned visit to the UN Policing Summit.
In Texas, immigration and civil rights advocacy groups are demanding an independent investigation into the fatal shooting of Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a Mexican father who was killed by ICE during an attempted arrest in Houston on Tuesday morning. Araujo's son, Ronaldo Salgado, said in a statement his father was driving to work and was in Magnolia Park, a historically Latino neighborhood in Houston, picking up workers in the area when ICE agents targeted him. His son added, quote, "My father's been in this country for nearly 35 years, working in construction to provide for myself, my 2 brothers, and my mother. My father did not deserve this," he said. ICE claimed it has in previous shootings that Araujo had attempted to drive away, ramming an agency vehicle when he was shot in the abdomen. This is Cesar Espinosa. He's executive director of...
Again, I like how at least the police unions are coming out against this shit ever since the Renee Good and the Preddy one. Because they're just like, no, either get trained or you're going to have problems.
Fiel, a Houston-based immigration advocacy group.
We are calling for
See how far that goes, though.
fully independent investigation from the authorities. We are calling for transparency from ICE, and we are calling for justice for this person. ICE does not get to be judge, jury, and executioner whenever they want to.
Advocates are also demanding the release of video footage. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo's fatal shooting came on the 6-month anniversary of the ICE killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis. Deaths in ICE custody also continue to rise under President Trump's second term in office. In the latest reported case, Adrianus Florian, an 85-year-old man from Germany, died in late June while hospitalized in Texas. According to immigration researcher and data analyst Austin Kocher, ICE had transferred Florian to the hospital in November over signs of dementia and other health issues. He was then pronounced dead June 24th after about 10 months in ICE custody. He's at least the 21st person to die in ICE custody this year alone. In more immigration news, the GEO Group, one of the nation's largest for-profit private prison and immigration detention contractors, has agreed to pay a fine of more than $100,000 in a landmark case over the company's abusive and dangerous treatment of immigrant workers detained in at least 5 of its California ICE jails. The case had been ongoing for more than 4 years. A French court Tuesday upheld Marine Le Pen's embezzlement conviction, but cleared the way for the far-right leader to run in the 2027 French presidential election. Le Pen announced her candidacy just hours after the court upheld her conviction for misappropriating EU funds to pay for National Rally Party staff. Le Pen was ordered to wear an electronic ankle monitor. Her racist anti-immigrant National Rally Party is currently leading in the polls with less than a year before centrist French President Emmanuel Macron steps down. This would be Le Pen's 4th bid for the French presidency. In Colombia, President-elect Abelardo de Espriella.
I mean, I guess this is one of those things where eventually she's just going to get it.
Has suspended the transition process with outgoing Colombian President Gustavo Petro after Petro accused the right-wing candidate of fraud in the June runoff election. Leftist candidate Iván Cepeda has also expressed concerns of fraud and accused Espriella, who has dual
Why did it look like he was about to drop a fucking sick-ass set at Lollapalooza?
U.S. Colombian citizenship of working for the Trump administration?
The U.S. authorities must clarify whether Mr. Abelardo de la Espriella has been or is an agent or collaborator of the DEA, the CIA, or any other U.S. security agency. This status would call into question his suitability to be the Colombian head of state, guarantor of our sovereignty, and of course, guardian of the political constitution.
Iván Cepeda narrowly lost the election to Espriella, who's backed by President Donald Trump. Cepeda has urged supporters to engage in civil disobedience to pressure Espriella to renounce his U.S. citizenship and stop the persecution of his opponents. In China, at least 21 people are dead after heavy wind and rain triggered a landslide in the western province of Gansu. The disaster was caused by the remnants of Typhoon Maisak, which spawned rare tornadoes in central China, leaving tens of thousands of people displaced from their homes. In the Pacific, recovery efforts are underway on Guam and the Northern Marianas Islands from severe damage caused by a Category.
You understand that that's not normal by any means, right? To have tornadoes develop within a typhoon.
5 equivalent typhoon that made landfall Monday. In France, more than 10,000 people have been ordered to evacuate their homes as a fast-moving wildfire sweeps across the foothills of the Pyrenees Mountains. Firefighters are also battling blazes in Portugal and Spain and Greece and the Balkans. Here in the U.S., more than 1,200 firefighters are battling the Babylon fire, which is
Daddy Low, I will send it to you just in a little bit.
Has consumed over 100,000 acres.
If you're on actually here,
becoming the
are you on
largest
Discord?
wildfire in Utah in nearly a decade. According to Climate Central, July is the hottest month for most of the United States, and it's getting hotter as the planet warms. U.S. cities have seen average temperatures rise by more than 2.5 degrees since the 1970s. And a top attorney at ExxonMobil is joining the Trump administration. Robert Levy, executive counsel at the fossil fuel giant, recently announced he's retiring after 17 years at ExxonMobil and will join the Justice Department's newly renamed Energy and Natural Resources Division. It was previously the Environment and Natural Resources Division. In November, Levy was one of a few major oil company executives to attend the COP30 United Nations climate talks in Brazil, where he promoted the continued burning of fossil fuels.
Crude oil and hydrocarbons are going to play a critical role in everybody's life for a long time to come.
In response, Robert Weissman, co-president of Public Citizen, wrote, quote, "Big Oil's capture of the U.S. government is now complete. The Justice Department, that should be fighting to protect clean air and water and avert catastrophic climate change, will now work on behalf of polluters to advance the poisoning of people and the planet," unquote. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, Democracy Now!
Awesome. All right, you guys know what to do. If you haven't already, please go to Democracy Now!, follow them for their fucking incredible coverage. And also, yeah, just know that you guys can join us here daily. I do like to use different sources as well. But lately, this week has just been dominated by Democracy Now!'s coverage of just world events. Like, you really cannot get better coverage of global events than Democracy Now! Over here in America. Alrighty, let's get to the next thing. Here we go. Information on Trump doing his thing. Okay.
President Trump just a short time ago, hours ago, declared that in his view, the U.S. ceasefire with Iran is over.
Her shoes are a bit too big.
After the two countries traded a barrage of new strikes in just the last 24 hours. Watch this.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question.
My cat's being an ass. I need to take this.
I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
The memorandum of understanding between the two countries apparently collapsing now as President Trump attends the NATO summit in Turkey. The president has also now reimposed sanctions on Iranian oil sales. That's a key reversal of a big concession that was part of the latest ceasefire, was part of this memorandum of understanding. Trump also called the negotiations with Iran a waste of time. Overnight, there were large explosions and fires seen at multiple ports in Iran. Those strikes are said to be the U.S. response to Iran launching a series of attacks on...
I didn't see it, but my cat put his paw in the mac and cheese dish, and he left the cutest little fucking just cheese paw print.
Commercial ships near the Strait of Hormuz this week.
What's up, Carl? How's it going, man?
Let's get
Good
to
see you.
CNN's Kristen Holmes. She's live in
Thanks
Turkey for us
popping by
following
today,
the
man.
president's travels. Kristen, what are you learning about this right now?
Yeah, Daddy Leo, or Daddy Elo. There we go. Jesus Christ.
I mean, Kate, President Trump was incredibly angry. He was only meant to do some welcome remarks coming into NATO, and you saw him completely let loose. Part of what he seems to be angry about is this idea that the United States gave some space to the Iranians so that they would be attending the Supreme Leader's funeral, and then instead they were striking these commercial vessels. So now you have him saying that he believes the MOU is over, but he did leave the door open for potential negotiations, which is making a lot of this much murkier. Take a listen to what he said.
They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. They're bad people.
That's kind of rich coming from you there, pal.
And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them.
They're bad people. They're bad people. Bad hombres, if I will.
And later he called them lying guys. He said they were a cancer.
Lying guys. They're lying. That's even funnier. They're lying guys. You know what? They're a bunch of guys. They tell the lies, and I gotta say that I don't believe them because they're lying guys.
To be cut out. They're evil and sick. And you can just see this escalation from President Trump, who really has had this war in Iran hanging over most of...
What? Dude, seen Trump with eclipse. I didn't know he could just naturally look more ridiculous, but here we are.
His presidency now for much longer than he anticipated.
I want to bring in now Kurt Volker, former U.S. ambassador to NATO.
God.
Thank you so much for being here on what is now turning into an eventful day. The president saying that the ceasefire that they had negotiated, their memorandum of understanding, is over after some attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. I want to play a bit for the president for you to hear, and then we'll talk on the other side.
They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. Frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them. Now, I'll let our wonderful negotiators keep talking if they want, but I don't see it.
Okay, Ambassador, you know what it's like to have to keep talking. What does this mean for people who had been tasked with continuing this conversation?
Right. I think President Trump is just trying to ratchet up the visible frustration, try to put more pressure on the Iranians, see if he can get them back to a situation where they're not attacking anything. What happened is the Iranians attacked some vessels that were trying to go through the Omani side of the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians don't want that. They want them to go through Iranian waters where they can gradually establish a regime of control. Of course, we don't want that. But the problem is that we may want it or not want it, but if we are not prepared militarily, physically, to defeat the regime and prevent them from doing this sort of thing. This is where this is going to go. I don't think President Trump really wants to restart the war. He may get forced into it, but I don't think he really wants to. So he's trying to be tougher now to back up his negotiators to see whether he can get things back where they were with this MOU a few weeks ago.
Yeah, you were asked.
This is like a pressure campaign.
Just last night.
And the thing is, he doesn't understand that the pressure is also on us because of, like I was saying, the lack of reserves that the world has right now.
About Greenland, and you said that Trump has a kind of routine. He complains, he criticizes.
Unless they refilled this quickly, I guess. I mean, I'm not an expert.
As people aren't doing enough, and he keeps threats on the table. And I thought, gee, that's kind of applicable to this exact moment.
Yes, it is. That is the playbook here. He will do that, and he'll never concede anything. So even with Greenland, for example, I don't think he was planning to bring up Greenland at this summit at all, but somebody asked him about it. So he says, yes, of course it's still on the table. Of course it should be ours. And I think that is what he's going to do with the Iranians here, step by step. Keep putting the pressure on about the Strait, keep putting pressure on about the nuclear issue, try to get to something that he can actually live with, which is no fighting so that oil prices and gasoline prices stay down.
If the ceasefire is over, does that mean Israel still has a kind of green light to continue its fight with Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Well, I think that's a very good point because the Israelis will certainly take it that way. I think President Trump would like to feel that he's in the driver's seat. And so if Israel is going to attack or not, he would like to be the one who says so. But I think the Israelis are going to look at this and say, okay, if anything happens, if Hezbollah does anything at all, we have a green light. We feel free to go after them again now.
It's interesting that this NATO summit is happening in Ankara. People look at Turkey in a lot of ways as a sort of gateway between the East and the West, and it is at the center of this kind of Gordian knot of international issues, right? You've got Zelensky there trying to get support in its war against Russia. You've got Turkey asking the U.S. for access to F-35 fighter jet, kind of the most advanced fighter jets, and Israel saying, no, don't give it to them. It feels like the president actually, there's a lot of spinning plates here.
Yeah, well, there are. And just look at the geography. I mean, if you pull up a map, you've got the Black Sea, Ukraine, and Russia to the north. You've got Iran and Iraq to the east. You've got Syria and Lebanon to the south. Further down, you've got Israel on the other side of the Mediterranean. It is a region that has a lot of issues, and Turkey is a very large country, very capable country, militarily, economically, and they play a role in all of these issues that we care about. Most of the time, U.S. and Turkish interests are actually aligned, but there are a few cases where they diverge. And in all of these cases, it's really important that we are talking to the Turks and working with them because it could go very badly if we don't.
And we should say, despite their requests, we're seeing reports, CNN reporting now that the Defense Secretary Hegseth has actually canceled his trip to Israel, where he was supposed to sort of soothe concerns about this potential sale. What are you going to be listening for now? Is it J.D. Vance that has to come out and say technical talks are still going? If the Iranians play nice, is it Hegseth?
I like how she's just laying out how it's gone the last few times.
Kind of what are you expecting to see today?
Well, a couple of things. One of them, let's not forget, it's the NATO summit meeting. So I think it would be important for NATO to say something condemning the Iranian attacks on shipping and supporting freedom of navigation in the Persian Gulf. Very important that NATO stay aligned with the U.S. as we go through this, even if they're not contributing militarily to show the direction that
they released the files yet? No.
The second thing,
3 million files still not released, and the fact is, like, no, we're playing these games where we just let them rule the news cycle. Listen, I'm not a fucking Democrat, and honestly, there's enough people out there that are just looking at all this shit and they're just like, oh, fuck this.
I think the Iranians are going to listen to President Trump and try to judge, is this just one more threat that he then winds down a couple of days from now, or is it going to be something different this time? They're going to be watching that, and in doing so, I think
like the
they're
presidential
going to
palace and fucking
stand down
Turkey
on any attacks for a little while. They had a quick one just recently, but I think they're
or is
going
that technically like their parliament?
Stand down and see whether the U.S. really wants to escalate this or not. They're probably betting that we don't, and I think things will be quieter for a while.
With us now, CNN national security analyst Alex Plitzis. Alex, good to see you this morning. Look, the exchange of fire between the United States and Iran, the U.S. hitting targets, on the Iranian coast, the Iranians hitting inside Kuwait, inside Bahrain, the types of things we saw for several months but haven't really seen that much of the last month. What do you think this will do, if anything, to influence Iranian behavior?
So by itself, I don't think it has influenced Iranian behavior in the past, and that's the reason we saw a larger number of strikes yesterday. And that's because the Iranians had been hit back after they struck ships previously, and they continued to strike as we saw more strikes yesterday. So the president ordered strikes on about 80 targets, as you just mentioned there, along the coast, really to degrade Iran's capabilities to strike ships. And in response, Iran struck 85 targets that they claimed to have struck. There doesn't appear to have been any damage at our Ali Al Sulaim Air Force Base in Kuwait, and then the 5th Fleet, our naval headquarters in the area in Bahrain. If you look at the numbers, it's largely proportional. The signal from the Iranians is it's proportional. We're not looking to escalate. But based on the president's comments this morning, he's extremely frustrated.
Look, and I will say this all has to do with controlling the traffic out of the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians firing.
Just got back from walking the dogs in Silent Hill.
On vessels that are going out there, the U.S. not liking that.
Is it anything like the game?
Still wanting to control to a certain extent the traffic there. Alex, this is exactly what most critics of the MOU said was going to happen, that Iran was going to drag its feet, Iran was going to muck it up along the way. They're doing it. They're doing it. So what good is it? What would be enough to force the Iranians to change the way they behave?
Well, that's a good question, because at this point, they believe that they are acting in good faith, in the sense that their version or understanding of the MOU is that they control the navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, and when ships do not obey their commands, they somehow have the right to fire on them. I was told by regional mediators after the last round of negotiations that went on pause for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's funeral, that the Iranians were trying to impose their vision of that. And so it's clear that U.S. military strikes to date have been insufficient to dissuade the Iranians of that. So I'm not sure if more strikes are going to do it. The last time we got to this position, if you couldn't change the game, change the players. So it's unclear whether or not the president's going to take, more military action. We did decide to put the sanctions back on Iranian oil yesterday to hit them in the wallet to try a different approach, because the Iranian economy is hurting. So
but that's also, we're ignoring the fact that that's a blatant violation of the fucking memorandum of understanding. So we can now just say that it's not, like, that's no longer a thing, right? Like, that's just bye-bye. Or are they going to keep saying, like, this is testing the memorandum of understanding? Because I've also heard reporting like that.
We'll see if that measure has a little bit more
Daddy ILO. There we go. It's short. Oh.
And again, we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, so we don't have the map here. They're showing the live traffic here, but I can show you this version of it here. This is a much closer version of it. Iran obviously wants the oil to get... Iran wants to sell its own oil through the Strait of Hormuz, but control what other oil passes through here. And there has been some traffic, not up to what it was before the war, but there has been some traffic over the last few months, and I'm not sure it's going to stop completely. Given that there is this trickle of traffic, does the United States have what it wants in the Strait of Hormuz? Does it need to do much more other than just allow a few ships to pass every day?
Well, the problem is if the Iranians continue to attack ships, it's going to dissuade the larger shipping companies from sending boats through, because the shipping company owners that I've spoken to said the red line is crew casualties. And unfortunately, the Iranians are still firing on ships, and they're actually hitting them, which is the real problem.
Yeah, because they're exercising the one leverage point they have, which we've known about. What are you talking
here? So, the strait has been quasi-open, still under duress from the Iranians. It hasn't been completely clear without strikes for any sustained period of time. And this really gets back to the Iranians needing cash. This is all about them looking to get tolls and fees and get their funds unfrozen, because the combination of the war, the sanctions, and the blockade are actually having an impact.
All right. Hold on. Yeah, we'll do this first, and then we'll do the Tyler Robinson.
So huge news out of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran hit 3 ships coming through. America has retaliated a significant number of strikes. I just happened. So Anna's got more details.
Yes, in fact, news broke right before we went on air, indicating that the U.S. is now carrying out some pretty heavy strikes against Iran in retaliation for Iran's strikes, alleged strikes, on 3 different vessels that were traveling through the Strait of Hormuz, albeit through a path that was not, you know, greenlit by the Iranians, who, whether you like it or not, have control of the Strait of Hormuz. Those are the spoils of war, the spoils of the war that we Americans and the Israelis lost. I know it's a hard thing to accept, but that's just the fact of the matter, and there's no military option to change that. So the bombing that's taking place—
You guys having burp-offs in chat? What's going on?
Right now
well,
is useless. But let me give you the details. I'll start with how we got to the point we're at right now. So Iran allegedly struck 3 vessels that were traveling through an unapproved route through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this morning, U.S. officials confirmed that Iran had fired on 3 commercial vessels sailing in Oman's territorial waters near the strait. So I want to show you this map and kind of give you a sense of what I'm talking about when I'm discussing the different routes that these vessels are transiting through. So if you look at this graph, you'll see what I'm talking about. So one route is established by Iran, which has control of the Strait of Hormuz. And they have said for the 60 days this MOU is in place, these vessels can travel through our approved route without a toll, without any charge. That this is the agreement. Now, then there were 2, then the second one was established by Oman and the UN's International Maritime Organization, or IMO. And 3, the pre-war route that some vessels have been attempting to travel through despite serious security risks. And those serious security risks are usually carried out by the Iranians, who have made clear that they control the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran intends to eventually charge—
I don't know why they're acting surprised by this.
They might call it an environmental fee or whatever for vessels traveling through the strait. But again, just to repeat myself, after agreeing to the MOU, both the United States and Iran agreed that there would be a 60-day period in which Iran would waive all charges for vessels traveling through the strait. But I also want to be clear about one other thing. The Oman route that I was talking about earlier was apparently established for the Arab Gulf states and the US, which refused to ever pay any toll for any vessel traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll see how that's going to play out, but Iran obviously doesn't like that, doesn't accept that. And so on Sunday, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warned that its Navy deployed patrol boats to block the Omani route. But the U.S. is adding to this confusion and to the conflict, because the Joint Maritime Information Center, a multinational body overseen by the United States Navy, told shippers on Monday that the route around Oman has been expanded and remains available for all traffic. It appears that wasn't the case, given the attacks that were carried out by Iran. Now, according to the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center, one of the vessels caught fire. Iranian state television said that one of the vessels that was hit was a Qatari liquefied gas tanker. And then it also came under attack after ignoring warnings, according to Iran, and did not take those warnings seriously. And then following the strike, the Qatari
just like
Foreign Ministry demanded that the IRGC immediately cease all securities threats in regard to international maritime navigation. Additionally, 2 other tankers were also hit, including one that was struck by a drone. Both of those ships sustained some damage, but no one was injured. At least one of the vessels continued on their way. And then per CNN, the attack occurred hours before the US president, Donald Trump, of course, showed up to Ankara, Turkey for the NATO summit. And NATO leaders are, in fact, expected to discuss what they're going to do about this whole Hormuz Strait situation. Good luck with that. Now, Trump also warned Iran that it would need to make a deal or we're going to finish the job. Iran responded by saying no more negotiations will take place if these threats continue. And, you know, that's where they were at prior to the U.S. retaliating against Iran for striking these 3 vessels, allegedly. Iran hasn't taken responsibility for all 3. It seems like they have taken responsibility for the Qatari vessel. But nonetheless, the U.S. is under the impression that Iran carried out these strikes, so they're retaliating by carrying out some of the heaviest strikes we've seen the U.S. carry out since the beginning of the war.
There's also the theory that, Israel has had
Keshem
some...
Island, Bandar Abbas as well, which has a port. So
some kind of hand
we'll
in
see
these
where
attacks,
this all goes, but it's not looking
can't
good.
be proven.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of mysteries here. Iran said some strange things about the bombings, like, hey, no one's allowed to go through that route, but we're not sure what happened. Something along those lines. I was like, that's weird. And I don't understand why the Oman route exists and then Iran bombs them, ships going through there every once in a while. So I literally don't get that. Do you understand it?
I do not get the impression that Iran has greenlit that, because remember, the Omani path was created specifically to help the Gulf states and the United States skirt a possible, fee or toll that might be charged by Iran in the future.
I got you, but Iran, to my knowledge, allowed a lot of ships through that route. Okay.
Well, they do. This is what Iran does. So Iran just bears it, right? When it comes to all sorts of different elements of this war, they have said multiple times that any peace negotiation, and more importantly, the terms of the MOU indicates that Israel needs to stop attacking Lebanon. But Israel has continued attacking Lebanon, just bombing entire villages, slaughtering a bunch of innocent people. Iran hasn't responded to that. So I feel like it gets to a point where Iran just can't take it anymore, and they want to prove that they mean what they say. And I think that's what happened here.
Yeah, it's possible. And plus, in the context of today, Anna gave you that other important data point, which was they're saying, no more negotiations until this is sorted out. That's not what a side with low leverage says. That's what a side with high leverage says, right? Real quick,
oh God. Quite the drop there, guy. Jesus Christ. How long are their ad reads? Holy crap. That's a long ass ad.
275. And they've been doing this funeral procession for the late Grand Ayatollah.
It's still taking place today.
Yes, and so they're about to go to the most holy sites now in the Shia world. And he was the leader of the Shia religious movement. So they're very hyped up from that funeral. So it's possible that the hardliners in Iran are gaining the upper hand. That's not impossible. But it does show you one thing that's clear, which is that Iran is not worried about further conflict. So Trump keeps saying they unilaterally surrendered and we won, and they have to give us everything we want. But there's a reason why we're talking about lifting sanctions, and then we put the sanctions back on after this,
yes.
right? But we had already lifted some of the sanctions. Yeah. We had to put them back on, right? Mm-hmm. So that's part of this deal, giving the $300 billion from the Gulf countries basically to Iran as part of that deal. It's an enormous concession from the Gulf countries that they lost the war and Iran won the war.
Yeah, let me just decode it for you and make it very simple to understand, because it's actually not that complicated. The United States lied in signing this MOU. They have always intended to renege on the terms of the MOU. How do I know that? Because our vice president said it. And if you don't believe me, pay very close attention to what he had to say when he was on Michael Knowles' show just days ago. Take a look.
So I think what the president has told us to do is use this MOU to sort of refill the world's oil economy, to refill some stocks, and then to see where the hand is.
That's what it was. So they must have refilled the stocks on.
Yeah, we just lied. We agreed to terms that we don't actually agree to, just to get the oil flowing, just to alleviate the pressure on the global economy. And then we'll go back to bombing, which, by the way, accomplishes nothing. No. Literally nothing.
Yeah, so...
Well, no. The thing is, it accomplishes they make a lot of money on the stock market. It's the market manipulation shit.
I usually look at what the Israelis are saying to figure out what the American government is going to do next. Mm-hmm. In this case, it's
which is not a bad thing to do at this point.
More muddled than it is usually. So Netanyahu has been asked about it a number of times in interviews here in American television, and his answer has basically been like, "Well, there's a lot of things in the MOU, and we'll see if it comes to fruition or not." So he acknowledges some friction between him and Trump. but we don't know if it's fake or not, right? And
there's no friction.
And so one potential telling sign is, for a minute where it looked like the disagreement was real, that's when Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro and all those guys flipped out, and their hair was on fire, and they're like, wait a minute, go back into the goddamn war, right? And they really cooled down. They're barely saying anything about that. In fact, Mark Levin is on to Turkey and talking about how we need to attack Turkey. So that makes me think the Israelis aren't that worried, and they definitely want more war.
Yeah.
So then when I see that J.D. Vance clip, which I hadn't seen, Anna caught that one, and he says, well, we're just restocking on oil and presumably defensive missiles. That might explain why Iran is going, oh, so you guys are just reloading and this thing is fake, and Israel's not only not out of Lebanon, as the MOU says, Israel's going further into Lebanon. And they continue to bomb Gaza, the West, they kill people in the West Bank.
I mean, again, if Ben-Gvir wins, then
bombing Lebanon. And
I think this is bad.
So, okay, so if this peace deal,
Ben-Gvir wins, you could actually count on World War III being very likely.
It's fake for you guys to reload, then we'll hit some ships. Maybe, so that's a potential explanation.
Yeah, and I do want to show you some footage that's already come in with the U.S. strikes. So take a look at this. I'll explain. Keep my mic up and I'll explain what you're looking at. So this footage shows the moment U.S. missiles struck Shahid Haghani Port in Bandar Abbas. This is in southern Iran. And it is worth noting that the funeral procession is still taking place. There's ceremonies still taking place in regard to the Grand Ayatollah's funeral. And so these are, again, some of the strongest strikes the U.S. has carried out against Iran since the beginning of the war, or at least since the MOU was signed.
Yeah, look, I continue to say that if we actually do leave, we actually do get a peace deal, because at the end of the day, we're going to have one or we're not going to have one, right?
We're not going to have one.
And if we have one, then that means we're not 100% controlled by Israel.
No, and the fact that Cenk is still playing that game, like, come on, man. At this point, you have to just admit that the negotiations have never really been anything but what she just said, to move the markets, to give us and our allies time to refill their stocks. Like, dude, it's so fucking obvious. Alrighty. Let's do the Tyler Robinson bit here. We'll go through day 1 and then day 2. Highlights from yesterday. Oh shit. Actually, this one has multiple days. Okay, that's fine.
Up is the biggest piece of evidence that now what I am going to show you to wrap the video up is the biggest piece of evidence that the prosecution put forward that absolutely proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Tyler Robinson did this. You guys ready? Again, this was the groundbreaking footage we haven't seen yet. Sorry for the background talking. That's me and Matt.
Who says it's the shape of Tyler's car? Oh, this is riveting stuff here, guys. A distorted door.
So this is legit what the prosecution brought out as the gotcha about Robinson.
Video.
So I was just about to ask you about the Robinson stuff. Good timing.
Okay, yeah, looks like a Challenger truck.
Also, welcome to stream.
Throw them away for life, baby. That's it. This is what we got. This what is this proving?
And where's this at?
Somewhere near campus. That was it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the big reveal by the prosecution. Proves it right there. Did you guys catch it? Hope you did.
Jesus Christ, it's just now fucking. I hate the fact that anybody that like went to school for graphic design is just getting no appreciation. They just go right for this fucking AI slop bullshit, dude. Ugh, gross.
Channel, everybody, and many of you may have just joined us for that 9-hour-long live stream. We live streamed the entire first day of the Tyler Robinson trial, but for those of you who don't have 9 hours to commit
this is
to
the right
watching
wing
a
guy?
trial
Yep.
every day, what I've decided to do is try to do a good recap, a day's roll-up of the events, and a good 9-10 minute video, just bullet points, really giving you guys a broad understanding of what happened each day during the trial. So that's what we're going to be doing in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. And guys, keep in mind, we are live streaming the entire trial all day, every day.
Yeah, he is.
This week. It starts at 9 a.m.
He made this his
Mountain
full-time gig,
time,
so he might as
join us
well.
tomorrow morning, anytime. We got a great panel that is covering all of this. All right, let's jump into it. Let's talk about today's events, day one of this pre-hearing evidence trial. The entire point of this pre-hearing is to see if there's enough evidence that constitute needing to take this to a real trial.
I'm missing the trial on another stream I'm a member of. Oh, really?
Mind, right? If the prosecution showed us a bunch of new evidence that we've never seen before, completely breaking the case wide open, I would be willing to, you know, have an open mind. Unfortunately, that's not what we got, because day one can be summed up in unprofessionalism and hearsay. Yes, hearsay evidence. If you've never heard of that, many of us didn't really know this was a thing, except for Utah does this. And hearsay evidence is essentially, it doesn't matter if I actually saw the evidence or collected it myself. If I talked to somebody who said they submitted it, it's good to go for the trial. And what's crazy is I thought we were going to get some new groundbreaking evidence. And at least so far in day one, we got literally nothing that we haven't all already seen before. Pretty wild. Let me walk you through it. All right, guys, this is the first witness on the stand. Again, I'm not going to play clips because, again, his testimony was almost 3 hours long. I'm going to give you the bullet points to basically who this is and what he's doing here as a witness. So this is actually the police officer who's the one who submitted most of the testimony in the charging document.
Dude,
so
shut up. My dad's older than you.
let me walk you through what his story.
Sitting here acting, you young whippersnappers. You're 65. Shut up.
Is here. So this officer claims
God,
that he
you just
started
qualified
up
for
here
fucking
on the
Social
top of
Security.
this
Calm down
pavilion.
there.
He was just off to Charlie Kirk's right side, up on this
like you're
raised
90.
awning here. He said that he could see Charlie Kirk down here below the tent, but couldn't actually see his full body. So this is about where we would expect him to be placed, right here. Now, his story claims that when he heard the shot ring out, he immediately looked down. That seems kind of bizarre because we would expect the actual shooter's supposed location up here instead. So why would you be looking down? I don't know, but at least that's what he said. The officer then claims he ran downstairs, which I'm assuming he had to run all the way through here or here to get all the way down here. Claims that he tried to run up to help Charlie and then instead looked to his right and over here in this area of the pavilion as he's making his way there, because I guess now he's moving towards the gun. God, again, this is a very bizarre testimony. He finds a pistol holster laying in the grass. A weird thing to talk about. Why is there a random pistol holster on the ground? Nobody's really sure about that. He then decides that he is going to ignore the pistol holster on the ground because now he knows that it's actually a rifle was shot, and that he can tell it was a rifle because the way rifles sound is they make a snap crackle sound when they go off, which is a little bizarre because no 30-06 does not make that sound. But anyway, I digress. This is his testimony, not mine.
Yeah, good one.
So he's roughly here at this point.
Left,
Keep in mind, from where he started to this location is probably, I don't know, 160, 170 yards. Again, he had to come all the way down, come here. He came up here.
Stunk
At this
himself out of
point,
his
he
spot there
knows
for a second.
Exactly where the shot came from somehow, which he decides to immediately head to the possible location of the shooter here. I don't know how long this would have taken. He didn't explain, but I'm assuming it would have taken a while. At some point while he's heading here to the
What's up, Boomerang? We're talking about the Tyler Robinson case.
Center, he finds, in his own words,
aka the Charlie Kirk shooter case,
another man with a gun. So yes, while being cross-examined by the defense, this UVU police officer, college campus officer, says to the defense that, he sees a random guy with a gun, and they decide to go up to the location of the shot together. And when he's asked, was it a law enforcement officer? He said, well, they had a badge, but I have no idea who they were or who they were with. So yeah, that seems pretty weird. But again, they go up to the location, and we've all seen this story before, right? The police officer who goes to the top of the building, he sees the shooter in the prone location based off of the indentations to the gravel and things like that, right? We've heard that story. It's in the charging documents. He apparently then ropes it off with some crime tape and heads off to do something else. Now, why this is so interesting is because this is the part of the trial, well, we expected to see the photos or the video evidence of Tyler Robinson laying in the prone,
Yeah.
taking the shot.
Yeah,
But
because that's
guess
what they
what
were
it sound-
implying that they had the entire time, that they actually had footage of him on the roof. You're telling me that you're telling me it was a lie?
sounds
What? Holy shit, Jen James, what's up, dude? How you been?
like they don't.
Dude, I hope you've been
At least the
well.
way it's been
It's good to
portrayed
see
in the
you.
charging documents, and now through the witnesses, and now through also talking about
Thanks
all
for,
the
thanks for
UU
stopping by today, man.
security camera footage that's everywhere that they have.
Yeah, for all the people in chat, if you guys do not know Jen James is like one of the OGs.
Doesn't sound like they have any.
I think he was there on one of my first
footage
live streams.
or pictures of Tyler Robinson.
Oh, cheers. Oh, dude, happy birthday. Happy 50th birthday. That's awesome.
With a 30-06 taking a shot. Or maybe they're saving that later for the trial. I don't know, but that would have been the appropriate time to show that, and it doesn't sound like they have it, which is, pretty much the one key piece of evidence you have to be able to actually show that this kid did this. And, oh boy, it's going to be bad if they don't have this. So he's very,
and the kid, dude,
confused. I'm not really sure why.
So this is where it's like, dude, Kash Patel and the federal government, they can't just make up evidence during the trial.
He was there as a witness because he didn't really do.
Do you think they like thought that way, where they're just like, well, I mean, it's not like they're going to ask any more questions. God.
Anything other than go look at the crime scene, and apparently that's good enough to tie Tyler to the crime. Interesting. Anyway, now let's talk a little bit of problems with professionalism in the courtroom. Okay, so the way the trial was supposed to work is that the judge was supposed to approve of any evidence before it was shown to the courtroom or to the televised audience watching. 3 different times, the prosecution put forward evidence that was not permitted by the judge to be shown to the audience, and it was. As you see back here,
Kash going to get a new woman's jacket for
this
court.
has been turned around now, but this was an actual
Maybe that would help him not look like he's always wearing his dad's clothes.
easel showing part of the
His
campus.
testimony, he's got the biggest shoulders. He looks like a Super Saiyan, or not even a Super Saiyan. He looks like
Now,
a fucking
this seemed
old
to
school
be a
Saiyan.
Big problem for the prosecution all day. One more thing about this police officer and his testimony. He was asked by the
It might be
defense,
that
"Well,
time.
you have a body camera on you, don't you? Can we see the body camera footage?" And it turns out that he turned his body camera footage on. Let me show you where. He turned his body camera footage on here when the event happened, and it just so happened he made it all the way to the Losi building, and then
What up,
right
Rowdy?
when he came to step out onto the roof, oh no, body camera just happened to turn off. Again, just kind of bizarre that your body camera just happened to turn off right when you went to step out onto that platform, but who knows?
Yeah, it is
Yes,
a little weird.
bit more unprofessionalism from the courtroom. So at one point, they were about to put forward a little bit of an evidence from a witness who had submitted camera footage, and she had to sign an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, and they almost put her sworn affidavit up on the screen with her full name, address, and social security number for the entire world to see. And they were barely stopped by the defense, who actually said, "Hey, you can't show that. It has all of her personal information on the screen. You would be doxing her." So, yeah, almost another big whoopsie. Just real shit show.
Oh
of
wow, dude! The federal
All right, now
government.
another big thing we had. Do you guys
just
remember
holy
this
shit.
part of the case? That there was a high definition 4K camera that they installed up here, and by who? Oh, that's right, Terrell Farnsworth. There he is. Now, we found out that he did submit that footage to law enforcement, but it sounds like he didn't submit it until nearly May. And when he did submit it, it was all edited and doctored down. But speaking of doctored footage, the prosecution actually tried to submit multiple videos that had been edited and doctored, and at one point were actually shot down by the judge and not even allowed to use the evidence whatsoever, because again, the judge said, you can't be submitting edited and doctored video.
No.
You have to give us the raw
It's
footage.
literally, yeah, you
There's
have to
been
give them
a
the
lot
raw
of that so
footage.
far. And again, guys, these are quick
Jesus
recaps, right?
Christ,
We're not
dude, they are so. Oh my god.
going down the rabbit holes on these. But another thing we heard.
It's so embarrassing because, I mean, I grew up in a time where people weren't so open with just their corruption, and also the way that they just have the worst people in charge that constantly keep fucking up.
About the medical examiners.
Like, dude, how is Kash still in charge of the FBI? Really? I mean,
or you know who we
this
didn't
isn't just like some lefty fucking like, oh, he's not qualified. It's like, bro, how is everybody not like calling for him to be fired?
hear anything about that surgeon? Remember the surgeon who talked to Andrew Colvett about that miraculous Superman neck that Charlie had. Yeah, sounds like that guy, maybe he doesn't exist, or that story was completely fabricated. Now, they did talk to the medical examiner, but we didn't get to hear from the actual medical examiner. We got to hear from this second law enforcement investigator witness. But we're going to call him Mr. Blinky, because I've never seen a human being blink so many times so fast while being questioned.
Holy shit, this is going to be... Wow, I can already see this guy's... He got some blinkers. Rebecca, thank you for the chili.
Yeah, this guy can blink, huh? But anyway, Mr. Blinky here is one of the investigators looking into the case, and what we found here is that he was brought in to talk about the medical examiner's report that he had seen. They didn't actually tell us anything that was in it or anything about it, but because he said he had seen it, that made it good to go to put into the evidence. Again, we didn't find anything about, what was actually going on anatomically, or the fragments, or the bullets, the firearms. Nothing. Actually, there is one thing we actually learned from the defense about the bullets is there may have been some shell casings found on a different roof in the courtyard area, which would suggest potentially a different shooter on a different location. We don't know for sure. Kind of said in passing, but it sounds like the defense may actually have evidence that was shell casings. I don't know. That seems like a big deal. Different firearm found on the roof of a different part of the area. We're gonna have to wait more to find out about that. Now, what I am going to show you to wrap the video up is the biggest piece of evidence that the prosecution put forward that absolutely proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Tyler Robinson did this. You guys ready? Again, this was the groundbreaking footage we haven't seen yet. Sorry for the background talking. That's me and Matt.
Who says it's the shape of Tyler's car? Oh, this is riveting stuff here, guys. A distorted doorbell video. Okay, yeah, looks like a Challenger.
I've seen enough, Matt. Throw them away for life, baby.
I mean...
That's it? This is what we...
How did they think that this was going to be like the big compelling evidence? That's... Okay. Well, we got some more updates. Let's just keep going. This one is actually like raw footage from what he was talking about with Mr. Blinkers here.
I'm just going to go back to a few things that Miss Nestor asked you about. First of all, the unfired bullet that you referred to. It's your understanding that that bullet was accounted for?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, and it possibly belonged to an officer that could have maybe been clearing his weapon.
Yes, that's what I recall being told about that particular item, yes.
Are you aware of if on the 10th there were police officers present that
Doesn't
were
seem to be
actually
blinking
securing
that bad.
buildings and securing rooms there at UVU?
I know prior to my arrival, it was a dynamic and active scene that I believe was originally being treated that there was an active shooter on campus. So there was a large, rapid response of law enforcement who were actively trying to clear, secure, and ensure that the campus was safe, if that answers the question.
The entire campus?
Oh,
Yes,
check this out. I'm 420.
And
Boom.
what types of officers
Yeah, baby.
were there clearing?
You saw what I just did there? I hit that like button. You all should do the same and sub to the channel if you're enjoying the content.
The campus.
Originally, there would have been probably local units who would have responded, but subsequently specialty teams would have been deployed to do a more methodical search of the campus and what we would call a clearing of the campus.
And those specialty teams and any other officers, how were they equipped? Like what type of equipment were they
I
carrying?
believe most officers carry a sidearm, a handgun, and most officers in this day and age are equipped with a rifle platform as well.
When you said that it was possible that that round was from an officer clearing his weapon, what exactly do you mean by that?
Our
This is the
standard practice
artful
in our
shot of the
department is to carry a
court's
rifle
fucking
cruiser
logo.
ready,
The hell was that?
which
I'm
is
sorry?
we carry our rifles in a situation which is called cruiser ready.
What does that mean?
It means we don't have a round chambered. So if an officer deployed with his rifle, he would chamber a round. once he had done whatever task it was.
All the videos are of him walking, running, climbing, and driving, but not one actual frame of him being firing the weapon. Yep.
In order to
Well, it's also now you have multiple reports of like different witnesses saying that like they saw or like they heard the shot from a completely different area.
put that weapon back.
And it's not just the amphitheater and like the echoes.
Sometimes in doing so, rounds are dropped or not accounted for.
Have you personally done that yourself?
We do that at
I
training.
mean,
and I've
you'd
done
think
in
that
the
that
field as
4K video right behind Charlie would have accidentally caught the trajectory of whoever did it.
And you're aware of, is that something that's common among police officers in this situation?
I believe for most agencies, that's how they carry their weapons, but I can't speak specifically to agencies outside my own.
Okay,
Do you have any idea how many officers were dedicated?
This is all about just what
sent out to clear the campus?
investigator claims Taylor Robinson admitted to being involved
I
in
can tell you I had to
Kirk
park on
shooting.
University
In Kirk
Avenue
shooting.
and walk all the way onto campus between hundreds of police cars. So I would say hundreds, if not 1,000 officers, high hundreds would have responded to the campus that day.
Now I'm going to ask you about, Ms. Nestor asked you about your observation of seeing Mr. Robinson with something in his hand. And I think she was asking you about Mr. Robinson just prior to crossing Campus Drive, following the shooting. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I think I was asked whether he had a gun in, or I had seen a gun in his hand in the video.
And you said that you did see something in his hand?
Correct.
Okay, I want you to go back as far as you can remember. At what point, after Mr. Robinson stood up on top of the Losi building and ran across, I believe to the northeast corner, when did you
He was
first
set up.
notice,
He never fired the shot into the titanium neck prophet of God.
in that video of something in his hand?
The first time
I tend to agree,
you
man.
clearly notice he has something in his hand.
The way that they it was written on, you guys remember that? It was written on the casing. We found the weapon that totally didn't match the description of a weapon that could cause that much damage. That's why everybody's just like, oh, it's the magic neck theory, Superman neck or whatever.
Is when he's on the white triangular portion on the north.
I don't know, man.
The Losi building preparing
This
to
one
jump,
is
but it's
very interesting because this isn't an open shut one where it's like there's very little evidence to prosecute this guy.
very apparent he has an item in his hand.
Okay, and that's based on your observation of the videos?
Correct.
Okay. And is it easier to see in that enhanced video?
The zoomed version of the video makes it a lot clearer to see, yes.
And then after he drops down off of the roof of the Losi building, is there any time between that point in time and making his way to Campus Drive that you believe you see, again, something in his hand?
As Mr. Robinson lands on the grass, it's almost like he either drops it or goes into a crouched position, and then when he returns up from that, it is again clear that there is some kind of an item in his hand, yes.
Can you be more specific or describe in more detail?
ASMR
It
testimony.
appears to be black, and it appears to be longer.
Okay, anything else about that item?
No.
No. Oh, okay.
I believe it was Exhibit 9, State's Exhibit 9 that Ms. Nestor pulled up on the screen, and she had you look at that. And I believe what you looked at was beginning a still image, but then a few moments or a few seconds of that video. And that's the UVU tunnel video, is that right?
The breezeway underneath the Hall of Flags, yes.
And the view is from behind, where I believe you testified that Mr. Kirk was on the other side of what appears to be a banner.
Sure.
In that tunnel view.
Yes.
And on the other side of that banner is the tent and then the rest of the courtyard. Is that
correct?
Fair to say? Do you remember seeing the banner?
Yes.
In the video? Okay. And
you're referring to the back of the pop-up tent?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember? What do you remember?
Hey,
about
Jeff, what's up?
It has some kind of an emblem on it, and it forms the back portion of the pop-up tent.
Is it opaque? Is it transparent? How
No, you can't see through it. It's white, and you cannot see through it. No. And
how much of the tunnel does that banner, I guess if it's opaque, obstruct?
I couldn't say. I'm assuming it's a 20 by 20 gazebo, so it would block out the area of the back of the tent that you can see. You would not be able to see through it. You would not be able to see through it from the audience side of the amphitheater.
And what about the tunnel side of that banner? Can you see through the tunnel side in the opposite direction?
Kind of wish they had like a visual for this.
Can you see Mr.
Like a visual aid
on the other side of that banner?
You can't, no.
Okay. Well, we exhibited, or Ms. Nestor had you watch just, I believe, just a brief few seconds of that video. That exhibit is actually much longer than what we just looked at, or what Ms. Nestor had you look at. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And leading up, and again, I'm referring to that view, that tunnel view of that surveillance camera, leading up to the shot, what's going on behind that banner?
There are representatives, I believe, of TPUSA, but there are representatives of TPUSA. There are law enforcement representatives. I don't know if there's any student body, but essentially people are moving to and fro behind that area. A couple of individuals are retrieving
there were a lot of
items from the
students
vehicle.
there.
But there's consistent movement behind and in that area.
Okay. Directly behind the banner?
Correct.
Ms. Nestor asked you about the wooded area that Mr. Robinson entered. Well, Ms. Nestor brought that up, and I believe your testimony has been, between today and yesterday, that you witnessed Mr. Robinson enter a wooded area on at least 2 occasions. Is that fair to say?
Yes, on his second visit to the campus and on the visit where the incident took place.
At least on those 2 occasions.
Do we get the cross-examination of this guy?
Were they different parts of the wooded area, or was it the same parts of the...
They appeared to be
No, we
the
don't.
same.
Okay.
You're aware that a rifle was eventually
Robinson's
discovered?
attorney grills Kirk,
Yes.
killing investigator.
The
Okay, we're gonna
understanding
get.
that
Yeah,
that
we're gonna
rifle
get the
was discovered in a
counter.
wooded area.
It was in the wooded area.
You know
where
what? Yeah,
Mr.
we're gonna go to the
Robinson
420
entered
with
the
this one.
wooded
This is interesting.
And that rifle was discovered on the 10th.
area. Yes.
Ms. Nestor asked you about a variety of tips including threats to Mr. Kirk, I think before the event.
Yes.
And did you follow up on those tips?
After tips have been put through a process and been analyzed and screened, anything that appeared to have relevance to either the investigation or a credible threat was managed by the various entities involved, yes.
Okay. So managed by law enforcement, so.
Correct.
Did
Why
you
was the
personally follow up
concrete beneath him repaved that day?
on any of the tips?
That's a very good question.
I don't think I personally did, but I worked closely with people who did.
The point is, I guess, is that those tips were followed up on. Is that fair to say?
To the best of our ability, yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Nestor also asked you about tips, I believe, of people reporting to police that they felt like they knew who the shooter was.
Yes.
Okay. So identities of possible shooters.
Correct.
Did law enforcement follow up on those tips as well?
They did.
Ms. Nestor, finally,
Oh,
Ms.
it was
Nestor asked you.
It's either an ingrown hair. It's like one of those.
She asked you.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Whether Mr. Robinson voluntarily went to the sheriff's office down in southern Utah.
that hurts.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Try to
That was the
ignore it.
Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Okay. You understood that he turned him. Well, he showed up there voluntarily. Is that right?
Correct.
What was your understanding as to why he was
Yeah. Okay. So this is where it gets a little murky, man.
showing up there voluntarily?
He had informed, I believe, his immediate family that he had been involved in the shooting and that he wanted to turn himself in.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right. So let's get to cross-examination. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I guess I got one more question.
In the video that we've already talked about, the video where Mr. Robinson stands up and runs across the top of the low-C building, do you notice whether at that point, after he stood up until you see him last, at least in that part of the video, do you notice whether he's walking or running with a limp?
How else are you going to get the little bits of mic shrapnel out of the concrete unless you repave it?
He's not. From the time he left after going over the railing.
I don't know,
when we see
man. The
him-
more and more that I've seen of this, the exploding mic theory, like it really did start with the fringes, but holy crap, it is starting to make sense. So Candio might have been right.
On the video, move out to the position.
Correct.
And then leave the position. There is no longer a visible
So
lintel
weird.
gate.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. Let's get to the cross.
May it please the court, thank you. Good afternoon, Agent Hall.
Good
You
morning.
and I have met before, but just to remind you, my name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson.
Okay.
So, when did you leave the SBI?
The State Bureau of Investigation?
Yes,
March of this year.
March of this year?
Yes.
So you were involved in this investigation from September to March, basically?
Yes.
And your new position at Post, what is your new position?
I'm an investigative sergeant.
So you investigate potential wrongdoing of police officers?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were first brought into this case in September, is it my understanding from your testimony that you were not engaged in any way with this event prior to getting a call after the shooting? Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, 20-minute warning for the
Does
420.
the SBI on occasion assist other agencies with preparing for big events like this or not? Is that not typically something you do?
Not something that I've ever been involved with, no.
Okay. And what time did you arrive on campus that day?
I believe it was shortly after 1:30.
Thank God they have good closed captioning.
So approximately an hour after Mr. Kirk had already been removed from the...
Approximately, yes.
Okay.
That's what
And
Candace Owens showed. I didn't know that she had
Were
footage
you involved in...
that she was showing.
In putting up any drones into the air? Were you part of that, or were you not
It's
involved?
not, no.
So how quickly after you arrived on scene did you become aware that you were actually going to be in charge of the scene?
I believe it was approximately an hour after, so what would have been approximately 2:30.
So for the first 2 hours, you were not in charge?
For the first 2 hours, I wasn't. I didn't arrive till 1:30, so no.
Okay. And once you came from on high that you were basically going to be in charge of the scene, what was your first priority? What were you focused on?
We were focused on, through our major crimes team and our lieutenant, putting together an investigative team and developing initial assignments and a plan as to what we were going to do moving forward.
And part of that is protecting any potential forensic evidence that may be found on the scene. That's clearly important, right?
Correct.
Preserving the scene, right?
Correct.
But it sounds like that's not really your area. That was more maybe Agent Falmina's area.
Agent Falmina was assigned to process and document the crime scenes. It was my understanding that the known scenes at that time, amid the chaos, had been contained and had been secured by the on-campus officers who were already on scene.
And what's your understanding of what the known scenes were? In other words, the area where there might potentially be evidence that you needed to process.
I know that the amphitheater area was cordoned off and managed as best it could with the number of people that were there. I was also made aware that there was a rooftop area that had been secured.
Okay.
And also an area
I kind of see where she's
off
going
of
to
the
start
side of that
asking.
building that had been secured by an officer.
And that building was the low-C building.
Correct.
Yeah, here we go.
Wasn't there also a bullet found on another building?
I believe an unfired bullet had been found on another building at some point during my time there on September 10th. Yes.
Which building was that, sir?
I don't recall.
Was that considered a scene that was worth preserving?
It was not. My recollection is that that was accounted for as an ejected cartridge from an officer who had cycled his rifle.
Okay, I thought you said it was an unfired bullet.
Yeah,
Now
he
you're
said it
saying
was
a
unfired.
cartridge?
When a weapon is cleared,
Uh-huh.
an officer would make his rifle ready, which would chamber around.
Oh, I got you.
My understanding was that that's how that was accounted for.
So an officer claimed that bullet belonged to him or her?
That's my recollection, is that was how it was accounted for.
And when was that accounted for?
I don't know specifically.
Do you remember what type of bullet that was?
I don't.
Was it a 30-06? Do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know where that bullet is now?
I don't.
Okay. So you had the amphitheater area that had to be preserved. And how far out did that stretch? The entire amphitheater or just the area around the tent or what?
My understanding was the entire amphitheater area was cordoned off.
Oh, it's so funny. No comments, and the sounds off on your phone.
And there were attempts to secure the campus
Oh, no.
itself with a perimeter of officers who were monitoring or preventing people coming and going.
When you arrived on the scene, were you aware that an individual had been taken into custody?
I had heard that, yes.
Did you ever have any interaction with that individual?
I did not.
And were you advised at any point that that person was no longer a person of interest?
Information was passed down that the individual was not considered to be a suspect in the shooting.
And when was that, time-wise?
I don't recall specifically, but I know I was on campus when I had heard.
So whoever arrested him as a potential suspect got that wrong. He wasn't the actual suspect, right?
Sorry, got what wrong?
That he was the shooter.
The person I believe to be the shooter was not the individual who was taken into custody, correct?
And then was there anybody else taken into custody as a person of interest?
There were several people who were detained for questioning and who were interviewed throughout the investigation.
And none of those people were they were all ultimately cleared by you or somebody connected with you.
Correct.
And were there any other guns confiscated on the scene that day?
There were other firearms that were located on the scene, yes.
How many guns were confiscated that day?
I don't know specifically confiscated, but I know that there was a firearm found in a backpack that was accounted for during the day.
What type of firearm was that?
It was a handgun.
Any other guns that were found on the scene?
Not that I recall.
Damn.
Do you recall an individual named Noah Gonzalez being interviewed?
I don't recall that name specifically.
Let me see if it refreshes your memory that he was an off-duty, I think maybe trooper that was on the scene that day and that was involved in recovering the holster. Does that refresh your memory?
I know that a trooper was interviewed having been on scene. I don't recall if it was Gonzalez. I don't recall the name, but I do know there was a trooper that was interviewed, yes.
Okay, and just a moment, Your Honor. And do you recall the trooper that was interviewed saying that there was actually a gun found in that holster?
I do not.
You do not?
No.
Okay. Can we pull up? Exhibit Hole 13 and just show it only to the witness for right now?
All right. Lady out here looking like Matlock.
All right, can we go to page 2 of that report? Do you recognize this report? Have you reviewed it as part of your investigation duties?
I do recognize the report now, yes.
Okay, and this is a report prepared by actually Mr. Davis, who's going to testify later in this matter. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and on page 2, this is the interview of Noah Gonzalez, is that right?
That's what it stated on page 1, yes.
And he's an off-duty trooper who happened to be there that day?
Correct.
And do you see on the second paragraph, does that refresh your memory about whether Trooper Gonzalez believed there was a gun found in a holster in that area of the amphitheater?
Trooper Gonzalez included in his report that there was a gun, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Damn, dude. How did we not know about this stuff? The fact that there were multiple guns just found on the grounds like this.
Okay.
You know, you'd think that the FBI, with how gung-ho they were.
When did you first personally go up to the roof of the Losi building? Do you remember the time of that?
I don't recall. I know it was dark when I went up to the roof, so it would have been later that evening.
And at the time you went up there, there was already crime scene tape that had been placed around it?
There was an officer standing security.
Right. And to your knowledge, as the head of the investigation, did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere on the Losi roof?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did they ever find any bullets or casings anywhere around the Losi building?
When you say around the Losi building, you mean how close? Like immediately around the Losi building?
Correct.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And then you've been talking a lot about a timeline here that seemed, you talked about it when you were watching the video, but you also talked about the fact that you developed a timeline, is that right?
Correct.
And can you pull up hole 1, please? I'm pulling up on your screen your report that you prepared. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what's the date that you drafted that report?
Looks like September 14th. It says date created.
And that's the place where, if you could go to page 2, please. Do you see down at the bottom where you summarize Sergeant Bricker's report listing the timeline?
Yes.
Okay, and so it was actually Sergeant Bricker that prepared the timeline, is that right?
He prepared a timeline.
And you incorporated that into your report?
No, I created a timeline.
You created your own timeline?
Yes.
Separate from the one that's in this report?
Yes, using information obtained in the investigation.
And when did you create that timeline?
Over the course of the investigation, over a long period of time, after a lot of reviewing video and investigative time.
So, as of September 14th, Tyler Robinson had already turned himself in to the authorities, is that right?
Yes, I believe he turned himself in on September 11th.
So,
Thank you for the chili.
prior to the time that Tyler Robinson turned himself
Ooh, by the way, my chili pepper plant is doing really well.
prepared a timeline?
A documented written timeline?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge. I don't know when Sergeant Bricker produced his specifically.
And isn't it fair to say that as of the moment that Tyler Robinson voluntarily surrendered to authorities in Washington County, as of that moment, you all did not know who the shooter was. Is that right?
Nice, almost
We
pickled
had
pepper time.
identified a person of interest, but we did not
Probably by end of August is when I should be able to put
specifically
them
know
in
who
a
the shooter
jar.
was at that time.
Excited.
And you became aware that Mr. Robinson was voluntarily surrendering how? How did you become aware of that?
That information.
Oh, the brine from last year. Holy crap, was so good.
Came originally, I believe, from the Washington County Sheriff to the administration at the control center at the university on the evening of the investigation, or the second evening of the investigation.
All right, we're going to get back to that in a minute, but I just wanted to get the timeline down. All right, now I want to go back to the videos that we've seen and the question that I just asked before, which is it fair to say that nothing about the video of the individual on the roof revealed to you, you couldn't see facial features, you couldn't see what they were wearing, correct?
Of the individual on the roof?
Correct.
I know that there was a meeting to discuss perhaps a pattern on the front of the shirt that was observed when the individual was jumping off of the roof.
Okay, that's fair. But at that time, as of the 11th, before Mr. Robinson turned himself in, you all had not been able
Not
to
seen his
determine
face.
that, is that
Yeah.
right?
Excuse me. Determine who he was or
No,
determine distinguishing features?
Determine distinguishing features of
Yep.
the video of the person on the roof.
Yes, we had a person
Love
of
flavored
interest, and those
pickles.
images were released to the press.
Oh, wait, I
You're
got
talking about
pickles
the ones in the
upstairs.
stairwell from the
Correct.
from the
want one
parking
now.
garage.
Correct.
But the video on the roof was not distinguishable. Fair.
That video as a standalone?
Yes.
Was not, no.
Okay. And in fact, the video on the roof, well, strike that. Is it true that you had some
Oh, yeah, pickle
spectators
lovers
that you
unite.
interviewed that had gotten a
Dude.
photograph a few seconds before the shooting?
I got
of
just
someone
enough
on the
time. I'll
roof?
be right back. Really want one now.
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did you, at some point in your investigation, collect from two young men who were present at the event a video that they had taken of someone on the roof about 10 seconds before the shooting?
Yes, a video, yes, not photographs. A video was collected from an individual who had a video
And ultimately, some screenshots were taken out of that video, is that right? By you?
Not by me, no.
Okay. That's fine. It could have been someone else.
Okay.
But did you see the video that those young men took?
If you're referring to the video that is looking north and shows an individual dressed in dark clothing on the corner of the roof,
Yes.
if that is the video, I have seen that video, yes.
Did you review the interview of those young men?
I did not.
Do you know how they described the person on the roof?
I don't know if I read it or if I heard it, but my understanding was they believed it was Overwatch or some kind of a police Overwatch for the event,
Okay.
if that's my recollection.
And do you remember anything specific about the person's build that they discussed when they described the person on the roof?
I do not know.
Okay. There is a portion of the video after the individual jumped off the roof, which we all saw
Jesus,
here,
damn.
where the individual crosses, I believe it's Campus Drive. Is that right?
Correct?
And there's a moment where the individual waits and there's two cars that pass in front of him, right in front of him.
Correct?
And is this the moment where you are submitting that he was holding a gun in his hand?
As he crossed the road?
Yes.
From my observations, would show that he's carrying an object in his hand that's concealed or in a bag, and it is long and has the appearance,
will
based
help.
on my training and experience, it could be a firearm.
But do you see a gun anywhere? The actual gun?
In the video?
Yeah.
No.
All right. And did anybody that was driving by on Campus Drive that day report to you or any other investigative entity?
This dude
"Hey,
has
we just
Tyler
drove by a guy with a
tunnel
gun,
vision
and he was
disregarding
leaving
another
campus, and he
bullet,
was standing right by my
another
car."
roof without any documentation or collection, disregarding any Yep.
Also, when you were revealing
Disregarding
the
any
timeline,
alternative scenarios.
exactly how long was there between when the person was prone on the roof and when the shot was taken? Do you recall?
If you would like to replay the video, I can time it for you, but I don't recall. It was my guess, I would estimate between 15 and 30 seconds.
So between 15 and 30 seconds.
Okay, he
to
does
lay
blink a lot.
flat, take a shot, and get up and run off, right?
I think you asked how long he was prone. I
Right.
think it took longer for him to crawl into position
Okay.
and then establish a position
Oh.
and then take the shot. He appeared to be in prone for approximately 15 to 30 seconds, but the video would verify that.
Okay, thank you. All right. I want to talk to you for just a minute about the video that was taken.
Delicious.
And I'm not going to get into I'm not going to show it, just so that in case anybody's concerned about leaving the courtroom, I'm not going to show it. But there was a video that was taken by Mr. Ty Phillips from behind the individual that was speaking to Mr. Kirk.
Correct?
And it showed like a dead-on view of Mr. Kirk and his parts of his security team. Is that right? And then you also have video that you described that shows the back of the tent at the moment the shot happened. Is that right? Behind Mr. Kirk.
You're referring to the UVU video in the breezeway?
Yes.
We have that video, yes.
Okay. And can we pull up the last video, the last clip, 49? I want to show you, just you, this clip. That is a little clip from that video under the breezeway that's behind the tent, right?
Correct.
And just to be clear, this area behind the tent would not have been visible to anybody that was on the Low-C building. Is that fair?
I can't answer that question.
Yeah, sure.
And Ms. Nestor, as you're playing this, are you just being cognizant if the sound is on or not?
I don't want the sound. Please.
Okay, I just wanted
not-
to
Thank you for bringing
clarify.
that. Thank you.
All right.
No, sir.
All right, 2 minutes.
I just want only the witness to look at it. So can you just watch this clip for just a minute? This one little clip of behind the breezeway at the time of the shot.
That's fine. And so just as a reminder to all the parties, if it's on your monitor, please be cognizant of that. It will not be displayed on the main monitor. Ms. Nestor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Is it playing? Okay. Do you remember that? Does that refresh your memory of what's in that clip?
Yes.
And having reviewed that, at the time the shot was fired, there was no one standing directly behind the tent. Is that correct?
There's
You'd
chow
have to show-
down, chicken fried rice, and spinach. Ooh.
Yet again, I wasn't specifically looking for that.
Okay.
But I can answer that question if I can view the video again.
Okay. And just before
Someone
you,
had mentioned Dave's Hot Chicken here on stream not too long ago, and we had we got one of those near us. And I was just like, ooh, I could go for that.
do that, I think you testified before that Mr. Kirk would have been dead center behind that banner. Is that right?
What hot chicken? That's what I want.
Okay,
Like, I want
so what I'm
spicy
asking
chicken.
is if anyone behind that banner, dead center behind Mr. Kirk, if there was any people standing.
By the way, guys, all right,
Go ahead.
10 seconds. Let's go. Lighters up. That does sound yummy. Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, man. Especially after eating that pickle. I think I'm going to get some hot chicken. No, I don't know.
So there's a,
I shouldn't be presumptuous because I do have a wife upstairs that might not want that.
on the right side of the tent. And then I can only see as far as the video allows me to, so I can't speak to whether there's anybody out of frame who could have been behind the tent.
But what you can see, is there anyone directly behind the middle of the tent?
Yes, there's a videographer stood behind the tent.
To the right?
Yes, behind the tent.
Correct. But directly in the middle of the tent, is there anyone standing?
There's no one stood in the middle behind the tent, no.
Thank you. All right, I want to talk now about the TP. You can take it down off of the screen. Thank you.
Uni celebrated with us.
I want to talk now about the TP USA video that you got. That was the angle that was taken from behind Mr. Kirk while he was talking, looking out at the audience during when the shot was fired. Do you remember that video?
The visual impulse videos?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Visual Impulse provided 4 videos?
Yeah, I believe there were 4 total videos that encompassed everything that they provided to us, yes.
But the one that you showed, that's only one of the 4 that they provided?
Takes
to
a
you?
takes a long time for the internet to get to Australia.
That one that was shown had a Bates number. It was an item that was provided by...
Your
documentary
internet is slow.
Okay, but were there more that you haven't seen in this courtroom, in this prelim, that you got from?
There's the original footage.
Okay. But were there other angles that are not shown here in this prelim?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Thank you.
Okay. FBI investigator explains DNA evidence recovered in Charlie Kirk shooting.
And we're picking up with cross-examination of Agent Hull. Ms. Nestor, your witness.
May it please the court, thank you. Good afternoon, Agent Hall.
Good
You
morning.
and I have met before, but just to remind you, my name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson. So, when did you leave the SBI?
Oh wait, this is the same guy.
The State Bureau of Investigation?
Yes. May it please the court, thank you.
Okay, never mind. Oh, this is the one I was looking for.
Cross-examination? Oh, would you mind grabbing the microphone? I just want to make sure what you say is on the record.
With the court's permission, I'd like to reserve the right to cross-examine on the area she testified about until she's completed her testimony.
Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Any input, Mr. McBride?
Your Honor, that's what we expected to happen. We discussed this beforehand. We stipulate.
All right, that's fine. And so should I have the
Oh yeah, I started 2 minutes or yeah.
step down,
Yeah,
or-
that's why
Yes.
it's yeah.
Sergeant, if you'd like to step down, you're still under oath, and so please don't discuss your testimony with anyone. And is she being asked to
Try to start on like 2 minutes or so before the top of the hour.
exit the courtroom, or
Let
what's the
people get
request?
in there, you know. Start at 4.
All right,
Doesn't always work
would you mind
out, so
exiting the courtroom and then
maybe the prosecutors have more evidence that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Preliminary trials only have to establish probable cause, which I think they have done.
we'll come get you when we're ready.
Is this?
All right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Burt, turning to you.
Your Honor, out of order, the defense would be calling Amanda Baker.
All right, Ms. Baker.
Wait for her to get there. Let's go.
What's your name, please?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amanda Baker. My last name is spelled B-A-K-K-E-R.
Ms. Baker, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic examiner in the DNA casework unit of the FBI laboratory located in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you been a DNA analyst at that location?
A little more than 10 years.
And just in general, what are your duties?
My duties are to manage a case. When a case comes into DNA casework unit, I will review any information associated with that case. I will review any evidence that is submitted for that case, determine which items of evidence need to be tested and which tests need to be performed. I will then create something called an exam plan. You can think of this like a
You're gonna have DJ X's for a bit. Awesome, dude.
to-do list.
Thanks, Natch.
To let the
Appreciate that.
biologists know which items I need tested. Once that testing is complete, I will review all the data, draw conclusions in the form of a report, and then testify if needed.
Ms. Baker, in this case, were you requested by the state of Utah to do certain testing?
Yes, I was.
And when were you called upon to do that testing?
That was September of 2025.
And do you recall when the case first came into your lab?
I believe we received evidence the first
They need to
time
prove
was September
standing.
11th of 2025.
And just in general, when the FBI, your unit receives evidence for analysis, is it true that the
Coheed and
turnaround time is
Cannabi.
about
What's up?
200 days?
How you doing today, man?
Depends. We've wavered between 90 days and over 200 days. I would say on average, it's somewhere between 100 and
All right. I hate to say I'm kind of bored with this one. All right. Well, I think we got what we wanted out of the case thing, right? Oh, okay. Here we go. This is funny. I saved this bit just for a random bit on the fun half because if you guys didn't see Janine Pirro giving her press conference, holy shit. So this is her talking about arresting the Olympian who totally 100%, you know, according to her, they have the evidence that he was damaging the pool. Well, let's hear what she has to say about that.
And that is the reflecting pool that runs from the Washington Monument to the Lincoln Memorial, which is, of course, a symbol of D.C.'s beauty and history. Now, it was recently renovated with significant funds and investments. Any tampering undermines that. And make no mistake, if anyone decides they want to damage that, whatever they think their reason is, or whether they think it's justified, or whether they think it's not important, will be held to account. This is a priority not only for the president, but for myself as well. So, today a grand jury has returned
Dude, her attitude just throughout the entire thing.
a felony indictment against a defendant, David Hearn, for felony destruction of property, for which he faces 10 years in prison. The indictment is in response to an incident that occurred on June 19th of 2026, in which the defendant Hearn
You
ripped a piece of recently
anti-Trump. I'm not from the U.S. I am anti-Trump.
installed sealant on the
Caspar.
bottom of the reflecting
Welcome to
pool
the show.
at the Lincoln Memorial. The evidence shows, and we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that Hearn willfully
Oh shit! Thank you for the sub, Caspar. Appreciate that.
destroyed property at the Lincoln Memorial
Fuck.
reflecting pool.
Much appreciated.
This was a deliberate act to damage
That's
the
everything. That's everything I needed to give you my prime. Fucking sick, dude. Right on.
reflecting
Thank
pool
you.
at the National Mall. That
This guy, he's out there, just gave pep talks. He gave him some of Bezos's money. I gotta tell little Jeffy. That's what I call him, little bald Jeffy. Doesn't he look like I wanted to call him Lex Luthor, but that'd be too cool.
of the National Park Service actually have worked hard to restore
Oh no, that was a subscription over on
and
Twitch.
have witnessed.
No,
By
actually,
Hearn's own
tonight we.
admission, on
I took one step backward. I don't know what I said.
June 19th,
This always
he
happens.
reached down into the pool.
He reached into the pool.
Evidence further shows that the National Park Service employees observed Hearn actually forcefully and violently
He forcefully and violently ripped up the pool.
and removing the bottom line
Oh, hey, thank you for the chili. Appreciate that.
with both hands. According to witnesses,
Crazy for
Hearn
guys,
damaged
but also
approximately
crazy for
2
us
square
here. It's crazy for you guys, but it's also crazy for us in Europe. Oh yeah,
feet
dude.
of sealant
You got fucking the right wing stuff happening to you.
from the bottom of the pool. A Parks
It's
employee
happening.
actually told Hearn to stop his behavior and stop what he was doing. Hearn reacted by shouting at that Parks employee, saying that she cared too much about the reflecting pool.
How dare you shout at the park employee?
And
She cares because she's a patriot and cared about the pool.
why did she even care, since it wasn't her pool?
Since it wasn't her pool.
Now, Mr. Hearn's behavior was characterized by witnesses
Jesus
as
Christ, dude.
belligerent,
This is the shit right here that just makes me go, wow, this has to be a simulation.
rude,
Like this is more ridiculous than you could write.
and disrespectful,
Oh,
according to National
just remember, she's a literal like fake news or she's like a fake TV judge.
Park Service employees that witnessed the event. Now, let me talk a moment about those employees. Many of those employees have come from around the country
cares?
because they are proud of this nation. They are proud of the 250th anniversary that we are about to experience. Many of them have decided to step away from their desks and to go outside and actually work next to the pool to witness what was going on, as opposed to staying in a cool office. These are the witnesses that we're talking about in this case.
They were out there, they were getting hot, they didn't have their neck fans on. They were making the ultimate sacrifice for you guys to know that the pool was going to be in good condition.
These are the people who care.
What the fuck? I can't understand how the media is not outraged over this shit show by Trump, but they nearly impeached Obama over a tan suit. I watch a lot of the U.S. news, and I can't understand how it even got to this point. A lot of it is just like the U.S. electorate's very, very persuadable.
This particular
like they're
monument
just
and
they're pretty dumb.
what is going on.
I try not to do that,
They
but
were
they are. The average person's pretty dumb.
long hours, and they are tireless in their efforts. And they must be shown respect.
You got to show these government workers at the pool respect.
And not be treated with belligerence and with disrespect by those who seek to damage.
You're disrespecting our IQs by literally yelling at us. What are you talking about? Janine.
Very monuments that they are there to protect. And they certainly should not have to witness the damage done right in front of their faces. The United States Attorney's Office.
They ripped up that paint.
Office for the District of Columbia.
We're throwing the book at them for ripping up the paint.
It remains committed to protecting our national resources, our
this guy
monuments,
behind
and
her
our
doesn't even
parks
buy
and
this shit. He's just
vandals,
like, what?
And we are especially committed to doing so in advance of our 250th anniversary. Now, I don't know if do you want to add anything to this? Sure. Deputy Chief Lamont from the Park Police.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deputy Chief David Lamont, and I am the Field Operations Division Commander for U.S. Park Police. U.S. Park Police's mission is to support the mission of the National Park Service and the Department of Interior, and to safeguard lives and to protect cultural resources. We understand this summer there are a lot of events.
There was
the sealant, was this part of the pool specifically, was the sealant already partially removed? Did he rip it back? Can you just describe in detail? Because he maintains that it looks the same as it did
there we go.
before he arrived. That's his.
You know, I'm not going to get into the evidence, but what I told you is what our witnesses saw and experienced. There was an effort, a violent effort to rip up the sealant from the bottom of the pool. And irrespective of whether or not, we think that, there is some situation that preceded it, we can state and prove beyond
God, she's so bad at her job.
beyond a reasonable doubt that he caused damage.
Can you? Okay. Here. You know what? I don't even need to listen to her bullshit. Let's listen to the attorney representing the guy, because this guy seems pretty confident in his ability to win this case.
democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. A grand jury in Washington, D.C. has indicted the former U.S. Olympian canoeist Davy Hearn for allegedly vandalizing the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. On June 19th, Davy Hearn stopped by the pool while on a 64-mile bike ride. He says he touched the pool to see what it felt like and was then arrested, handcuffed, and held for 5 hours by U.S. Park Police. He's now facing a possible sentence of 10 years in prison if convicted. He is one of the at least 6 people who've been arrested for allegedly vandalizing the pool. Following the incident, Trump posted on social media, quote, "The United States Park Police have arrested multiple individuals for vandalizing our nation's magnificent reflecting pool. Who would do such a thing? These are very serious crimes having to do with the destruction of national monuments. Years in jail," Trump wrote. District Attorney for Washington, D.C., Gene Pirro, said Hearn willfully and violently damaged a 2-square-foot piece of sealant of the pool.
I felt it important to call this press conference because one of the most offensive images that I hold in my mind are the images of national monuments that are being defaced, roped, torn down, graffitied, and damaged by individuals. Today is about...
Do they still have the fence around the reflecting pool? Yeah, because they still have like this idea that they're going to have a new contractor come in, but then it turns out that it's still the same guy. They're not going to get a new contractor.
Accountability for damaging a national resource, a national treasure, and that is the reflecting pool.
Yeah, you'd think, maybe they don't hire the guy that wrecked the shit.
Washington, D.C., Gene Pirro. The reflecting pool underwent a nearly $16 million renovation. President Trump wanted to paint the bottom of the pool American flag blue. The work was completed under a no-bid contract, but then the pool turned green as algae blooms flourished and the bottom of the pool began to peel. Late-night comics started to say that the pool was Mexican flag green. For more, we're joined by Norm Eisen. He's co-founder and executive chair of Democracy Defenders Fund. One of Davy Hearn's attorneys was formerly White House Special Counsel for Ethics and Government Reform under President Obama and was co-founder and board chair of CREW, that's Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. Norm Eisen, thanks so much for joining us. Can you talk about what Davy Hearn exactly was charged with?
Well,
Mr. Hearn has been charged with vandalism. He's innocent. The charges are outrageous. And Amy, it should be concerning to every American when on this kind of a basis a felony charge can issue. So we're preparing to vigorously defend the case in court.
So explain what we understand. You can't help but think, I mean, this has been, here is President Trump,
Stay safe.
who is a developer. This is a no-bid contract. I don't know if
unfortunately,
you can talk about who this went
we have to deal with a lot of dumb shit. But Rebecca, you have yourself a great day.
to, and the humiliation of President
Glad
Trump
that you were
himself,
able to
I won't
join
even
us.
say the White House, for what's happened to the pool. Do you think this is about trying to
by the way,
deflect
guys,
attention for the failure of this reflecting pool?
Yeah, Pepaganda's kind
Amy,
of
we
50-50 for it now.
do think that
try.
Davey is being scapegoated for the failures of the White House with respect to the reflecting pool, that the blame is being shifted. He's innocent, and we intend to vigorously defend the matter.
Norm Eisen, you are involved with a number of cases.
It's essentially repeating
I'd like
himself.
to ask you first about the merger, the proposed merger that the U.S. Department of Justice is pushing forward, has just approved, between Paramount Skydance, which has already merged in something like an $8 billion deal, and
Oh,
Warner
man,
Brothers
this guy
Discovery.
just, like, he
the
does
Paramount
all sorts of,
Skydance Warner Brothers
wow.
Discovery
Okay.
merger would
Cool.
be
Criminal
something
defense
like
and,
$110 billion with the Trump ally
Antitrust law?
billionaires Larry and his son
Oh, you're
David
here until
Ellison
Hobby
in
wakes up.
charge.
Oh,
Can you
nice.
talk about the significance of what's happening here?
Of course, Amy, at Democracy Defenders Fund and Democracy Defenders Action, we have over 300 legal cases and matters, entirely separate from Mr. Hearn's case. Another one of those very important democracy cases is the effort to mash together two of the largest entertainment and news entities, Paramount and Warner Brothers. And the concern here is, under the Ellison's tutelage, David Ellison, his father Larry Ellison, cronies of President Trump's, the CBS network, storied the Tiffany network, we've seen its news operations demolished by Barry Weiss. Now they're going to put CNN under that same umbrella, together, by the way, with TikTok, where they also have that social media outfit under their wing. If you like what they did to CBS, the destruction of 60 Minutes, for example, you'll love what they're going to do to CNN. And that's just the news side of things. We can't have, you know, somebody's watching Fox News, they say, oh, I can't take this anymore, I'm going to turn the channel. And you go to CNN, it's the same thing. You go to CBS, it's the same thing. Then on top of that, you have an even louder megaphone for influencing society, the entertainment industry, film and TV, documentary films, all of that also under the Ellison sway. Reportedly, career professionals at the Department of Justice were not ready to let this merger go through. They had serious questions about whether it was illegal under antitrust law with the excessive concentration of power in the hands of the Ellisons. They were overruled. There's the most profound questions about whether there was inappropriate political decision-making to jam through this merger. Two of President Trump's cronies, the Ellisons, and fortunately, the state AGs, the UK government, the EU are still asking those hard questions.
Yeah.
We
No, I know that Illinois is playing a big part in this one.
anticipate that the state
Yeah, 'cause
AGs
they're just
will
like,
go to
this
court
is insane.
and get an injunction, just like they did, Amy, with the Live Nation merger.
Yeah, because now the states are kind of like, all right, well, if that's the case, then we're going to make sure that we're protecting our citizenry, and it's going to be in the best interest for us to deny these streaming services to be in our states.
Nation and Ticketmaster, just
Which,
like they have
honestly,
done with
I'd be okay with it.
other cases. Nexstar, Tegna, another
Money
big
talks,
media
bullshit
merger.
walks.
The AGs were successful.
Yeah, if the big fucking blue cities don't, okay. You're not going to survive with a bunch of rural communities
In getting court
that don't even watch your bullshit anyway.
relief. we anticipate they'll do the same thing here.
The significance of the British government, as you just mentioned.
Never underestimate the ability for these people to also sacrifice trillions just to satiate their egos.
Suggesting that it may challenge Paramount Skydance blockbuster $110 billion takeover of Warner Brothers. And you talk about CBS then would be under the same roof as CNN and HBO, among other media properties. Lisa Nandy, the British Culture and Media Secretary, expressed concern about
When he talks, Pep also talks.
concentrating control of media assets in the hands of fewer corporate owners. She said,
Well
following
said.
engagement with the parties and independent research, my department has today written to the current and proposed owners of Warner Brothers Discovery on my behalf to inform them I am minded to intervene, she said. What would it mean if Britain intervened?
It would be a substantial hurdle to completing this misbegotten merger mashup. The combined entity has substantial assets that are in the UK market or impact the UK market. It would be one of the strikes against the merger, the most devastating, because the largest concentration is in the United States. It would be the state AGs, but the UK and the EU matter. And Amy, very proud that at Democracy Defenders, we filed a complaint with the UK that will be part of the basis for action if they move. So we are on the case in the US and wherever necessary to stop these kinds of assaults on our democracy.
I want to turn to another issue, birthright citizenship. This is
Jesus. I was bouncing all around with this one.
Speaker Mike Johnson speaking.
All right, what do we got? 20 minutes?
Speaking about the Supreme Court decision on Fox News over the weekend.
I really enjoyed Justice Clarence Thomas's dissent. It's everybody should read that, must read. And he explained that the 14th Amendment, the original intent, was to enhance and really value citizenship, and it's been devalued because of birthright tourism, which is what we have now. It's a threat to the rule of law and national security. We do need to address it. We're looking at all angles. If there's some legislative fix, we'll advance that immediately. If it's a constitutional amendment, as you know, it takes a little more time. But we've got to address this. It really is a serious, serious issue.
So, Norm Eisen, if you can talk about this approach that Congress would pass a law and this whole framing of birthright citizenship as birthright tourism, suggesting there would be pregnancy tests for anyone coming into the United States that's not an American citizen?
Amy, it's so wrong. Hold
on, we got an update on the bricks and minifigs.
Reckless Ben's now finally
Bro, shit. All right, so is this Reckless Ben? All right. So
free
that's
to
my
talk about
notes.
the bricks
Cool.
and minifigs case, and he's laying it all out in a wild part 3. Feed is now investigating alleged racial abuse against iShowSpeed, one of the biggest streamers in the world. Trump's now attacking NATO allies and says that the ceasefire with Iran's over, and you already have both sides launching dozens of strikes. You now have new footage that allegedly shows Tyler Robinson on campus the day Charlie Kirk was murdered. We're talking about breaking down and diving into all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. This all-out war between bricks and minifigs and Reckless Ben and just kind of the internet at large, it just keeps getting crazier and crazier, and we now have even
Anyone ever listen to Cliff Cash? Yeah.
more updates. And the reason you got so much more to talk about now is that Ben, he's no longer silenced by a gag order, and so he's got a lot to say.
Right now, their strategy is to get me arrested before I get them arrested. So now, I'm gonna Uno reverse this and get Eamon, the CEO, arrested before he gets me arrested.
And to back up a little bit for all my beautiful normies out there who have lives that are not addicted to the internet, Ben is accusing Lego reseller Bricks and Minifigs of stealing a collection of Star Wars Legos from a man by the name of Brian Mansell that's worth around maybe $200,000, though that number has been contested, with a company claiming it's really more like $100,000. The main thing, if you're talking about 5 to 6 figures
Damn,
of
are
Legos,
they striking people?
that's still a lot of money, right, Mansell?
Oh, shit. I better... Uh-oh.
Well, you had him entering into a consignment deal with a BAM franchise in Oregon, but corporate then seized that store and gave it to new owners, and Ben claims that
Whenever I see like a portion of a video kind of blurred out like that, it's like, oh, crap.
is when the Legos were stolen. So you then had Ben going on this crusade to get the Legos back, tracking down the CEO.
Wait, Ben is making a game of this? I can't be
of
surprised.
BAM and the new
No.
owners of the franchise that initially entered in a
can't.
consignment agreement to sell Brian's Legos. And to make a very long and involved story short, everything spirals out of control. BAM brings a RICO and defamation suit against Ben, his team, and Brian. They also then hit Ben.
Wait, what happened with Trump?
A gag order that prevented him from talking.
Trump just declared the fucking ceasefire is over, just kind of randomly.
Posting content.
And now we're at war again. Yay.
About bricks and minifigs.
And for the last couple months, this company's been doing whatever they can to get me arrested so they can keep all the Legos for themselves.
And when we last talked about all this insanity, Ben had posted a video claiming that BAM had agreed to lift the gag order while the rest of the case played out. But the judge overseeing the case refused to sign off on the paperwork lifting the gag order. And so then you had him say saying that he took the matter to federal court, and eventually the federal judge agreed to lift the gag order yesterday, saying in a court filing that Ben can resume talking about the case online, publishing court findings, and generally continue his investigation.
Dude, that was a huge win for him.
Journalism. Though I will say, among other things, it does prevent Ben from going within 100 yards of the plaintiffs and any BAM property, and he's not allowed to solicit store employees for certain information. Right? And then very notably here, you had the court filing also saying that both sides agreed to move forward with mediation, indicating that they want to try and reach a settlement instead of going to trial, but also the outcome, it's still up in the air. But also regardless, Ben's now able to talk about this whole situation again, and so yesterday, he finally shared part 3 of his documentary series on Patreon, and he posted it unlisted on his YouTube channel. And what you have is this video, it goes beyond just the civil suit, right? You've got Ben saying that there are 2 criminal cases against him. The first is in American Fork, Utah, and that's related to his efforts to track down and serve legal papers to the new owners who took over the Oregon franchise. And in that case, you got Ben claiming that he doesn't know exactly what he's being charged with because police body cam footage has been redacted. But you've also got prosecutors telling a judge that they need a protective order for new franchise owners that would prevent Ben from accessing that footage.
If this defendant were to represent himself and we were to provide body cams and discovery, we would be now providing additional information and fodder for this defendant to create videos from which he could profit by placing them on YouTube at the expense of our victim.
And you've got Ben saying that the judge agreed to sign the protective order, claiming that he didn't care about the evidence Ben says he presented. Then the bulk of the video, it's really focused on the second criminal case against Ben, which is in Provo, Utah, and it centers around his confrontation with the CEO of BAM, Amon McNeff, at BAM headquarters. And in that case, you got Ben saying that McNeff told police that he wanted to charge him with extortion.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. Or we're going to burn the place down. Or I'll kill you.
But Ben, he claims that no one ever made those
Nobody
threats.
ever made
and the
those
video
threats,
he filmed from the interaction proves it. Now, notably here, we've already seen big parts of that confrontation in Ben's earlier videos, with Ben repeatedly claiming that they show McNeff lying when he says that the company doesn't have Brian's Legos. And you have him repeating those claims again in part 3, while also claiming that McNeff's alleged lies amount to criminal obstruction of evidence.
Eamon McNeff actually committed a crime. I have tons of crimes on camera that Eamon McNeff has committed.
So Ben and his team, they go to the Provo Police Department to report the alleged obstruction crime, and he says that they agree to open an investigation. But then ultimately, you've got Ben getting a letter informing him that the police have actually taken up McNeff's case.
Yes, the case that had an overwhelming amount of evidence. They thought that case was garbage, and they took on the case that has 0 evidence at all. In the police body cam footage, after the police watched my full conversation, proving that I didn't threaten to burn the place down or literally anything, they even admitted to Eamon that there was no credibility with his entire case against me.
We agreed that there really was no
Don't fuck with the Utah. Those Mormons will destroy your life just because you're not Mormon.
extortion code that would fit your
Seems like it,
situation.
man.
However, at the end of the day, we do want to help you guys. You're not having to deal
But
with
realistically, this was going to get to the federal courts, and the second that happened, they had to kind of sit like, they just had to see it as like, oh,
and it's
we're so
called
fucked.
aggravated commercial obstruction. However, the tricky thing is that we have to prove that this individual either entered or remains unlawfully on the premise.
By the way, Rebecca, you can turn your chat on if you are watching from the TV. I know that it's just like one of the little word bubble boxes.
Did you have to
when you
ask
have
him
your
more
play
than
button,
once to
it's
leave?
somewhere there.
Yes.
Okay.
I figured that out recently.
And he's like, no.
Well, you've been again claiming that this video proves he never extorted McNeff. He does admit this.
But we did show back up a second time, and to Ammon's credit, about halfway through the conversation, he did say that if we don't leave, he's going to call the cops on us.
You can leave. If you come back here, we will call the cops. If you don't leave right now, I will call the cops.
And you've got Ben saying that after that, McNeff asked for proof of ownership over the Legos, claiming he didn't leave because he wanted to show him that proof. And so you have Ben claiming that he pulled up some footage to show McNeff, and that's when he asked them to leave the premises for the second time.
Now extortion?
Because we caught you guys?
No, because you are attempting to extort us. Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
We have to leave?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for working with us, and so see you later.
And so Ben, he says that they left after that, but in the police body cam footage that Ben obtained, you can hear McNeff saying that he asked them to leave multiple times, and they didn't. And then later in the video, Ben plays audio from a court hearing where he tries to tell the prosecutor that his footage proves he never threatened McNeff during their interaction at corporate HQ. But the prosecutor replies that's because the footage only starts when Ben's going up the elevator and stops when he's coming back down, right? Rather than showing him entering and exiting the building itself. Strictly speaking, it doesn't show everything.
Obviously, a video doesn't necessarily
show everything to possibly happen.
But notably here, you had a local outlet in Utah reporting
The
that
fact that they
prosecutors
just
didn't
keep
actually
using
charge
Lego
Ben with
figures throughout the
torture or
whole thing
aggravated
is
commercial
hilarious.
obstruction in the Provo case. Instead, saying they charged him with disorderly conduct and trespassing. Right, but then also beyond that, you had Ben tackling this whole dispute over who's got the correct store inventory list. Right, because according to Brian and the former store owner, they have an inventory from the day the store was seized that showed which sets were still in their possession. But corporate, they've said that the inventory is wrong and that they conducted their own correct inventory when they took over the store. And on top of that, you have McNeff claiming that Bricks and Minifigs repeatedly offered to give.
So is the settlement off the table entirely then?
Brian,
Like that they were saying they were just going to give all of the other like Star Wars stuff, even if it didn't belong to them, they were just like, we will liquidate our Star Wars inventory to you just to settle this.
Version of the inventory as well as some Legos, but that Brian always refused. But then the thing is, you've got
So he
Brian,
refused.
Ben,
All
and the
right.
former store
There you
owner
go.
all saying the opposite, saying that they've been requesting the inventory for over a year and they've just gotten stonewalled. And you have Ben publishing an email thread that he claims shows Bricks and Minifigs ghosting Brian's lawyers and then eventually responding that the new store owners have no legal obligation to return any Legos to Brian. Meanwhile, during Ben's confrontation with McNeff at corporate HQ, the CEO apparently promised to send him the inventory if he just requests it through this one specific email. But you've got Ben saying that when he did that, the response he got was,
Mr. Schneider, BAM Franchising Incorporation will not participate in any form of communication that appears designed for public provocation, harassment, or manipulation of facts for the purpose of media content. Attempts to obtain privileged or confidential information through misrepresentation or the creation of fraudulent documents.
So you have him speculating that the whole thing, it was really just a trap, that McNeff only told him to email for the inventory so that corporate could get Ben's email address, and then
They subpoenaed Google asking for all private information tied to this email address. And Google sent them like hundreds of hours of all the raw footage from everything I've filmed to the Lego video so far, all my emails, all my search history, all the metadata that shows everywhere I've been.
And then after that, you have Ben claiming again that the police are colluding.
Which, that's insane.
With BAM.
How in the fuck can somebody just subpoena Google with like no basis?
To pin him with trumped up charges.
That's
playing some clips
fucking
from body cam
insane.
footage where the officer seemed dismissive of his allegations after he posted his first video and adding,
But at least now I can see why the police aren't listening to me. They're basically just saying that all of the evidence I submit to them is not credible and therefore case closed. Ben's wrong and we're right because we said that the evidence is uncredible. At this point, Bricks and Minifigs is working with the police to just come up with whatever story they can to make any evidence I give them seem as uncredible as possible.
So yeah, as far as the meat of the story, that's where things stand right now. Or with what appears to be 2 criminal cases and at least 1 civil suit hanging over Ben's head. Though again, I say appears because just a caveat to all this, right now we're really just getting Ben's perspective here about the whole video, and I'll be honest,
We're living in a fucking strange time. Oh yeah.
whole situation is just a fucking mess. Right? A lot of the details, they're still very unclear, and it's also going to be very helpful for us to hear from the other side, the judges in this case, and it's just really hard to tell how much context is or is not missing. But for now, things are moving forward. Ben has got his mic back, and it is just, again, a continuation of an absolute PR nightmare for Bricks and Minifigs. And with all this, I will say, even despite the potential prison time that's hanging over his head, he seems to be having fun with all this.
If they want to apologize, they can say that they're sorry by doing the chicken dance. And I will take that as a sincere form of apology. And once they do the chicken dance, then I will know that Bricks and Minifigs is sorry, and we can finally move on to the next video series. It'll be awesome.
And while I'll technically say it is not clear how serious that offer is, he has also, I will say, promised that episode 4 is coming soon. And actually,
And also subscribe to part 5, subscribe to part 6, part 7, all the way to part 100. We're doing 100 parts.
but hey, with this one just being a wild one to dive through and watch, I think I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts, opinions, and reactions here? And then there's more we gotta.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it's getting resolved. I mean, I'm gonna be real. I wouldn't let this go to my head. What do I think? I realistically think that they're gonna end up settling. I mean, if they're gonna do they might even just do the chicken dance. Funny enough. You know, which that doesn't help with, getting the money and this, with the whole entire, mission of it. I think it's kind of fucked up, but what you gonna do? All right. Let's see. I got a few minutes to chill. Then I gotta hop off for a little bit, and then maybe Pepaganda. And I keep saying maybe because I have a friend that's doing some fucking... He's just like... He's telling me like, hey man, come by. Okay, well... just kind of disappears for a minute. Not great, so I'll be honest. It's nothing more annoying when it's like you're trying to have a conversation and then you're just like, you get ghosted for like half the conversation, and then you're just like, okay, so we eating or what? What's going on here? Sounds like you got a guest for the show. I mean, it's not, yeah, well, maybe. Maybe. The big thing is, dude, I gotta figure out the mic situation. Oof, dang. Yeah, it's infuriating. It's something I've dealt with 20-something years now. It's one of my best friends, so you get used to it, you know, and you just start accepting it, where you're just like, all right, this is just how he works. I don't think he's ever going to change. Is it Arcadian? No, it's not Arcadian. No, Arcadian is busy tonight. That's my buddy Josh. The boring old Josh. Yeah, I think he's on vacation or some shit. So, yeah, wants to hang, which is cool. Hey, Pep, I've been dealing with an elderly and very sick cat. Aww. Lately, that went blind last week, and his health isn't doing very great, but these streams really help lift my spirits watching you talk politics. I'm happy to help, Rev, because, yeah, that's not easy, you know. I had an elderly cat passing my arms. Oh, actually, passing my wife's arms while we were trying to drive it to the vet, but yeah. Turned out that he had cancer, and we didn't really know until it was too late. But I get it, man. I get it. I love my kitties. I love my pup. I'm all too aware of how it is with the animals, but just make sure you're there for them, man. That's a big thing. Make sure that, you know, even with the blind, like I've blind, deaf, you know what, doesn't make them love you any less, and that's the nice part about cats and dogs, is they can tell who you are just by sniffing you, so that is one of the benefits of that whole situation. But man, I'm sorry, buddy. You'll be okay. But I'm also glad that I can help by just talking about politics and just the silly stuff that we do here. Oh, man. Oh, I have nothing else. Cool. This is pretty much like, wow, this is just like a really cool, like, chill kind of end of stream, because like I said, we're going to be raiding this space. You guys will just be getting taken right over there. And, man, it's looking 50-50. I hope I can do it. I totally missed the Lego thing, didn't I? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. It was the last, like, what, 20 minutes or so, or 20, Pepgasm. But yeah, it was like right after the, we were looking at the trial, which I am gonna do a little bit more coverage of that coming up. Just so you guys know, like, we're gonna be paying a little bit more attention to that. The Luigi trial is coming up. Gonna try and do the daily reporting on that. Although I did, if I'm not wrong, I think that got pushed back to December. So I have time. Alright, okay guys, hubby's up. Alright, well, much love, Rebecca. I do appreciate you being here today. You know what's up. you have yourself a fantastic day, and tell the husband what's up and that we all appreciate you. Alrighty, I'll catch you on the next one, Rebecca. Let's see, I might be saying the same to all of y'all coming up here in a minute. Oh, man. The other thing is, like, dude, she would just fucking answer his goddamn phone. Hold on. Just give me a sec. Okay, then. This sucks. I still don't have an answer of whether or not I'm going to be able to do Pepaganda or not. Yeah, this sucks. I might have to... I've been rethinking this. I might have to, like, just do an occasional Pepaganda, like, ask... Because, like, the biggest thing that I didn't want to do is hand over the hour and then just be like, hey, you know, like, once a month, can I do this? But, yeah. Sorry. Don't be sorry. It's fine. I mean, it is what it is. It's with the summer. And you know what? That's actually the big thing is the summer. No prime time. I'm going to try and make it for prime time, Pep. Like, I want to do the hour. It's been a minute since I've done it. And honestly, like, I just kind of want to have a fun show over on this space. There is, like, this nice freedom over there where, like, I don't worry about the numbers. I don't worry about anything but just having a good conversation. I also kind of feel like I owe it because of how contentious the show was yesterday, where I kind of just, you know, want to apologize. Just be like, hey, my bad, you know, no hard feelings or anything like that. God damn, I feel like I might have to actually call this guy. Dude, if I have to call... Oh. Gross. Like, super effing gross. You ever have that? I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. I'm sure we've all had that in these modern times. I like phone calls too. The thing is, that's the weird part. Like, I don't mind a phone call, but you gotta be ready for it. Yeah, what? Yeah, why are you calling? Like, yeah, exactly. The nice part is, it is kind of weird. Like, it made me realize how much, if I don't talk to somebody on the phone, and I do just talk to them via text, how much more I have to say, like, when they are, like, here, you know? Wait, what's a voice call? What is this, 1985? My desk is so messy, you could play Mecha Chameleon on it. Nice. Dude, I want to play that. I think that I'd be alright, like, at hiding and just doing, like, the quick painting. Like phone calls, I'm younger than you. Well, yeah, I mean, again, I don't mind phone calls. I have to be ready for them. There's nothing, like, what bothers me is when, you know, you've had a long-ass day, and then all of a sudden you're just like, oh, well, God, you know what? I just kind of realized something. I haven't really had that much since my mom died. And that's the thing, you know, I'd give anything to have those phone calls, you know, those ones that I used to think it bothered me, but yeah. You don't know what you got till it's gone, blah, 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 but it is true. I have like six different chat apps to be reached, that's why. Well. Nothing like a good long phone call. I mean, yeah, no, I have good long phone calls. It's just like I said, it has to be planned, or it just has to be like I got to be in the mood. I actually had one yesterday with I've talked about him here. He's like my radio mentor. But for some reason, I just wasn't in the mood, and I was just like, "Yeah, sorry, man. I gotta let you go." I'm like, I was in the middle of errands and just like, I'm gonna call him tomorrow though. You haven't lived until you've texted via rotary phone. Hold on. I gotta respin. I fucked up. I totally meant to do the T. Oh. Yeah, okay. With the caveat, gotta be in the mood. Yeah, no. You gotta be in the mood. That's the big thing, where it is just like, you have a rotary phone in your attic? Jeez. Okay. Does that date you a little bit? A little bit. a little bit. Oh, Morse code. All right. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna call this motherfucker. I'm gonna see what's going on before I end this stream. Because there'd be nothing worse than just like ending stream for no reason, when I could have just, raided into the show and then done my hour of Pepaganda and blah, blah, blah. I keep myself insanely busy, so phone calls can be disruptive in my life. Often details my phone calls too, so I like calls when you just need a quick back and forth. Texting is work. That's true. Yeah, no, you just made me realize I'm still that guy. Like, if I'm doing this where I'm just like texting back and forth, I'll just be like, what am I doing? Just call this motherfucker. Which, yeah. Fucking, all right, guys, voicemail. Well, ain't that a bitch? What's going on here? Ghost Dog, you remind me of another user on YouTube named Ghost Pet Shop. But I don't think that you're aware of one another. I've seen, the weird part is, there was another Ghost something account here. At the same time as Ghost Dog, and I gotta admit, there were times I actually mixed you guys up, where I was just like, oh shoot. It's happened a few times, where there have been accounts with similar names. Well, I guess we're chilling for a little bit. Screw it. Why not? This. History. You've seen multiple Ghost Dog chatters? Really? What is? Yeah, is like Ghost Dog like something from like a video game or something? I kind of explain it. Holy shit! Johnny Walker Dread is live stream on Carmelo Anthony with Jay Witt podcast. Oh boy. How's the stream been? Good. How you been, Televani? Just popping in here. Couldn't watch today. It's okay. It's okay. You know what to do though. Double tap that screen. Guys, if you have not already subbed to the channel and you're new here, please consider doing so. It's like the one thing we didn't really move today. It's technically, I did gain a sub. But in classic Pep fashion. I have his handle in an account on Twitch with the same name. Soul Life insists on reminding me about the movie. But I didn't come up with it because of that. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh yeah, Soul Life. Fuck. I forgot about that. I forgot. Yeah. Damn it. Yeah, Soul Life usually won't show up unless I have my my horizontal stream up. Which, hey, that's cool. I thought it was cool. Like when Soul Life started showing up, I felt bad that there was like the drama over on this space. Like, God, can we just? This is why I freaked out and made that comment about the clicky shit. Because I was just like, let's not do that. Honestly, it's not fun for anybody. It's not cool. I wanted to be a Ghost Wolf TV, but Wolf shit is cringe. It kind of is. Yeah, it kind of is. Oh my god, my fucking cousin. He's like all about that. He's like, yeah, look, the Alpha Wolf. He's got like one of those Nordic tattoos that's essentially like the runes for, you know, I guess describing Alpha. Which, whatever. God damn. Drama finds a way. It does. It does. I mean, some people are better at cultivating drama. Some people are better at just dealing with drama. I am way too direct to mince my like words or any of that, to just not say, hey, this is bullshit. I think this is bullshit. Let's not do that. Yeah, I feel better for it. Live your best life, or yeah, live your best self. It doesn't matter if they think it's cringe. It's not their life. I know. No, the thing is, I'm not doing it for them. I think it's like cringe. Like, that's the big thing. There's like that subconscious part of you that's what the subconscious is. It's like, yeah, it's telling you, hey, ew. And that you do understand that little that voice that tells you like, ew, it's on to something, you know. God, I just realized I never watched Monday Night Raw. Like, I didn't even watch CM Punk win. Still have to do that tonight or tomorrow. I don't know. And then Kenny Omega, I just found out that it's his last opportunity to challenge for the belt. They haven't done the stipulation since Cody Rhodes, which that makes me a little worried that he might be leaving the company and possibly retiring soon, which that sucks. Speaking of cringe, you know, just talking about wrestling, just completely random. None of you guys know what I'm talking about. Now, I don't think there's a single person in this chat right now that knows what I'm talking about. But if you do, then you do understand that it's like, yeah, you're cool. Y'all are cool. But if you get my wrestling references, you know, cool. That's a different game. I also found out as an adult, my dad got into major financial problems trying to rescue a dog that attacked someone, and that incident was the eye of my mom and my dad's relationship. It's in my DNA. Oh, that's, jeez. I don't get it, but I still appreciate you. Oh, it's okay. Oh no, where's Alex when you need him? Alex doesn't like wrestling. No, it's funny enough, Lumen and Jeff, they like wrestling. All right, here, give me a sec. Okay. Okay, I'm glad that I did not end stream. He's still coming by, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to do Pepaganda now, but fuck. With friends like these, I swear to God. Like I said about you just get used to like your friends' proclivities, but it doesn't make it any less annoying sometimes. Where you're just like, wow, fuck, man. Like, all right, so we got to get dinner. Okay. Nah, you're lucky to have friends. No, I am. I'm very lucky. Like I said, even this is why I've had my friends forever. Social life of streamers, right? I mean, from my understanding, I actually have like more of a social life than most streamers. Which I'll be honest, there have been times though, like I get it now. You know what? I'll be completely real with y'all. So the other night, after like this holiday weekend, I kind of got like socialized out. So, I think it was on Monday. Yeah, it was Monday. Yeah, my buddies, like they were hanging, and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go stream because I was toying with taking the day off and taking a vacation day, and I was just like, you know what? I need this. I need to get downstairs and just I need to veg with my people and just yeah, go chill. Because man, the other thing that does suck is that it was the holiday weekend, so for some reason, dude, I don't know why, every year 4th of July and Labor Day weekend, my friends just they go hard, man. And I'm dumb. I'm one of those guys. I try to keep up. Don't want to do that. It's funny, my wife was talking to me today where she's just like, you gonna take the night off? I was like, yeah, I don't think I need to drink any brews or anything like that. And then sure shit, he texts me, he's just like, hey man, you wanna, I'll grab like a 6-pack. I was just like, so it looks like maybe not. Nothing wrong with wanting chill time. No, that's kind of the thing too, where like, yeah, believe it or not, this is kind of relaxing to me, despite what happened on Tuesday. Dude, that was so funny. On Tuesday, if you guys weren't there, I had I would call it a legendary crash out. It was a bad one. But Natch, it was just so funny. He reminded me where he's like, yeah, you remember when you were talking about how Tuesday's show was going to be a chill show? What happened to that? Yeah, man. Polar opposite. You do gummies. Oh, I get it, man. I get it. Social life? Cringe hard. I mean, oh my god, that was out the window. It was still fun. No, I had a good time. I did. Like, my dog's or not. He went and positioned himself to the front door to go bark at the neighbors. Cool. That crash out can be clipped and can be clipped out of context. Well, that's the thing. Like, it already has been, guys. Like, if you didn't know, it was released. Which I appreciate. Hey, like, the thing is, guys, even if I have stuff that's, like, clipped out of context, this is why it is like, well, this was out of context. And if you don't like it in the full context, then fine. Jesus. So I'm trying to do this thing where it's just like, I'm not bothered. Pep, have you watched it? Not yet. Not yet. Why? Why do you ask? Are you asking for a specific reason? Please be. Oh, why? How bad was it? Jet did not include the hat throw or the walk off. What? What? No, really? Oh, dang. That was the best part. Nah, that one, honestly, because it was at a chatter that realistically, she didn't deserve that. I still feel bad. Like, you know, if I see Emily in chat again, I'm gonna make sure that she knows. It's just like, hey, no hard feelings. He didn't want to do you or the viewer dirty. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah. Remember when Kane got his mask removed? Yes, I do. Yes, dude, that was so disappointing. I was just like, what? He looks nothing like the Undertaker. Oh, man. Emily didn't want it in there. Understandable. It was a misunderstanding anyway. Oh, okay, yeah. There we go. It was a good misunderstanding, though. I like how she even said it. I do like how she said it. I saw the chatter did not want it clipped. She asked the letter hack Discord. Oh, okay, cool. That works. Oh, still the VOD. Whatever. I wasn't here for whatever that was, so I am confused. I kind of snapped on a chatter on Pepaganda yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, she was, she was definitely an innocent bystander for the most part. Because at one point, she asked about, like, if we can primary, like, if we can get a primary in Maine, and for some reason that just broke my brain. Because I was just like, what are you talking about? We had a primary. Like, this is already, like, that was done. And, like, for some reason I was just like, it made me boil over, and I just, like, I fucking stood up. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I fucking took off my headphones, chucked the headphones, just kind of walked around for a minute, so it looked like I was leaving stream. And I calmed down for a second and just went, all right. Shout out to Jet. He did a very nice job on the editing, communicating with the chatter. All right, cool. I'll go clip it and put it to music. Nah, don't clip it. No. I mean, it's already out there. All right, so all right. Well, then it's not gonna cringe. It's not gonna make me cringe as much, but I do kind of want to go watch the unedited version because, yeah. That is the weirdest part about doing this, is especially when you have, like, you care. Like, I care if, I went a little too hard at somebody, and if I owe them an apology, even if they don't accept it, I still want to fucking have it out there. So it's like, no, I will admit when I did something wrong. And I will admit when, I made somebody feel bad. It's not that fucking hard. Godzilla. Pep screamed at someone? Ain't no way. Oh god, I'm starting to get a rep for it. No, Sylvie, it was a good show. I mean, honestly, it was a good 2-hour show. It was definitely I'd call it entertaining, but it was one of those ones that, like, I kind of compared it to, like, an episode of when you listen to, like, your favorite podcaster, or, like, you're listening to, like, your favorite radio show, and all of a sudden they're like, the mood changes to that point where it's like, ooh, this got uncomfortable. And that's kind of what happened. Unfollowed, unsubscribed, canceled. I'm gonna take Pep's house. Wow, you're pretty much summing up my my YouTube experience. I'm gonna start clipping you, Pep. I'll post it in Discord so you relive all of our inside jokes. The fact that you guys have inside jokes is kind of funny to me. Not gonna Oh, Shiza. All right, here. I should probably ask what's going on. Because if there's no left past 10, I'll be honest. That has made it a little bit easier for me to take the nights off on Wednesdays because there's no follow-up. So, yeah. But the last time when there was like nothing, I was like, ooh. Is there LP? You think left past 10 is dead? Uh-oh. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but... Sandy said, wait. Sandy said that on her last stream. Oh, okay. Now I'm thinking about starting a secret chapter competition. Love you, buddy. It's all good. Doing this for as long as you have with just constant horrendous news. It's bound to come out. Honestly, surprised you didn't snap at someone sooner. All right, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay. Shit. Gonna miss. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, no Hack, no Jake. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Just yeah, and then Andrea not wanting to do like a half version of the show. Pep Shouts TV. Yes, welcome to Pep Shouts. I mean, what kind of vibe do you guys like? You like shouting? Well, you're welcome to the right place here. Alrighty, punching through the monitor. Dude. Wait. Just, yeah! Because if you punch the monitor, then the camera just flies off. Now, can we put a new panel? The thing is, all right, so we might be able to do that. I'm not sure if I want to... Yeah, I'm not going to step on anybody's toes. We have an announcement coming up for this space. Some of y'all kind of have an idea of what it's going to be. But, yeah. We do have, like, more programming, so that's unfortunate about Left Past 10. It's also, like, shit. Oh, I hate being in this position, but I don't... All right, the best judges I've ever worked with also had commensurate awesome power of crashing out. Oh, really? Oh, cool. All right. My girlfriend said there's only 2 people in the galaxy. One's with live thermal detonator. Those with that. Fucking doing the C3PO thing. Okay. Your girlfriend is a nerd, Televani. Yeah, it's awesome. It's actually, like, really awesome. Especially if you guys share those interests. Wait, I'm a nerd for knowing what that is. Dang it. Yep. I mean, I'm sitting here literally replaying the fucking scene in my head of C3PO translating for Jabba the Hutt. Welcome to the war room with the Pep Hawks. Dude, could you imagine? Jesus. I've had a few times where I've tried to, like, legitimately try and conceptualize, like, oh, well, you know, what if? What if I did the right wing thing? What would it actually look like? And it's just like, oh, cringe, cringe, and more cringe. Oh my god, like super cringe. Like Omega level cringe. Oh, shit. Oh, she bought you the Darth Raven lightsaber? That's dope. Star Wars poster in the back. Yeah, I'm well aware. Thank you. I am not trying to say that, you know. Okay. Damn it. Yeah, I might not be able to do this this show. I hate when I do this. I hate when it's like, okay, so theoretically, I could. Oh. Damn it, man. Because I promised that I was going to do a live pet. See, this is why I hate this. Like, this is one of those problems with having integrity and being a man of your word is when I commit to something, I really have the full intention of committing and being there. So when I can't, it does actually, like, it upsets me. So yeah, hey, can I tell you a funny joke? Yeah, let's go. Maybe it'll lift my spirits and So I tried to reason with a bad Empanada fan. Is that the joke? Because that is funny. Like, why would you do that? I kid. God. I hate this tribalistic bullshit that we do. It is annoying. Uplifts because talking is for girls and they have cuties. I was always one of those kids though, where I was just like, but I like cooties. That was a literally did though. Typed out a nuanced analysis and got hit with lib. Really? Wow, they called you a lib? Damn. Sylvie. That sucks. This is Pep Screams TV. Only weak men talk. We all yell. We all go. We all talk like Ultimate Warrior. Welcome to Pep Screams. Only those with the most intelligence and the most charisma can show up on Pep Screams. Coming out of a parts unknown. The notorious LIB.
Oh yeah, just wanna say, wanna always play it the bipartisan way. Yeah. Also, gotta say, yes, what's up with P Diddy? He's doing some weird stuff over there. Why is he talking to this guy? Wait a minute, I recognize him. Oh God, that's the guy. I'm doing this from heaven. Oh.
All right. I had Prussian shit, but whatever. Notorious LIB. That was that's a banger line, dude. What is that voice? I mean, I thought I was doing Notorious B.I.G. because like Notorious B.I.G. he just used to talk like he had a problem with his septum where he's like,
oh, I've only been able to breathe out of the left side of my nose for the last 20 years, but I ended up making a career out of it.
But that's not great. When it comes to those people's views on military, I don't think they understand the logical conclusion of their position: mass incarceration and killing of our populace that serves the military. Yeah, they usually go so far to the other side that they don't understand that they became the baddies. I mean, that's kind of what happened to Israel. And that's the way that you got to break it to them, where it's just like, you seeing how you're similar to anything here, guys? Okay. That's LARPer shit, yeah. Sorry, guys, I'm doing like 15 things at the same time here, so... Yeah. Shit, it's official. Platner dropped out. Okay. I was wondering if he was actually going to do it. All right, well, breaking news. Platner drops out. Actually, I can change this. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's bring this up. My name might be on the ballot right now, but that ballot line belongs to the people of Maine. Graham Platner drops his Maine Senate bid, clearing the way for Democrats to pick a new nominee in the key Senate state in hopes of winning the... I mean, okay. The thing is, if they can do this with the... and they can push this person very quickly, yeah. We'll see what happens, but... I think he basically stopped watching Bad Epinata once I realized that he doesn't ever push, or you stop. Okay. Much less consistently pushes for organizing and solutions of any kind. No, he doesn't. The thing is, he does like this weird thing where it's like he's a rage baiter and just all this. Lisa Baker, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. How was your day? Welcome in. We're just kind of hanging. Okay, so it's looking like I'm not going to be able to do my show on this space tonight. Fuck. I feel really bad about that. But He doesn't even go here. All good? Oh, sweet. Man, I want to be able to say that and mean it soon. I am literally just it's like I'm getting by. I'm able to, at least I can smile, I can laugh. Does stuff kind of suck? Yes, it does. You know. Alrighty. Okay. I'm not even supposed to be here today. I mean, wait, you're not? Mitch, why? Wait, you guys plan out, like, how you're watching my stream? Well, now this is, you've been cancer-free 6 years. It'll get better. Awesome. You know what? Number one, that's amazing. Congratulations on being cancer-free for 6 years. My wife is cancer-free right now. We're still not in the remission phase. Her doctors have not said remission, so we're very cautious on using that term. But all of her scans have shown 0 cancer. She just had her Signatera. I forgot. I think that's what it's called. It's a very specific blood test where yeah, they check for like any signs of cancer, and she came back at 0.0. So, it's awesome, but yeah, you know, she's still dealing with the aftermath of all of this. Unfortunately, the cancer caused a perforation in her intestines, so she is with a bag right now. So, timing perfect. Hoping for the best. Also, hi, bye. Hey, thanks, name. Appreciate that. CNN is reporting Platner is out. Apparently, backstabbing is complete. Yeah, probably not voting this year. Yeah, I mean, I'm still voting this year. I'm definitely voting this year. I'm not gonna let I'm not letting these elitist motherfuckers just win like that. No, don't be doing that. Now, I mean, dude, the fact that they're still so scared of us, and they're still so scared of even the fucking Dems, which is weird to me. But whatever. Just Peach Creek. I know how it goes. And I also, you kind of said it yesterday, and you know what? I'm glad that you shared that about like how you've kind of been in politics before. You're just sick of it. I get it, man. I really do. But Platner dropping out was to be expected, especially after this. There was no way he was going to stay in. But now like I was saying, man, we need to fucking pick this apart. And now we have the time. Now that he is officially out of the race, now we do need to find out what happened. If everything is verifiable, but or if this was actually like a hit piece that just worked. Gotta vote, in my opinion, and pose the orange. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you really do. Okay. Pep, can I share a short of Haley Stevens with you? Haley Stevens. Isn't that the Paramore girl? I mean, sure. I guess. There's no way for him to recover, but was AIPAC and the Democrat leaders the ones that triggered this? Yeah. No, that's... For it to come out today that, like, this was... Yeah, like... Oh, the woman Abdul debated. Oh, her, right. Yeah, sure. I liked her accent. Okay. Oh, dude, that was funny. As somebody who's like aggressively Midwestern himself, it was very funny. Okay, so it looks like Lumen and Alex are on right now. So, yeah. So what's gonna happen is I'm not gonna be able to do Pepaganda tonight. Unfortunately, my friend kind of. It's okay. You know what? It's the summer. Unfortunately, it is just kind of how it goes. I don't really take a lot of time off, so this is also one of those times where I'm just like, no. Because even I was like, I committed to this. I wanted to do the hour, but like the stream, folks, the door is closing. Yes, please do. We only got 10 minutes on for the rest of stream here. I'm gonna wrap up at the 6-hour mark. And then take off because I'm actually surprised I was able to do a 6-hour stream tonight. Be completely real with y'all. Oh, hey, I'm not leaving just yet. We got 10 minutes, so Pep, don't feel bad. You need the time. No, I know. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I'm just explaining my position. It's the fact that I love doing this, and I do not like leaving people hanging when they were expecting me to be there. So that's no. I hate that. I do hate that. I mean, I just had this like with going to Tennessee and my sister. Like I felt so bad I couldn't see her, and it was just like, well, you know, you kind of had you got a lot going on. You know, my own family's telling me it's okay, and I'm just like, but I miss you. If you don't hit the button, you will regret it forever. The one thing that I really would appreciate is if you guys can share the stream with people that you think, would vibe with the channel. And also when you guys are watching other shows, yeah, don't be afraid to throw the occasional promo out there and be like, hey, have you checked out this guy at Pep Talks? Like, especially if we do similar content. Honestly, don't be annoying with it though. Like, if there's a way to even ask the content creator that they're paying attention to their chat, just be like, hey, can I give a recommendation for this awesome, lefty streamer that needs a little bit of a boost out there. And honestly, it's kind of the same thing here. Like, you guys are more than welcome to, if you guys are fans of a streamer that needs a little boost, go for it. Oh. All right. Between Pep and or this space. Well, I mean, I do. But that's also why, like, I hope you understand that I had that moment where I was just like, no, we're not doing this thing where, Emily. I should just say the chatter. So the chatter that had issues, like when she said she wanted to unsub, I was just like, man, don't take that emotion out on this space. Which also does make me feel bad because, I I made a promise to the letter hack when I started doing this with them that I would behave myself. You know, he gave me a lot of leeway, man. He pretty much just said no slurs, and I was just like, oh, okay, cool. Which, obviously, we've only had the one, which is no longer an issue. So, I've been good lately. You know, I think I've only let 1 or 2 slip within the last few weeks, so I think I'm doing okay. That's what I was feeling. We gotta behave on this space. Yes. No. Like, again, it's a collaborative thing. It's not this. You know, that's why I love actually being able to do both. And it's kind of weird. This space, like there's like this level of professionalism that I can bring to this space that I don't need to do here, but I enjoy doing over there. Like, there have been times where I've thought about restructuring it and doing like a perfectly clean show. Yeah, I can't do Incel Winnie the Pooh over there. Exactly. Exactly. Even though there have been times that I kind of forgot what show I was on, and I was just like, oh yeah, I forgot that like some of the audience in here is not used to this humor. Well, let's kind of pull that back a little bit. I do appreciate the opportunity to do something different, you know? I hope you guys also appreciate that. And, yeah, you know, there's the whole getting the second hour thing. Yeah, we do have... Man, we lost a lot of creators. Like, just plain and simple. We lost a lot of creators in this space. Unfortunately, like, even AG... You know, he hasn't really been able to do his show on this space, and I kind of get it. But man, like, I would hate to, like, I have this weird thing where, like, I would hate to abandon the project right when we're at the cusp of, like, being, you know, recognized. And, like, I've also noticed that we are starting to get, like, recognized as far as just like a name. Like, people at least do know that. So Letterhack, Jake, Visora, all missed. Yes. Yeah. At this point, creators could simulcast and not lose viewers. Yeah. That's exactly kind of how I feel about it. I mean, I've thought about doing like a simulcast of my stream. The problem is, like I was just kind of saying there, I almost view it as two separate shows. This is why I call it Pepaganda. I made sure to like put a degree of difference there that I can recognize where I'm like, no. This isn't your regular show. Keep the, again, Incel Winnie the Pooh character, you know. Let's not do, you know, poop talks. Poop talks is not something that I really want to bring to this space. That's if I had a studio, I'd probably be taking steps towards creative work again. My house is a little crowded at the moment. Yeah, it does suck when that happens. I was very lucky to be able to set up my studio. I mean, I'm lucky to have this. Trust me, it does not I'm not fooled by thinking that have it harder than others. And also, sorry, I'm rambling while I'm fucking trying to reset my chat again. I hate when this happens, when I'm in the middle of a thought too, or it's just like, wait, damn it. Okay. When Brian is on, he has like 200 to 300 viewers, while this space has its usual. Yeah, no, I know. And that was the whole thing. We got excited about bringing these guys on because we thought it would translate into some of their viewers going to this space, but there was like that, we weren't really thinking about the idea of, you know, audience share, that kind of thing, and realistically getting the exposure on your own channel. You know, I've benefited from that in a different way than some people. That's for sure. Like, unfortunately, I'm not sure if the syndicated content is moving the needle as much But, you know, if they're, I haven't talked to anybody that's doing just fully syndicated content, so I don't know if they're actually like gaining subs or anything like that. So yeah, no shade. Time for the rise of Sylvie, JK. I barely finished my own hobbies. Hey, well, I mean, work at it if you feel like you can commit and do it. Like that's the big thing, man. Like I remember taking that moment and being like, okay, so this is a commitment. You know, I'm gonna commit like so much time to my dream. The thing that I didn't necessarily foresee is that I could do this for as long as I do. I didn't know I was gonna be a marathon streamer. When I started this, I full on intended to only go for about 2 to 3 hours, and I was like, I'm not even sure if I can do that. And I remember one of my first streams, I went like 6 hours without even thinking about it, and I was just like, oh. I mean, if I have to be honest with you guys, I think I have a broken brain. I think that like when I'm down here and I'm doing this, my ADHD does not allow me to perceive time the same way that most people do. So I don't ever feel like this is like bogging me down, even when I'm like emotional and stuff like that. You know, never do I feel like, oh, timing, oh my God. So, although there's been that little bit of me that's kind of thought that I might have flooded the market a little bit, you know, and this is why taking the time off is not as bad. I gotta convince myself of that. Usually when you say you're ending stream soon, I assume, okay, 3 more hours then. Bro, oh my God, you're like my hockey friends when we would just be like, all right, 1 more beer and then we'll take off, and then it would be about 2 to 3 in the morning. It's like, dude, it's like I have an hour drive home. What are we doing? So dumb. Because then, yes, we were responsible. You know, we weren't drinking and then getting in our cars. We would have our stop time, and then we'd be like, all right, so we got about, half hour, 45 minutes, depending on how many we had. Or we just kind of sat there, calming down, occasionally hitting the, the good old greenage. But, yeah, been there. Oh, yeah. There's nothing worse when you're vibing with your friends or you're like, and you're like, what time is it? Oh, no. The worst one I ever had. I went to a concert, went back to my buddy's house, fully intended on just getting in my car and leaving, but then he was just like, yeah, man, you want to chill, maybe smoke a J, and then fucking blah, 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 blah. I was just like, yeah, totally. And then before I knew it was 5 a.m. and I had to work at 7 in the morning. I'm just like, well, guess I'm not sleeping tonight. That sucked. Go to Denny's, yeah. My Latino family is that way. Goodbyes, take about. Yeah, okay, so it's not just a Midwest thing. Cool. Yeah, we got Waffle House. Oh, lucky you. Uber prices will kill you in those situations. Yes, they will. That's also why I tend to wait. I'm just like, fuck it. I will sleep on top of my car and sober up before I fucking, I have to take I have to take an Uber. Like I have had a few situations where I'm just like, that's it, taking the Uber. But then that next morning, you're like, whoa, no, what did I do? But anyway, guys, I do gotta go. I appreciate y'all hanging out today. This was an awesome stream. I had a great time. Tomorrow I should be on at 6. Everything goes well here, so expect me to be on at 6. If you do not see me though, then that just means then Friday at 4, because the only reason I would miss stream tomorrow is if I have a situation like my friends here. So I really want to try Waffle House pay-per-view. Nice. I've gotten lucky. I've gotten to see some stuff go down at a Waffle House. Definitely catching the Lego VOD. I must know. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, you've committed this much to it. You probably should. Alrighty, folks. Well, like I was saying, if you do not see me tomorrow, I will see you all Friday, but expect me to be there 6 p.m. tomorrow. And my outro is not working. Great. Am I just going to have to end stream? That would... No. Here it is. Man, this is weird. It's like actually having a moment where it doesn't want to load. I've been having more and more computer issues lately. Chair girl at Waffle House. Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where she catches that chair. Oh, yeah. It's one of the most legendary moments I've ever seen. And just like the casual way in which she does it, you can tell that she has definitely been, she's practiced at that, if you know what I mean. That was definitely not her first, Waffle House throwdown. Okay, we got the outro now. All right, now I can officially say goodbye. All right, love you guys. I will catch you tomorrow, or just in general on the next one. All right, love y'all. Take care. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.